Chadwick.
Hello, hello. Just making sure my microphone is unmuted.
Yeah, it certainly is, to the delight of some and the dismay of others.
Oh yeah, no, I'm really happy to be joining you guys. Of course, last minute replacement, but I'm very proud sat here as an Altus Esports racing driver, or esports driver, I should say. With how well
is the ink wet on that contract still?
Pretty much, yeah. It's not been too long, but what I will say is I'm very proud to see how well the guys have been doing. I think it's a shame to only have one car up in the top 5 at the moment, but you know, Carlos and Aaron are doing such a good job up at the front, and you know, even Simone and Matteo are on a really good comeback in the green car.
There's one car going longer on fuel than anyone else, and it's this one. You see, cutting some moves. Lobs, Falcon Esports. Jared Philcell still driving the 99. Dicing amongst the McLarens that we saw pit together. And through that, Lolam's lost one spot, and the Arnage McLaren has gotten ahead, made a jump.
Yeah, I think it's massively crucial here what's playing out in terms of the fuel strategy. It's very apparent that if you're able to make that hour mark and keep going to an hour, you know, if you stay that stop at the end, of course, the pit lane isn't very long here, but the speed limit is very low. Of course, most tracks we go to these days tend to be ranging in the, I'd say, what, 80 km/h pit lane speed is the average. We're nearly up at 90 at Daytona. Whereas here, it's 50 km/h. Short pit lane, but it takes a long time if you're going to have to do an extra stop. And the guys that are running longer, like the Altus Esports red car, and some of the others out here today, are going to have an advantage towards the end of the race if they keep up with how it's been going so far in the first 6 hours.
My calculated pit delta here is, sorry, pit lane transit is 22 seconds. So Spa Endurance pit lane is a minute. So
there's certainly longer ones, like you say. Spa Endurance is the nightmare. You never want to be doing an extra stop at Spa Endurance. But yeah, like you say, it's interesting because I think, at least at the front, the pace has been really close between a lot of drivers. And we've seen, obviously, Apex Racing team start to come on very strong in the final as it's been heating up, as we see Matty Zippler to the inside for Team PGZ. The 114 moving into 4th position in this race. Such a good run for that Ferrari. And often, something that was mentioned to me the other day was, how often do we see the Ferrari being utilised well in one of these special events? It's so good to see Team PGZ running the Ferrari, and also running it to very, very good effect. You know, running in the top 4 here is no mean feat, just passing a Urano Esports car. The levels of practice that these guys go to in order to prepare for these events is a lot, and the testament to how well the Ferrari's running for the PGZ 114 today is really good.
There is so much pace in that Ferrari, even if it has been a little battered. They are trying a strategy different to a lot of those around them, including this Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports 91 Sam Kurtz. He's on his first flying lap since the pit stop, so it looks like all of them sort of made that top of the hour, and there is a lot of teams that have multiple cars. Somehow Urano's 3 are all still running inside of the top 10.
And that's what it's all about, David. You know, you've got to keep the consistency up there, and you've got to try and stay out of incidents. Sometimes it's not your fault that you get into a crash, but it's really important that you try your very, very hardest.
Sometimes it's Will Chadwick's fault.
It could always be my fault, you never know. I might be lurking in the shadows. But you've got to really stay consistent around Bathurst. It's one of the, if not the most demanding circuits inside all of sim racing, especially one that is an endurance race is ran on. And, you know, in contrast to the Daytona 24 Hours of only a few weeks ago, this is a massive change for all these drivers. But Koiter stepping into the car is a very, very experienced driver, and you know his caliber with inside the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup speaks for itself, and I'm sure he'll adapt very well to this Mercedes over the next coming laps.
Bit of traffic in between 4th and 5th place. Looks like the Calcer team, and indeed it is, had a beautiful all Spanish flag paint for Daytona. Close, but not quite there here at Bathurst. Through that most recent pit stop, the lead has grown. It was around 3.5. Now it's 8.8, and I can't pinpoint anything particular for that, other than no reason. It's extending now as well. Have Apex just caught some traffic or had a problem somewhere?
Well, I'll tell you exactly what's happened, David. So what's very apparent here today is, you know, as we see this gap ebb and flow between Rankin and Vasquez, or Fenalosa as before, when we see such a large overlap in laps, in terms of, like, obviously the Altus Esports red car went, what was it, 3-4 laps longer maybe on fuel. The times that you're able to do on that low fuel when the tyre is kind of bedded in and not too worn out, because, you know, we're not getting too bad wear on the tyres around here, you're able just to do nearly a second a lap faster, and that's where we're seeing that gap grow. And this is why we need to be careful when we're looking at the gap coming down, because when we look at it obviously coming down to the end of the stint, you know, that Apex car is on 3 or so less laps of fuel, so it's going to be lighter at all times. You know, we're thinking nearly 4 litres a lap here at times, so what's that, nearly 12 litres in fuel potentially, is the difference between those two cars, which is, you know, a significant amount. If a car was to get bopped 10 kilograms in the lead up to the event randomly, you know, maybe people would be jumping and not using that car anymore. So it's a large delta between them, and it's interesting to see how it plays out, because I do anticipate Apex, you know, being 6 minutes before the start of the hour, will need to not only take the lead of this race, providing things stay as they are, they'll need to build a little bit of a gap too.
Last car of our pit cycle in, we saw Gavin Keeney in the Lobs Vulcan Esports car pit. He will drop back down the timing a little further, and everywhere, every driver you see on the timing column, consider that a true and adjusted position.
Look over to
battle inside of our top 10 is Arnage and Redline.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we're currently looking at the current iRacing Road World Champion in Diogo Pinto. Has got back in this car. Was racing him the other day, not too long ago. Diogo's been up to a lot recently in the Skip Barber series, which is in its 2nd season here on iRacing. Not other than the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup into its 4th season. Diogo getting a win in one of the first races there, and I think it was 2nd on the grid. And now jumping over to the Bathurst 12 hour. It's amazing how adaptable sim racers have to be these days, and you know how little practice I can imagine some of these drivers are on jumping into some of these cars. You know, I don't imagine that Diogo managed to get much prep before this event due to the congested schedule and everything that he's had to have been doing recently. So to be doing pretty well, you know, keeping up with the Arnage competition car ahead of him, and to be just keeping a decent pace in this race. Let's not forget, this car qualified 22nd on the grid. So a large amount of its time lost to the leaders will have been in that first opening phase of the race, where, you know, you'll have lost at least 20 seconds just due to being so far back. So don't count out this Team Redline number 1 car from being able to make its way through the field in the remainder of this race.
I'm looking at who is the biggest mover. probably Sam Coutert in the 5th place car.
Yeah, up 20 places is not bad going, really. And that's also a really good effort, you know, as we talked about the time loss that you have with starting that far back in the grid is a huge disadvantage as it starts. We've seen the Mercedes be a bit of a surprise package today. I know from talking to a lot of teams before the event, the McLaren, by a lot of teams, was perceived to still be a very, very competitive car. And I almost expected it to be a little bit quicker in these hotter conditions. I definitely think it is the quicker car at the moment over the Mercedes, but the margins aren't that much, and with how hard this circuit is to drive, I think it's still coming down more to driver ability rather than the balance of performance.
It's midday in the server, the sun is high in the sky, and it's 45 Celsius on track now. That's risen from 25 or so really only a couple of hours ago, and there's still scope for it to get hotter than that. That's a pretty big swing from starting before sunrise to racing all the way through an Aussie afternoon.
Absolutely. I think we could be seeing temperatures approach 50 degrees track temp here as we approach the 2 and 3 p.m. mark of this race, of course, just past noon in Sim. And we've still got plenty of life left to give in this race here today. For me, all eyes are on...
sunburnt by now already.
Oh, massively, yeah. You know, of course, being in the southern hemisphere, this is actually the summer, which is very, very strange for Europeans or any form of people in the northern hemisphere to think about, with December being summer. But that is how it is here in Australia this afternoon, and also for the entirety of the summer months. And that is what's contributing to these hotter temperatures.
You heard it here first from Will Chadwick. When it's summer, you get hotter temperatures.
Visionary commentary, you know. Actually, I think probably
you just
the best
don't
line
get
I
that
produced.
kind of analysis out of Jensen Button or Martin Brundle.
You just wouldn't see that on any sort of broadcast other than the high quality here at RaceSpotTV and the insights that you can get. You know, often one of my favourite pieces of commentary comes from the world of football. Michael Owen famously said, goals win games, and I would suggest that goals in football do end up winning games.
It's straightforward and inarguable. Another battle inside of the top 10, Urano Esports, Heineken Media, and Altus Esports Green, and conveniently we don't need to change camera to pan to it, which is interesting. So McLaren versus McLaren battle over 6th, Mercedes versus Mercedes battle over 8th here, and he's as passionate as anyone anywhere in sim racing, Simone Maria Marcheno. This is for keeps with him.
Oh, absolutely, and fantastic to work with, I must say. From my limited time in the team so far.
You say that after a week, man. Come on.
Man, but he's so helpful and he's so nice, and he's always looking to make everyone else improve and motivate everyone, and he's such a good person to have in a team like this. Of course, being part of Altus Esports since 2018, you know. He's been here for a while, and you know, he proves day on day why he's such a top-level sim racer, especially with pulling out that qualifying lap to put it on pole. I don't think anyone expected Simone to be on pole today, but you know, he delivered when the pressure was on, and still in this race, you know, doing a good job with the recovery back into 9th place.
A 2:03.5 makes him the 2nd fastest car out on track, because Matty Cipolla has a 2:03.421. So those are your 2 fastest cars right now. PGZ, who are obviously massively quick on their lower fuel strategy, and Ferrari doing pretty well in these weather conditions. But then 2nd fastest is Marcheno at the moment in his pursuit of 8th place. More than a whole half a second out of Urano last lap. That's pretty sizable. Like we say, we've taken thousands of teams for the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours. This is the top 49, all of them in bot GT3 machinery. 2 or 3 tenths is a lot in this kind of context.
Massively, you know, drivers would bite your arm off for a guaranteed tenth of a second per lap, per race, per everything. And you know, these types of margins are what matter at this high level of racing. Of course, you know, if you're a tenth faster over 100 laps, you end up pulling 10 seconds on a car, and that can be the difference between being first and last. You know, we've had 182 laps in this race. We've
got 10 seconds to cover our whole podium at the moment, so
exactly.
I can see 2 drivers who'd bite off Will Chadwick's arm for a tenth of a second per lap.
I hope no one will be biting off my arm.
Hang on. Does Altus Esport Red lead by 10 seconds because Aaron Vasquez has bit off your arm?
I can't confirm or deny whether I have 2 current working arms. What I can tell you is Aaron Vasquez is doing an absolutely fantastic job at the head of this field right now. There's no bias involved.
I'm on to you. Getting interesting for second and third as well. So what we have is over 6 hours of green flag racing. And a lot of intrigue still inside of the top 10. Rear looked a bit loose in these temperatures for the leader in Altus Esports Red. At over 9 seconds, I think that's one of the most comfortable race leads anyone's enjoyed in a long time in this race. Certainly, I think since Williams Esports.
It's interesting to look at because I assume, and I don't perfectly know the strategy of the guys racing, that they will still be saving fuel at the front of the field. You'd expect them to still be trying to maintain that hour mark on the fuel mileage, and you know, from Apex's side, to bring it back into, if they were to bring it back under the hour now, that would take a mighty effort in terms of number of laps done per stint. So I can't imagine Elvis Rankin is starting now to save a lot of fuel because they've realised that they might have to do that in order to make a challenge for the win, at least as it is at the moment. You know, there's still 5 hours 42 minutes to go.
If only there was a clear and obvious way to tell when McLarens are off throttle.
That's a really good point. Of course, you know, one of the most beloved cars in all of iRacing, as we get the shot from the rear, as you see the flames bit out the back of this McLaren. An iconic feature of this car. Not sure how realistic it is to have flames going on for, what, 15 seconds there? But, you know, I've not seen one of them set on fire today so far, so clearly the heat protection at the back of that car is very good.
That's what we don't get, is flames if they're at half throttle.
Really good point. Looking for the battle for 5th here. We got Team Redline. Oh, battle for 6th, I'm not sure. But we got Team Redline obviously attacking, or kind of attacking, Arnage. Of course, whether you decide to sit there and, you know, continue to do good fuel mileage for the time being, or whether you decide to make the move and really try and open up a gap, is something that is a decision you have to make, obviously. But I think in Diogo's mind, I think if he can keep with Arnage for the entirety of this stint and just continue to do some really good fuel mileage, that'll be a great stint for him. Because I think in your head as a driver, you know whether you've got the pace in order to pull away from a car. It's incredibly hard to make a pass and then also make a gap. You don't want to just pass someone and then end up being their personal towing service device and just let them have all the fuel mileage advantage. So, you know, it's a calculated decision to make, and I'm sure Diogo in his head has it knows exactly what he's going to do, and it's just important of getting through his stints, passing the car over to Chris, and still trying to venture into this top 5 of this race.
A little bit of traffic in between, but what I saw was a Diogo Pinto very willing to coast into Murray's corner, into Hell corner, save where possible.
It's one of these unique events at this point in time, and something I didn't realise in the build-up to this event, and kind of only seen as this race has gone on, is how crucial the fuel mileage is going to be. You know, we're really close here to making that extra lap when you fuel save, and that looks to be, at this moment in time, with the margins we've got, the decisive factor.
4-way fight for 26th position. Why not? So it's Speed Demons in their Mercedes being hunted by Chit Chat Racing in the Porsche, Veras Coanda Jr. in the Porsche, and Marla Racing Team, Valtteri Alanda rounding it all up, and I think he's the fastest of all of them as well, so he's got 3 cars of position right in front of him. All of them a measly 2 laps down to the overall leader, and my money's on Alanda in this.
You certainly would expect the Marla Racing Team car to be able to profit from this situation the best. Of course, it's fantastic to see that even down in the 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th places that we have such a close fight. And it's important to see also, you know, Coanda Jr. in this fight as well. You know, do not discount them. You know, Coanda Simsport, a very illustrious team, won many things across all of sim racing and end up in many competitions for the reason of how good they are. But it definitely looks to me at the minute that Valtteri Alanda is going not only very fast, but definitely looks to be the fastest within inside this top 4, I think, at the minute.
Of course, one of the setbacks for this car was contact with Biela Racing Team Lucas Yestadt, I do believe. Had this car in the gravel at McPhillamy Park. Went on to take out one of the Altus cars, Altus Esports Yellow, so a lot happening at that moment. Less damage for the number 10 though. It's still in his fight. Tucked up behind VRS Coanda Jr. Meanwhile, Speed Demons and Chit Chat have just broken a couple of extra car lengths. Second fastest car in this grouping would look to be the Chit Chat Racing Porsche as well, and we all know submitting your compliant paint scheme to RaceSpot.media is worth 5 horsepower.
Well, absolutely, it has to be worth 5 horsepower. I've also been reliably informed that if you paint your wheels pink, you also get an extra 3 horsepower. But clearly, as far as I can see, no one's done that today, so they're not valuing the extra horsepower enough.
And that'd go great with a sort of Porsche pink pig livery as well, so...
Oh, absolutely.
That'd be the way to go. Do it in style, do it with speed. Valtteri Alanda, big BMW horsepower. I'm not sure that VRS Coanda Jr. are putting up a complete fight here. And down Conrad straight into the chase. Valtteri Alanda moves up into 28th position. 2 more in front that I think he could close up on pretty quickly and take the fight to again.
Oh, 100%. I expect to see Valtteri at the head of this pack within not too many laps. I think that the pace from that Marla Racing Team car is really good at the moment. Obviously, the damage is a setback, the contact they had with Biela. But, you know, these races are attritional, and at the end of the day, if you can keep on going, keep taking the lap times, you know, you can still see yourself getting a top 20 at the end of the day.
Here is the Coanda Junior car. Xander Reed at the moment. A lot of 2 driver lineups for this race, and Coanda Junior no exception, with Oscar Pye the only other driver in this car. There's I've seen a couple of 3 driver entries, but certainly almost every car just the 2 drivers. Is that why you're on the sidelines?
I opted myself to be on the sidelines.
Oh, wide at McPhillamy for Commander Junior. Yeah, okay.
Very, very close. And that's the one thing that people don't, or maybe underestimate about these cars and the current tyre model of the GT3 with inside iRacing is once you get a little slide, you know, even a small correction over the top of the mountain, that really heats up the surface temperature and can make the car incredibly hard to drive. So, you know, you really want to be minimizing the amount of sliding as possible. Going back to your earlier point, in terms of lineups, you know, you're always 2 drivers is optimal. It's likely that if you've got 2 drivers that are fastest, that you know, if you're working together in a 2 for a 12-hour race, you can maintain that high level of pace no matter what driver's in the car. Sometimes, you know, your 3rd driver might be a little bit off, so you prefer to keep it as a 2. I'm sure a lot of these top teams don't really have drivers that tend to be too far off the pace, but as a 2 you tend to be able to control it a little bit more and get that little bit more extended stints in the car, and you know you're usually able to maintain a better pace throughout the race. I opted myself to be on the sidelines, however it was looking like we would have had to expand to a 3 for me to get into a car. However, that's, you know, we've seen Urano do that as well, but with the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain here live on RaceSpotTV tomorrow, I decided to take the sitting on the sidelines and get practicing for that.
Dominic Hoffman. He's driving the number 90 in 18th place as he gets past one of the other Team GZ cars, Loic Rabier. Of all of the Urano cars and all of the PGZ cars, these might be the 2 we're paying the least attention to, regrettably. The 114 PGZ taking a little more attention, and the, what is it, 91, 92, 93 Urano cars also running a little higher at the moment.
I think we saw Hoffman running pretty high early on in the race. Of course, this can fluctuate at any point in time with incidents, pit stops, small moments and stuff that can happen throughout the race. I wouldn't you know, underestimate the pace of this 90 Urano car. Of course, qualifying 6th on the grid clearly shows that the 1-lap pace is there, and it's just a case really of fighting back a little bit in terms of stint pace and how you're doing. And you know, like I say, there's still, you know, you can imagine all the chaos and carnage we've seen happen over the last 6.5 hours of this race. You know, we've still got 5.5 to go, pretty much half of that, so you could still see a lot of drama happening throughout the course of this race, and the 90 could definitely fight back to a top 10 situation.
Over the podium positions, C Sports Red enjoy an almost 10-second lead, but Elvis Rankin and the Apex Racing Team McLaren has been hunted down by Luca Kita. The Urano Esports Data Group number 92 in position to sweep up into 2nd place. He pulls the nose out pretty early down Conrod Straight to give himself the inside for the chase. Rankin is fuel saving as hard as we suspect he might be. This might not be unwelcome.
Of course, giving yourself that toe gives you the opportunity to just save that little bit more, as we hear as we're on board. A little bit of a clutch into the final corner. Of course, the reason why you hear the revs dive and the drivers jump into the clutch isn't a case of wanting to save more fuel by being on idle. It's actually a case of them wanting to carry more speed. Now, if you clutch and you eliminate the drivetrain losses of the car, or to a certain point of spinning the engine while you're coasting, you end up carrying quite a bit more speed, which just allows you to coast for longer and also just carry more speed and improve your lap time in general. But you know, not a big save there for Elvis ranking and seems to be pretty close up to the back of the number 92 Urano Esports Data Group car.
Not to be too funny, but I used to work with a guy who now performs as a tribute act and an Elvis impersonator, right? That was a bit of a moment in the dirty air for Rankin. There's rear tyres struggling on 48 Celsius track temperature. Okay, he went to Europe, right? Because they have competitions for Elvis impersonators. Genuinely, Elvis ranking. Like, that is 100% true story.
Oh. David, you never fail to amaze me with some of the things you come out with. I'm sure Elvis ranking won't be confused with Elvis ranking here today. Of course, the pace that Rankin has shown over this stint, really since I've come into the commentary booth, has been somewhat, I think, surprising considering where we ended off this stint as I took over from the wonderful Stefan Schlacker. And I would have somewhat expected, despite that gap going up during the pit stop phase, Elvis to not only close it down again, but, you know, see us get it down to that 3-2 second mark. But certainly over the mountain there, that was it doesn't look like much on our screens and your screens at home, but I can assure you that small slide and that small overheating of the tyres would have been so scary for Rankin in the car, and we could have very easily seen the next corner just spinning out because of how much grip and how much you spike the surface temperature of the tyre.
Amazes me, after all this time, all these laps, inside of our top 10, we've still got 3 great close battles like this, and even those that aren't in direct contact with their rivals are still battling this fuel strategy of all of the GT3s want to do about 58 minutes to a stint, but it's a round number of hours of racing. It's 12 of them, so you want to stretch that out to 60 if you can, and that's what some are doing, including maybe Apex Racing team that we look at here. Definitely something Altus Esports Red aimed for in their previous stint when they did 30 laps to the stint for the first time, to try to get themselves to that top of the racing hour. So Esports a lap down, hanging with just in the background of this shot. But on board again with Elvis Rankin. He's given us a taxi ride before. Let's get another around Mount Panorama Bathurst. Unchanged since 1987 almost. In my selfish opinion, one of the greatest motorsport tracks in the world. Let's enjoy it with Elvis Rankin. there you have it. Currently sitting third place, and the highest running of the McLarens in the 2023 edition of the iRacing Bathurst 12-hour special event. Apex Racing Team and Elvis Rankin. David Haynes here with Will Chadwick. It definitely seems like let Luca Kita through without too much fuss. Is now really enjoying having a Mercedes AMG GT3 hole punched in the air in front of him.
Of course, yeah. The AMG GT3 is a little bit bigger than the McLaren. Conventionally, I'd say slightly less aerodynamic from the eye, at least. But Kita's putting out some good times at the minute. You know, I think he's running maybe half a tenth faster than Aaron Vasquez ahead. Of course, potentially fuel saving involved inside that pace differential. But of course, this gives Rankin a free opportunity to kind of. Deary me, that was close.
Normally,
kind of just sit there.
It's the kangaroos that trim the grass by the side of the road.
Yeah, I mean, Rankin's playing it really close there. That McLaren looks completely on edge in this kind of weather condition. I certainly wouldn't want to be having too many of those moments if I was Elvis Rankin. I'd love to see that on board, actually, if we could get a replay of that over the top of the mountain, because that is so close to having an incident there. But yeah, I mean, able to get a bit of free fuel saving in, of course, still within the tow of Luca Kita ahead. Of course, newly a World Championship driver in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup as of this year, qualified through the Contender Series, beat me multiple times, and that's definitely why he got in. And yeah, fantastic driver, over 10,000 iRating these days, and you know, continually proves how good of a driver he really is.
Definitely an inch from disaster at McPhillamy Park. 20 minutes before the top of the hour, fourth place, Team PGZ Matti Sipola is back in again. Like a bandit, he cannot stay away from the pit lane, but he's so quick otherwise, and he's done 28 laps this stint, so that bucks the 26 lap trend. And they are still going to set themselves up for a short stop somewhere in this back half of the race. So in the top 10, the McLarens of Arnage and Redline. 5th and 6th now that PGZ have stopped.
Yeah, I think for Team PGZ, the 114 of Matti Sipola, maybe starting to realise through maybe some fuel calculations from the PGZ control tower that they have to just save a little bit of fuel to make sure that they're not making 2 stops to the end. Of course, I don't think it's ever going to be that close. I think comfortably within side of making it within that extra stop. However, of course, they are going to have to make that extra stop, and with only 10 seconds over our sort of charging pack behind of, you know, Redline Arnage, one of the 93 Urano car, you can even say Altus Green into that. Potentially, come the end of the race, depending on how the gaps are ebbing and flowing, going to see them drop behind those cars. But, you know, there's still plenty of time to figure out what's going to happen there.
Looking at the drive times here in the number 18 Arnage competition car, because I hardly remembered seeing anyone but David Toth in that. So I looked, and the answer is, yeah, he's done the absolute lion's share of driving in the number 18. 140 laps for Toth for 58 to Nicholas Rubilar, the co-driver. Second and third, so with Kita and Rankin.
Of course, checking the comments down in our YouTube chat. Feel free to ask any questions to us commentators. We will try and respond to them when we can. You know, we were having the the question of how many people are at 10k. And of course, you know, you speak about, David, with your response in the comments about inflation, and it has definitely, you know, the average iRatings have gone up a lot over the last year. You know, we're seeing a SOF here, so strength of field, basically the average skill of all the drivers in the race, of 8,000 between 48 cars, potentially, what's that, 100 drivers, and an average of 8,000. Those sorts of averages were being put out last year by a Daytona GT3 field, which was only what, 15, 16 cars. The inflation, like we speak about, has been massively apparent over the last few years. And if you look towards how many drivers are now above the 10,000 mark, you know, it's 11 drivers. There was once upon a time where it used to be 1 or 2, and I imagine when some people made it for the first time, it was very kind of crazy. And you know, even to be on the front page of iRacing these days, in the top 25, you have to be over 9,600 iRating. Kind of crazy how things have changed over the last 2 years.
The inflation at the top tracks pretty well with the number of new members, because that's where it comes from. Every new member starts with 1350. Some stay at 1350. Some lose a couple hundred and then never race again. And so they sit as an inactive account, having given some away to a bigger fish, who then gave some away to a bigger fish, who gave some away to a bigger fish, and then it ends up inflating these top iRatings past, you know, 6,000 used to be insane, and then 8,000, and then Max Benecke was the first to reach 10,000 road iRating, and now there's a lot of 7,000, 8,000, 9,000 iRating drivers, because there's more total in the pool, and it all just slowly makes its way to the top rated drivers who win it from the slightly lower rated drivers who win it from the slightly lower than that rated drivers.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, it's been quite apparent, the change over the last few years. You know, there's a time where you'd get into the, you know, even when you single it down to countries and seeing where people are at on iRating, you know, you'd be able to get into the top 25 of your country with 6,000 iRating, maybe 7,000. For example, the UK these days is on just the road side, the top 25 cuts off at 8,200. It really is a large growth, as we've seen over the last few years, but not necessarily a bad thing. Of course, it does lead to cultures of people maybe protecting their iRating a little bit, which, yeah, people like, people don't like, but it's always going to be the nature of the game when, at the end of the day, and to get into these top split events, to perform to the highest level, to have a chance at being an iRacing special event winner, you do need those higher iRatings.
On board with Speed Demons, powered by Mercedes, just up the road. Man, we were putting a lot of air into his bike tyres earlier. Valtteri Alander has cleared all the drivers he was racing with. He's ahead of Chit Chat, he's ahead of VRS Commander Jr., and he's ahead of Speed Demon, as you see. But Valtteri Alander is behind Dominic Hoffman and Hoffman's 10,500 iRating. The driver in 24th place, just ahead of us.
Yeah, of course, Hoffman known more really for prototype racing. Of course, today we are only in GT3s, so there is no prototype that Dominic Hoffman can step into. What a lovely guy. Don't know if you've ever met or talked to Dominic Hoffman. I met him for the first time at the Sim Racing Expo this year. Lovely, lovely guy. Really good to talk to, and knows a lot about this type of stuff. And you know, you don't get to 10,500 iRating with being bad. So despite the position that it may seem, the level here today is so enormously high that even small mistakes or lapses in pace can lead to you being a little bit further back.
Well, Hoffman's teammate in 4th place is coming under a little bit of heat because those McLarens that we've seen flying in formation for so long have caught him somewhat. Toth and Pinto in the Arnage and Redline McLarens in the tow of Couturt and Mercedes-AMG Team Urano number 91. Straight line speed of those McLarens can be pretty fearsome. They've been trimmed back a little bit for this Bathurst specific balance of performance. But they still look like a pretty strong package if you can keep the nose in front of the tail.
Yeah, I think that, as we see...
Rankin's back in second.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, a lot going on between 2nd and 6th place right now in this race.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see that change, actually. Clearly, Rankin not very happy with the pace of Kita and has decided to take matters into his own hands. If we watch a replay, so you can see the live pictures in your bottom right. We've got the replay on the main stage. Rankin up the inside. Kita lets off, understands that there's no point fighting at this stage of the race. And the Apex Racing Team 98 goes through.
That was that over 2nd place, but here for 4th, Couturt looking a little defensive on his way up to Griffin's Bend, turn number 2. He was running middle of the road to give himself the ability to close off the inside if he needed to. Found that David Toth wasn't quite close enough, but the pressure is building. Nothing in it now, and Couturt is being a little defensive, and it's 2 McLarens quickly lining up behind him, and they can be strong in a straight line. I think the Mercedes is still braking a little better, but the higher speed corners don't seem bad for the McLaren, and the straight line definitely not bad for it either.
What is very notable and what is important to note here is that I know from speaking, like I said earlier, to some of the guys that have stuck with McLaren, who maybe tested the Mercedes and decided not to go with it, is that the McLaren has a better end of stint pace. So if we split up our, let's say on average, 28 laps into 2 and say it's 14 and 14, in the first 14 your Mercedes-AMG cars are going to be doing probably better than what you'll see from the McLaren in ultimate pace. But as the stint goes on, the evolution of the tyres, as we see,
Toth is looking and he wants it. He's going to get down the inside. Will he make the whole corner? And he will. So no strong defense offered from Sam Couturt, but a very, very bold move from Toth. Now Diogo Pinto in the red line car wants some of that into the final corner. And into Murray's, he gets it. So in a handful of corners, Sam Couturt goes from 4th to 6th. Doesn't look entirely thrilled with it. But what are you going to do? That's racing.
Yeah, and I think that's also a key point is Pinto doesn't want to lose Toth. You know, he's been running with Toth for the entirety of this stint and doesn't want to risk giving up that advantage in terms of the tow that he's been so enjoying across the stint. And it's a statement of intent, really, from the Team Redline driver of wanting to crack on in this race. Now P5, looking for P4 and seeing if he can hand the car over, maybe to his teammate, Chris Lullen, in 4th position for Lullen to try and start to slowly eat into the gaps of the PGZ 114, who, of course, has stopped at the moment, and then the cars further ahead. Returning to my point that I was making before we saw the action into the
before something interesting happened.
Before something interesting happened. Like I said, if we split stint up into 2, it tends to be the McLaren being very strong in that second half. So it doesn't surprise me to see in the later stages of this stint, the McLarens coming onto the Mercedes-AMG Team Urano eSports car and managing to overtake Sam Couturt. Plenty of time left in this race for the Urano car to fight back. But like I said, doesn't surprise me with the pace that's being shown at the minute. What's important is for Sam Couturt to maintain this gap and keep in the tow.
Hey Will, it's a bit breezy, it's a bit drafty. Do you feel that?
No, I don't. Please.
Oh, I do, because the pit window's open.
Whoa! What a segue.
You will have seen either on RaceSpot.tv/timing or on our timing column in the TV pictures. Handful of cars starting to make their pit stops as we get close to the top of an in-race hour. Expecting a couple more in the next couple of laps, and then again, always critical to see who makes it all the way to the top of that hour, and it'll let us know how many pit stops are remaining in this race for different teams, because for some it's 4 to go, for some it's still 5 stops to go. And you've mentioned 50 kilometers an hour the limit in that pit lane. If you don't need another stop, you're going to try to avoid it. All action inside of the top 10. Second and third trading places. 4th, 5th, 6th battling here at 7th and 8th. It would appear Simone Maria Marcheno has managed to just close in on Dylan B. Scrivens. That would be your 24-hour series GT4 class leader in points at the moment, I think. Dylan,
would be correct,
whatever you want to call him, Scrivens.
Yeah, that's one thing is a common.
How are you doing in that,
question. By the way? How I would call Dylan? I think.
No, how are you doing in 24-hour series?
Oh, me? I'm not running in it personally anymore. I had to pull out with the old team in the Cup car due to missing 2 rounds, and did do a GT3 race. It went okay, but it was very short notice and not a lot of prep, so it wasn't the best. However, what I will say is you might want to not bring up the 24-hour series to Dylan at the minute, because in the last round they did have a small incident which stopped the winning streak of 4 in a row in the 24-hour East series in the GT4 class, and actually lost their first race of the season to, I believe it was maybe Impulse Racing in GT4, which was a really good win for them around the Nürburgring Nordschleife.
So from second place, Apex Racing Team McLaren on the lane right now. Luke McEwen, I think, getting back in as it was.
Yeah, absolutely, because we've seen Rankin do 2 stints now. Completely expected with how they've been doing these stints. Of course, maybe a little bit off it in driver changes. Of course, most people changing every 2 hours. The first hour of the race we saw McEwen just do 1 hour and then Rankin jump in. So a little bit different, a little bit out of sync from what we would normally see in terms of driver changes. However, McEwen, very, very fast, of course, was sensational last year. I think started really low down on the grid, but made one of the best first hours we've ever seen in one of these iRacing special events, coming up from like 46 to, I think, in the top 15 maybe by the end of the first hour. McEwen, very, very fast around here, and I know personally he loves this combo to drive. We look back towards our red line and our Arnage car. Expecting maybe these cars to pit this time around, maybe get 1 more lap out of it. It's interesting for me to see what maybe the leader does in the Altus Esports red car, because the pace from them this stint has been, I'd say, exceptional. You know, Aaron Vasquez has got into that car and pumped out, you know, over a second advantage more from where we started the stint. And I'd say if he's maintained that amount of fuel saving, he's done an absolutely fantastic job in the course of this race so far.
Inseparable McLaren buddies for the moment, it seems. Arnage and Redline pitted on the same lap last time. This will be to start the 28th lap of the stint for them. JRT gets very confused and won't tell me how many laps their previous stints were, but only for McLarens. Everyone else has got it worked out.
I'd say what we were saying, I think, at the end of the last stints, that, you know, if you're getting to 30, you're doing really, really well. So, you know, the maximum we can really expect from these two McLarens is probably 30 laps. However, I would hope or think that we would probably see 1 extra lap from Pinto over what Toth does. That would just logically make a little bit of sense, considering that you know, he's had a McLaren-shaped hole punched in the air for pretty much the entirety of this stint. However, you know, the amount of fuel that you'd have to save across this track is quite a lot, so it wouldn't be too surprising to see them pit on the same lap. However, I do imagine that Pinto will have used less stint, of course, not having to punch a hole in the air like Toth has had to do.
I feel a recall coming on every time we talk about Pinto fuel tanks.
Do you know what? I don't get that whatsoever, David, but I'm
okay,
sorry.
It's fine.
I'm sure
There's
it's
adults
a really good,
that know what I'm talking about.
I'm sure it's a really good reference and some kind of things, but unfortunately the only Pinto I know of is the iRacing 2022 Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Champion.
No wonder your previous team folded. Anyway, yeah, could this be an in-lap for these drivers? And if it is, I call that safe to the top of the hour, because it's about when you leave pit lane and after your 1 minute stop. If you're leaving pit lane past the top of the hour, you might be on. Pinto has obviously saved more fuel than David Toth, because Toth is rolling out a little earlier than Pinto was ready for. And Pinto says he's got another lap. What is Toth doing then? Pinto says, I want the lead and I've got one more lap in me. So this is a good stint length-wise from Pinto.
So something to note here. So obviously Pinto
stays out.
they're doing the same laps. So Pinto and Toth are going to be coming into the pit lane on the same lap. I expect this lap. And something to note from that is the fact that if you have that positional advantage, you know, you're saving yourself a car's width and a little bit more in the stop. And if Pinto has saved more fuel but hasn't able to go that extra lap, he will end up fueling 1 or 2 less litres. Simone Maria Marciano come into the pit lane, of course, again doing another really good stint on fuel, I think, because I think when I joined this commentary booth, it was maybe 6 hours and 3 minutes was the timer for Simone, and now it's
30 laps just then.
5 hours.
30 laps just then from him in that stint, also where he sort of caught and was putting some pressure on as well. So there's a lot of cars that looked quite iffy 3-4 hours ago, suddenly settling into their rhythm, saving a lot more fuel and going, do you know what we don't want? Is to have to pit for fuel coming to the white flag and throw away a couple of spots when we could have just saved a little more one of these middle stints in the race. And 30 minutes past the top of the hour, your leader pits after a 29 lap stint. Urano Esports starter group 92, Luca Key to follow in. So yeah, well and truly put your cardigan on as the breeze throws through the pit window.
It isn't a massive surprise to see our drivers
well, track temp's gone from 25 to 50, yeah, hasn't it? So that
from saving more fuel is what I meant to say. Yeah,
makes it more challenging to keep the throttle at 100.
Yeah, so naturally, I'd imagine my best guess would be we're probably seeing a discrepancy in lap fuel usage being, I'd say, about 0.2 different in the weather. Of course, hotter air and hotter track, meaning less time spent on full throttle, like you mentioned, meaning less fuel used, just making it a little bit easier to actually save a bit more fuel. So it's not surprising to see cars doing a longer stint at this stage of the race. But what I will say is that it's important that you get that small advantage now, so when the track cools down later on in this race into the final few hours, you're still able to maintain that and keep below the hour.
I mean, every single one of those cars you see in the lane right now are sitting pretty with sort of 2 minutes past the top of the hour, and if necessary be in a position to attack in the final stints and not need to super stretch out their fuel. So it does look like Redline are going to get out of the lane ahead of Arnaud, but I'm seeing an identical fill time from those two McLarens, which bucks what I would have expected based on the sharing the logic that you had earlier.
Yeah,
off the track, BMW Bank run deep into the chase, trying to jostle for position, and I believe that to be Is that Josh Anderson in that car? Is that 7 or 2?
Not quite sure, to be completely honest.
It'd have to be the 7, right? Yeah, it's the 7. Josh Anderson.
Yeah, I also saw that we didn't quite catch on camera. The BS Plus competition car, the 89. Huge moment on top of the hill behind our leaders of the race. Interesting to note that Luke McCone has been able to close that gap to the leader, which is impressive considering what we talk about with the heavier fuel loads when you come out onto new tyres.
Yeah, suddenly becoming a pretty fierce fight to 2nd and 3rd in this. The drama, the BS, oh, that curb. Oh my goodness, how did that stay out of the wall? That is one of the nastiest hits across that curb we've seen.
Yeah, and like I was saying, very, very close, you know, seconds from disaster it could have been. Yeah, we look back towards the number 93, Urano Esports car, running with its partner in crime, the Altus Esports green car that we've seen together for the best part of nearly an hour now, I think. Given the fuel mileage that the Altus Esports green car was able to produce in the last round of stops, you could perhaps see them going for that again just to get a little bit more of a buffer like we were talking about. Although they may go for the move, with them being really having quite a lot of pace, you know, our pole sitters, so you'd expect them to have some good pace.
You'd expect them to. What does the 1 lap difference of tyres make here in this? Because this is the first flying lap for Scrivens, and Marciano should probably be a bit closer to being able to push on.
Yeah, so the general gist of the new GT3 tyre model introduced for this season of iRacing, of course, we're currently in week number 10, so we're not far away from a second season in 2023. The revised tyre model for these GT3 cars tend to lend itself to a slightly slower warm-up. So originally, and for quite a while, I'd say at least a year, GT3 tyres used to be pretty optimal straight out the box, and you were able to extract a lot of performance straight away. However, I would note now that, you know, you would at least need a lap, half a lap, to get the tyres kind of up to a good temperature where you can set competitive lap times. So I'd certainly imagine coming out the box you have a small disadvantage, nothing major, but as long as you're aware and cautious of that fact, you should be pretty safe on making any mistakes. But I would suggest that the time that we're most likely to see mistakes from drivers is in those first few laps of a stint, when the tyres are slightly at a less optimal grip level.
Another one of these cars that spends 5 to 10 minutes of every hour looking in contention, then to immediately dive to pit lane. Lobs Falcon Esports Skovankini, also driven by Jared Filsell and Brody Kostecki. One of the very few 3-driver cars, as we were touching on, and you explained the reasons why. 2 can often be preferable for finding the setup window, narrowing the driver preferences, and in this day and age, keeping your average I rating high for registration.
Yeah, absolutely. I bet there's a few teams out there that would be very surprised that they didn't make this top split. Often, when you have a grid this large, you would expect the soft to maybe be, the strength of the field to maybe be mid-low 7s, and the cut-off to being the lowest people getting in, maybe at 6,000, 6,500, but definitely looks higher today, and that's a testament to what we've already previously touched on of the inflation in iRacing as of recently. Govankini actually participated in the very first iRacing Bathurst 12-hour top split event earlier this morning. I noticed that they went for a little race, so got a bit of practice in the opening conditions and how the race stint goes early this morning, and has, you know, obviously shown really, really good fuel mileage over the course of this race, which could end up coming into mattering quite a lot towards the end.
Well and truly in the back half of this endurance race, this iRacing special event now. Let's take a look at our top 20 and our winning contenders. Altus Esports Red lead the way, 8 seconds clear. Aaron Vasquez behind the wheel of the Mercedes AMG GT3 at the moment. Second and third, things are definitely interesting there. And cutting into the lead just a little bit, Luca Kita in the Urano Esports Data Group Mercedes in second. Immediately behind him, it's Luke McEwen in the Apex Racing 98 McLaren MP412C GT3, the Flamey Boy. Driver change in the last stop for Team PGZ. They're the highest running Ferrari, and they've had some scorching lap times in the hot track temperatures. Matty Sipler has driven most of the laps, but it's Jacob Kwiatkowski. That seems close enough. At the moment, in 4th place in that car. Completing our top 5 at the moment, Team Redline Diogo Pinto managed to break away a little bit in the most recent phase of pit stops. He was previously in lockstep with Arnage competition, where David Toth still drives, so lion's share of the driving, at least at the moment, at this point of the race, for those drivers. And then in 7th, we find Vlad Kimichev driving the Mercedes AMG Team Urano number 91. One of many Urano Mercedes out on the racetrack at the moment. Flying the banner in second for that team. The other, immediately behind for track position, Urano Esports Heineken Media, Dylan Scrivens driving that car in 8th spot. Only just holding on to it at the moment as he's fiercely pursued by Altus Esports Green. Simone Maria Marcheno has been behind the wheel of that one for some time now. And our top 10 completed by Team Redline 75. Josh Thompson driving that at the moment.
Yeah, just outside the top 10 and in a pretty close battle with the 75 Team Redline car is the number 3 Apex Racing team of Michael Gianni on board. Of course, competing again like Diogo Pinto earlier this week in the Skip Barber esports series, hosted on Thursday evenings on iRacing, Thursday or Friday, depending if you're European or American. In 12th place, we've got the Apex Racing Academy car of Parker White, who's not too far back from the Apex Racing team car, and then swiftly followed by the Team BMW Bank car that we've seen make some really good progress from the start of this race, starting P30, but you know, now up to 13th with Joshua W. Anderson behind the car. In 14th place, we've got a current Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup driver and the, I believe, PESC Brazil or PESC Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Brazil champion, Gustavo Ariel, of course one of the many world licenses taking part today, and Pure Sims Esports ex-privateer, who were going really, really well at the start, have dropped off a little bit from the start of this race, but still running really well in P number 15 with Lucas Prada behind the wheel. Of course, the fuel mileage heroes at the moment in this race, the Lobs Falcon Esports car, driven currently by Govan King, one of our fewer 3-driver lineups in this current moment in time, is in P16. Followed by P17 of the number 90, and probably the most neglected of our coverage today, of the Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports cars, one of the 4 cars that they have fielded today in this race, with prototype legend Dominic Hoffman behind the wheel. VS Plus competition in the number 89 car, it is in 18th place with Keiko Shube, who we saw having an absolutely monumental moment over the top of the hill not too long ago as we ran through the stops at the top of the hour. And behind them is the Team PGZ 124 car, piloted by Maral Duzek. And in P number 20, rounding out our top 20, is the new recruit to Door Esports, or that's what I think it is, in Damon Woods, the Australian who has been tackling the mountain this day.
Well, I've had a lookie, and of the 49 cars we had on the grid, about 8 or 9 are 3-driver lineups. The bulk are 2-driver lineups. There were, in fact, 2 4-driver lineups. Don't think either of them are running.
4 drivers?
Sorry, the 124 is running. Yeah, PGZ 124 is running. So, Samuel Ward, Loic Rebia, Simon Nicholson have all driven. And Marlon Ducek is in for his first laps of the race. So, and then there's one called SimRC Spare Car, and only Felix Ludding drove that, and he drove 39 laps and has been parked since then.
Seems like the spare car didn't really end up being the spare car, and more just the car that's crashed. But like you say, I mean, it's interesting when you're feeling a 4-driver lineup. It's something I wouldn't really expect to see happening in an event that's only 12 hours long. That averages out at, what, 3 hours per driver? It's not a lot of time to end up in the car, and even when you think of a stint perspective, it's a bit weird for a driver to do either 3 hours in a row or...
Moves on. Second place there. Luke McEwen moves back into second place and starts almost immediately gapping Luca Keitsa. Again, 3 laps difference in the stints here. So the sort of difference in the tyres, difference in the cars, etc. But they are taking a little bit of time out of the leader. It was kind of closer to 10 seconds. Now it's a bit closer to 6.5.
Yeah, I think dealing with a little bit of traffic this lap for the Altus Esports red car, but certainly, as you say, the gap has started to come down just that little bit. Of course, you know, Luke McEwen getting into the car, getting back that second place, which we've seen really ebb and flow between the two cars fighting for the remaining spots on our podium at this moment in time, but definitely not out of contention for this race win here today. It's not surprising to see Luke getting back that second place, and certainly by the gap that he's opened up over the mountain, got a lot of pace in hand.
Just thinking, and that's what the smell of smoke was. Never been an F1 world champion called Luke, has there? Who's the best known racing driver called Luke?
That's a really good question, and I'm going to have
Super common name. I just realised.
Super common name.
Not much of a racing driver name for some reason.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of anyone that I can think of called Luke in racing in a prevalent spot, but I am really failing to think of that person. Perhaps we could give it to Luke McEwen.
Absolute trailblazing Luke.
Yeah, one of the best sim racers currently inside the UK. One of the most talented drivers around, of course, emerging onto the scene in late 2020, making a name for himself in 2021, and joining, I believe it was Altus Esports for a small period of time, then on to Redline, and then on to the Apex Racing team, where he seems to have settled down and really started to crack on in terms of just driving really well and performing to the front of these special events. Of course, we saw running very high up, not only in the BMW Sim Cup earlier this past few weeks, but also in the Daytona 24 Hours, where we saw both the Apex cars working to tremendous effects with the bump drafting strategies that they were employing.
Cloud cover all around the circuit, track temp down to 43 Celsius. You can walk your dog now. Presumably not for long, the sun will come back out. But yeah, just unpredictable sometimes how those conditions can change a little bit. And it's densely packed in a 4-way fight for position for the final spot inside of the top 10. Team Redline 75 Josh Thompson. That's the car that's shared with Alex Below, not the Team Redline number 1 Diogo Pinto Chris Lollam car that's a little further up the road. This Redline McLaren is a mother duck with some ducklings, it looks, with Apex Racing Team, Apex Racing Academy and Team BMW Bank right in tow. Josh Anderson, in the Team BMW Bank car, a race winner around this circuit in full metal. I was there to witness at least one of them.
And that experience is what kind of pays off at this type of track. I'd say the closest thing you're going to get to there being a track specialist driver outside of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, which is notorious for having track specialists with how hard that track is to drive, is probably the Bathurst Mount Panorama circuit, because of how precise and unique of a track it is. You know, it's a very long lap for a conventional circuit, and you know, half the lap is practically a street circuit where you're going flat out half the time. It's a very unique and challenging circuit where drivers can really show how good they are.
Any team orders amongst the Apex cars sandwiched in the middle of this? You've got Apex Senior and Apex Junior. BMW breathing down their neck and towing behind the Team Redline 75. Unlike
the number 99 Apex Racing Team car, Parker White will not be racing from the Apex Team facility, at least I believe so. Think probably still situated with Inside America, so there's going to be no verbal comms between those two drivers, but Michael Yanni, well, I'm sure will be talking with his fellow teammates when he's outside the car, who I do believe may be racing from the Apex facility. Or I might be wrong as well, because and another American, but I did believe, as we see a move to the inside.
Pretty gutsy at Griffin's Bend. Great work by Josh Thompson to cut back on the racing line, get to that bank side and box out those behind. A big look from Josh Anderson, and he gets down the inside of Parker White there. So the Apex Racing Academy car goes backwards, the Apex Racing Team car goes forwards. Big change in this four-way battle.
Yeah, and like you say, it was a really gutsy move, but also very smart driving from Thompson. Of course, very experienced with inside the world of GT racing. Competed across many sims. Well, not many sims, but many championships across iRacing for the last, you know, you could attribute maybe 5 years almost. Pretty sure completed in the GT World Championship, which was the World Championship event inside these types of Tim Top cars before we had the likes of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. Did also compete in that for a number of years. Very good at Daytona last time out in our iRacing special events, and a pretty smart move there, battling for this top 10. Of course, you don't want to end up getting in a crash in this position, you know, with 4 hours 30 to go, when you could just sit behind and save a little bit of fuel with one of the Apex Racing Team cars ahead of you.
As I cast my eyes up and down my timing screen, there's only 5 battles going on right now. 5.5 green flag racing hours into this race. So it's certainly setting itself up for a great finish as well, with your top 3 inside of 7 seconds of each other. There is no room for damage or a crash or a pit lane or a strategy fumble. Parker White wants his spot back from Josh Anderson, who might just have to yield on that one. Ended up on the dirty side of Griffin's Bend. Wanted to hold it around the outside, but there's no grip out that side of the crown in the road.
It's interesting to see them chopping and changing positions here in this somewhat fight for the places into this top 10. I think that Apex Racing Academy car has been going pretty well, and I think it's attributing to the system that that Apex have throughout of iRacing. Of course, they've got a really good structure in terms of the academy cars always tend to be really competitive in these special events, and I think that just contributes to how well they're able to prepare. Obviously, I think, you know, a little bit limited prep for this event for the Apex Racing team, at least what it was said from their side on social media, and you would normally expect them to be at the very, very front of this field. Of course, one of those cars is currently challenging for the win as it currently stands. But yeah, I think it's generally a good showing, considering that I think the McLaren, at least in this race, has somewhat surprisingly been probably the second best car when most people thought it was going to be the best.
I don't think last weekend anyone knew what was the best car until final half of race day.
Yeah, and certainly, you know, watching the real life Bathurst 12 hour, you know, there's a large extended period of green flag racing there, and there was a very, very good finish indeed. I think, what was it, the top three finished with inside 1.5 seconds after over 4 hours of green flag running towards the end of the race.
4 hours 45, something like that. It just kept going, and they did not slow up.
Certainly, I think if we were to see the top three finish within 1.5 seconds today, we would be very, very happy with that. Parker White in the Apex Racing Academy car has closed up to the back of Josh Thompson after regaining his position from the team BMW bank car. Of course, pretty feisty at the moment, looking really quite fast, to be honest. At least from the initial sectors of this lap and through the twisty stuff, Parker White seems to be maybe the fastest of this group, potentially. However, you know, there's still a bit of strategy at play here, and you can't tell really how much people are saving as Josh Thompson gets incredibly close to the wall there. Lucky to get away with not hitting it at that period of time.
Definitely want to stay with your teammate if you can, and look how much Josh Anderson has closed in from Skyline to the elbow. Seems to be a strength for the BMW there, because he looked like he was getting dropped up the hill in the first half of the lap. Looks like he's maybe getting a little dropped in the straight line, but there just seems to be some parts of the track he can absolutely stay with the McLarens, and on the brakes is one of them. Can't help but imagine, if you are Parker White, you don't entirely enjoy having another car between you and your teammate that you were so successfully working with earlier.
I think it's all part of the process of moving forward. I think all cars in this train have got good underlying pace and are not in too much of a risk from
You're like a sim racing therapist here, man. You're like, sometimes letting go of the position is part of moving forward.
Oh, you know me,
I like
always very calm and relaxed, and I try and bring reason to the chaos of the sim racing world at times. Of course, you know, I'd love to be calm and relaxed all the time and say that I was while driving, but that's not always the case. And, you know, I think everyone's impartial to getting worked up and a bit stressed and panicked in the moment. But all drivers in these endurance events, you tend to calm down a lot more, I'd say. When you like getting to the rhythm of, you know, a 1, 2, 3 hour stint, potentially, depending on how long you're going for, you tend to end up being quite relaxed and calm. So all these drivers will be just running through the motions, doing everything they've practiced in. Oh my word, Thompson had a little wiggle over the top of the hill there, and definitely looks to be maybe feeling the pressure a little bit from Parker White behind. I wouldn't suggest it's anything to be alarmed about, but it's definitely maybe something for Parker White to consider here, of whether he wants to have a go down into the braking zone here. I think that we could see a move this time by happening for the Apex Racing Academy 96 car. Getting in the slipstream, getting up behind the rear wing. 1/10 of a second. Do we pull to the inside? We do. Late on the brakes, gets alongside. It's going to be door-to-door contact there.
And Anderson says, free position, I'm back into this. So shaping up the whole way down Conrod Straight. looked for it down the inside of the chase and not able to outbrake Josh Thompson, who was not going to give it up for free.
Yeah, nothing that was too out of the order there. I think it was generally just a racing incident. A small amount of contact was made to the door of the number 75 Team Redline car with the number 96. Again, I think plenty of racing room was given there, and nothing was too bad. But definitely a setback for Parker White, who, you know, we can admittedly say has looked really, really strong in this part of the stint in the Apex Racing Academy 96 car. And again, dropping behind the Team BMW bank car for not the first time in this stint will be a setback that I'm thinking that will be maybe frustrating him at this point in time. But it's important not to get too head over heels and just keep your head nice and focused on what you have to do and not end up destroying the tyres or anything like that.
Last 2 laps, that BMW has looked so strong from Skyline to the Dipper. Just this segment right here. And again, he goes from, you know, barely in front of the Apex Racing Academy car, almost right underneath the rear wing of the Redline car. It's just a short but very challenging segment of this circuit where Team BMW Bank and the BMW look really good. In a straight line, not so much. That just little part really got a lot of confidence and speed through there. Again,
looking towards the YouTube live chat, we had some suggestions for famous Lukes in racing in general. Lucas Count, not sure I've ever heard of him. And maybe some jokes, to be honest, because to be honest, I don't know of any Lukes really high up in racing. At least I hope we're not forgetting someone big. But, you know, Elvis Rankin, the driver in the 98 Apex Racing team, tuning into the stream and confirming that Luke, in his opinion, is the GOAT. Luke McEwen, that is. So, you know, some opinions there between teammates and some good moral support. Of course, like we say a lot of the time here, if you have any questions, you know, we've got plenty of time to get through them as we are broadcasting this race. Of course, I'm only here for the next 30 minutes, I believe. So if you've got any questions for me, please do ask them now, or I'll be disappeared forever. And you'll be able to catch me tomorrow on RaceSpotTV racing.
Yawn. Not quite. Not quite. I'll walk that one back. Yeah. Likewise, because for the final 4 hours of coverage here on RaceSpotTV, bringing you every minute uninterrupted of the iRacing special event Bathurst 12 hour this year. The final 4 hours, Arjuna Kankapati and Andy McEwen. Spelled differently than Luke McEwen. Very capable hands to draw this one to a close, and it's shaping up to be every bit of a fantastic race. And I've been just keeping my eye on these gaps of the top 3, and it's just closing up at this point of the stint between the Altus Esports red Mercedes and the Apex Racing team McLaren in second. Does that continue up towards the pit stop potentially, and then every chance that Altus pull out a couple of seconds through those couple of laps around the pit stop again for reasons you mentioned probably about this point an hour ago. Racing is 4-way fight, and it's for the final top 10 spot.
Yeah, it is interesting really, because we saw this gap come down to what, 3 seconds when Elvis Rankin was in the car for his first stint not too long ago. Again, it seems to be the first stint for whatever reason, and I'm not quite sure, because I'm pretty sure they're changing tyres every stint, that they seem to be advancing onto the back of the Altus Esports red car. Seems to be maybe a few mistakes, maybe creeping in at the front of the field, which is causing the gap to come down a little bit quicker than the pace probably shows. But all interesting. With not too long left in this race, I think it's going to be interesting to see where it's kind of going, because we do mention that we believe the Apex Racing Team car, if they don't make that, if they do have to do an extra stop, they'll need a gap of at least 20 seconds. So if they are planning on winning this race and doing an extra stop, it's likely that they're going to have to start thinking about not only making that move for the lead, but extending the gap.
Fastest car on circuit at the moment is second place, Luke McEwen, 203 flat. For example, these 4 cars we're watching here have been mid 203s, so got half a second a lap, last lap on this group of Michael Jarney, Josh Thompson, Josh Anderson, Parker White. Josh Thompson looks one of the weaker cars of this 4 lineup, and all of a sudden he's got a massive run on Michael Jarney in towards the chase. And Josh Anderson, the BMW, gets closer, but not close enough to have a dive either. Those games with a bit of this fuel saving around.
Yeah, I think
they're all trying to do some, but not give up their position as they do it. And if you saw, Josh Anderson sort of went middle of the road there, so he could roll out of the throttle early, save fuel. Shut up, dog. But not feel threatened to get overtaken while he saves.
Yeah, I think it could be a case of Thompson sitting back for a second, cooling the tyre, of course. If you do manage to have a few laps where you can settle the car down a little bit and cool the tyre, you're able to regain a little bit of that pace. We do see maybe a pass for position here with Parker White on the outside.
Oh, return serve, isn't it? White held Anderson out wide previous time through there. This time Anderson says ball other side of court, and you see just how little grip there is out there. That car was almost headed for the wall, the Apex Academy machine.
Moving to one of the questions we have received in the YouTube chat. Yeah, no, it's a must answer. Now, Elvis Rankin asked what my opinion was with pineapple on pizza was.
Now, before you answer, are you going to answer this as William Chadwick or as William Chadwick who's filling in for Lorenzo Bonda?
Oh, I'm answering this as William Chadwick. Now, I was teammates with 2 Italians, and I know that if I was to come up with any other answer than banish it from the face of the earth, and I hope no one ever does that ever again, I think they'd come for me with, I don't know, spaghetti to stab me with. I'm not sure, but what I will say is that pineapple has no place on pizza, and anyone that eats pineapple on pizza deserves to be banished to the Shadow Realm.
These are the opinions of William Chadwick, not necessarily iRacing or RaceSpotTV. What kind of Italians are we talking? Because there's more than just one garden variety Italian. You've got
proper Italians. with proper Italian names, Gianmarco Feducci and Alessandro
Are we like Sicilians?
Ottaviani.
Are we like Northern Italians? Are we Calabrians? What are we?
I'm not Romans? Romans? Wait, are we going back in time and getting the Roman Empire back and going? No, just general Italians. I don't know exactly what region of Italy both Alessandro. I think Rome actually. No, I do think Alessandro Ottaviani lives in Rome. But yeah.
If the UK can't agree on what to call their 7 p.m. meal, then how on earth are you going to paint all Italian pizza preferences with one big brush?
Pineapple on pizza is a crime, and it shall never be. It's a crime. I'm almost certain that every Italian would agree with me in this statement.
Well, send me to jail, sentence me to death, and my last meal is pizza with pineapple on it.
And that is why, David, you cannot race in a top split iRacing event, because it's the pineapple on pizza. That's all that's holding you back. I'm sorry, it's the truth.
We had a good 1.5 hours going on here, man. And now you've gone and peed in my kiddie pool.
You brought it up. You said that pineapple and pizza
Absolutely did not. This was an Elvis Rankin thing.
We can blame Elvis Rankin all you like, but the opinion is a bad opinion. I'm sorry to say it.
Well, it's a three-way fight here now over this final top 10 spot. Apex Racing Team, Team Redline, Team BMW Bank. Parker White trying to stay in touch after getting filth on his tyres and losing a lot of time through Griffin's Bend.
Yeah, and this battle has been quite intriguing because we thought that White was maybe the fastest of this group. We thought Thompson was struggling a little bit on pace. Now Thompson's come back a bit. Michael Yanni seems to be the most consistent one out of the lot for the majority of the stint ever since he took the lead of this little group. But it's been quite an interesting fight, and that's mainly why we've been spending so much time looking at it, because I think generally it's the best fight we currently have on the circuit, and it's an intriguing thing to see whether anyone's able to get a sizable advantage over each one another.
So while this goes on, there's a three-way fight over 4th. There's a battle for 8th, just a couple seconds off the road, and the race leads down to under 3 seconds. So we saw amazing pace in this car, this yellow and black Ferrari from Matty Cipolla. Teammate Jakub Kwiatkowski in the car right now, not able to match the same lightning in a bottle. In fact, he heads straight for pit lane right now. Apparently it's pit stop time, but he did have the McLarens of Arnage and Redline starting to close up behind him. So I wonder if Kwiatkowski's gonna stay in that car. If he's about due some stints, because otherwise Cipolla is going to be doing 9 or 10 of this 12-hour race.
Well, of course, we've got minimum driver time to adhere to, which is, I believe, 25% of the driver with the most amount of laps. So if you've got a 2-driver setup, 25% of 10 hours, if the driver was to do that, would be 2.5. So you can't have a driver doing 10 hours, you'd have to have them doing a maximum of 9. Of course, if you expand that to 3 drivers, it changes a little bit. But you know, as much as I flamed you for your abilities with inside iRacing and your opinions on pizza, you have been doing a lot of real-world racing recently, haven't you, David? Or at least a good fair share of it, and I know that you've been enjoying that.
Yeah, I had myself a good 3 weekends last year, which was pretty good. Driving some tracks that were all new to me, and 3 cars, 3 teams that were all new to me. But yeah, I don't know. It's dangerous because you wake up one day and you're like, oh, it's race week, and then the next week is still race week. You don't need to come down for 3 weeks, and then when you do, oh, drama at the elbow, just keeping it out of the wall. The Urano Esports Heineken Media Dylan Scrivens, just keeping it out of Dylan Scrivens. Simone Maria Marcheno moves up into 7th, but he was probably an inch away from those 2 cars being speared across the track and blocking the circuit at the elbow.
Well, Bobo, Becky, whatever you want to say, Scrivens had a very big moment there, and I'm sure as we see a replay, just that car getting a little bit away from it. It doesn't look that much from that angle, but you know, if you watch
it looks bigger live. There was more smoke live.
Yeah, there was. The car had quite a large moment. It was quite a good save from Dylan to keep it out the wall. Of course, that is the main important thing. Car is not in the wall, still in the toe of the Altus Esports green car. So that's the main thing. And of course, these little moments happen for all cars in this race, and it's just about minimizing the effect of that once it happens. Under 2 seconds now, the gap to the race lead. Luke McCone has been doing a really good job, as you see. Look at the amount of lock that Dylan had to put on there into the final corner.
Was it just unstable rear end braking downhill, or is this another one of those cases where the automatic blip on the downshift third to second, it is not perfectly clean and can occasionally lock up the rear wheels in those downshifts into slow corners.
I know the Mercedes is notorious for having what some would refer to as a handbrake when down changing into gears, specifically into the first gear. However, Dylan was only using the second gear there, and at least from when I was looking on board, it looked to have originated from just getting the rear unstable under braking, and wasn't necessarily some kind of blipping error on his behalf, or not really on his behalf, on the car's kind of characteristics. But like we were saying about the race lead, Luke McEwen has had what can only be described as sensational stint. Aaron Vasquez, who was very fast in the first part of his stint when he got into the car, seems to have slowed down a little bit, but has still maintained a really good pace in relation to the Luca Kita driven car of the Urano Esports Data Group car. It's more that McEwen has kind of been the difference here, because we saw at least the 98 and the 92 holding pace with each other for a long time, and McEwen's kind of stepped that level up once he's got in the car and really put in some absolutely dynamite lap times to close this gap now. If you're in that number 41 Altus Esports red car, you're starting to look in your virtual mirror, in the cockpit, maybe in the screen, and you're starting to see the menacing sight of the 98 Apex Racing Team car in your rearview mirrors. But you do obviously know the differing strategies that you are both on. And, you know, like we've alluded to many times, if they're not able to make the hour, then it's going to be an interesting fight towards the end. But this is certainly the pace we were perhaps expecting to see, as the track temperature now nearly reaches 52 degrees Celsius. How much it has changed in the last 10 minutes has been, quite frankly, crazy, considering it was down to 40 as the cloud covered the track for a little moment in time not too long ago.
One day science will work it out, but there is just something special in the air, in the ground at Mount Panorama. 7 hours, 45 minutes of non-stop, uninterrupted green flag racing, and 1.2 seconds covers the gap first to second between two different teams, two different drivers, two totally different models of car. 10 seconds, in fact less than that, 7 covers our whole podium, and there are fights everywhere up and down the field. There's 15 minutes left of me and Will Chadwick. Then comes Arjuna Kankapati and Andy McEwen, capable hands to bring you to the end of this thrilling iRacing special event. There are thousands of iRacing teams, thousands and thousands of iRacers racing the Bathurst 12 hour right now. This is our creme de la creme. This is the top split. This is the 49 highest ranked teams. And boy, are they close. Underneath a second between Altus Esports Red and Apex Racing Team for the lead of this year's race. And Luke McEwen is pushing on, trying to close that, trying to catch underneath a second, trying to get that slipstream down the long Conrod and Mountain Straights. And he almost overstepped it coming down the hill. That McLaren struggling on this super hot track temperature of over 50 degrees Celsius, but he can see a chance at victory. And one of the hardest to win iRacing special events. There is only one winner of this split. No prototype GT2, GT3 winners. It's only GT3 cars. It's one class. This race will have one winner.
And like you say, that is coming to fruition really here at the moment. You know, we're seeing this battle for the lead materialize, and before we get a full-on battle for the lead, I will address one of the comments. We've been asked if there's a French driver in the split. Well, currently the only French driver on track and driving at the moment is the number 16 of Charlotte Morelli, I think is where I'd say, in 29th position. So that's just to answer one of our comments. That's the only French driver currently driving. but there might be a few others that are currently sat on the sidelines in pit lane. We look to our leaders. Of course, the gap only 0.6 of a second between these two cars. It seems just a matter of time before we see an attempted pass here at the front of this field. Luke McEwen has been sensational in the course of this stint, and as we enter the last 12 minutes of these drivers' fuel tanks running close to dry, we can only imagine how this is going to pan out.
Deliberate David Attenborough impression?
Oh, no, totally
that was
not.
pretty close. I rate it, but thinking, big picture, you've got a really great strategy mind for these endurance races, Will. It's I know something you're really, really strong at, and one of the reasons you've probably joined Altus Esports, because they've been pretty damn good at them as well. But, I mean, last time around, the Apex McLaren stopped 3 laps before Altus Esports had to. McEwen's obviously been pushing on very hard this whole stint. Vasquez may be holding something back. Is there a world where Apex can't make the fuel to follow Altus's strategy, or have they reached a sweet spot where they feel like they can push on in this back part?
I think potentially last stint was a stint of Elvis going, right, it's my final stint in the car, I feel pretty comfortable, got warmed up, let's see how much fuel I can save, and can we save enough to salvage the fact that we're not going to make the hour. Can we save this? Can we bring this back in line to still give us a chance on the same strategy as the leading car? I imagine the conclusion they came to was no. That means that they're now on this alternative strategy, but with the pace that they are showing, and with the dynamite speed that McEwen has been able to unlock over the course of this stint, it's only a matter of time before we see potentially a change for this lead, and then the mission from Apex to open up that gap as big as possible. We're looking to see the magic number for Apex is by the end of this race, providing that there is no issues for our top 3 cars, is probably a lead of around 30 seconds is my best guess. Potentially a little bit less than that, 28. If they have that going into the last stop, they are likely to come out into the lead. But there's still a lot to play for here with 4 hours and 10 minutes remaining.
Yeah, quickly approaching pit window once again. Rolls around on the hour, every hour, just like news on the radio. 0.6 of a second, McEwen in the slipstream of the race leader. This is the gap and the battle on track for the race lead. What we don't know, and what the next 4 hours will tell us, is what is the gap on fuel, on strategy between Altus and Apex. Both teams that have started this race with many cars. For Altus, their green car lost time quite early. Their yellow car leading the race when it collided with a spun-lapped car and lost 8 minutes, and then subsequently drops out of this race. For Apex, who's seen what some of their other cars are up to in other battles, just goes to show that with 49 incredibly strong teams, you've got to bring a couple to have a chance at surviving everything that can unfold in a 12-hour race at one of the world's most challenging circuits in a big single-class grid.
Of course.
So for McEwen then, is he going to try to make this pass before his pit stop window? He started lap 28 of this stint in the Apex McLaren.
I absolutely see no reason for McEwen to wait. He knows the important... They're the only ones that realistically know what strategy they're on. We're in here with limited information. We can only kind of give an idea of what we believe their strategy to be on. But if it's what we think it is, David, there is no time to wait. The gap needs to be opened up as soon as possible, as with only a third of this race remaining now, it's pressure on really for the Apex Racing team to make that gap and really perform when it matters.
So McEwen's got mega speed. and for the Apex Racing team, they know they've got a lot of pace inside of the car. Their anxiety is about that fuel. What about shoe on the other foot, Altus Esports Red, Aaron Vasquez and his co-driver? They trust and believe they've got the strategy right, but they've seen this stint, the McLaren, come from 8 seconds back, 5 seconds back, into their mirror, into their slipstream, and they are still fuel saving, giving up a little bit of time and trying to trust the strategy team.
I think it's a case of, in the Altus car, experience and youth. You know, Vasquez, an upcoming driver with inside the iRacing scene, probably a similar position to what McEwen was in a year and a half ago. A very, very fast young driver, just 15 years of age. But then on the other side, you have Carlos Fenalosa, you know, previously driving in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, more in the 991 era of cars. And the experience of good era. And the experience that Fenalosa has with inside that class and with inside iRacing will help to level their head. You know, it's important for Vasquez not to panic too much and get too up in the moment and react to what McEwen is doing. He doesn't necessarily need to run to McEwen's pace. He also doesn't really need to abide to his strategy. He just needs to keep running consistent laps, the laps that he knows he needs to do to maintain his strategy, and just keep focused on what he needs to do. He doesn't need to worry about the car behind for this current moment in time, and I think keeping a level head is key to what's important here. Still looks very strong over the main top of the mountain and is able to consistently keep a decent gap every time we exit onto the main straight. And yeah, I think the way you balance it is looking at, you know, what the driver's strengths, what the strategies that are on, and really you've got to say there's probably more pressure on the Altus Esports Red car. You know, Apex Racing team have won a few special events recently. You know, they've been almost, I'd probably say as a phrase of maybe on top of the world in terms of the iRacing scene. They've been incredibly competitive for a number of times. Into the box, like we expect. Luke McEwen comes in 5 minutes before the hour. Maybe we'll get the lead just momentarily as we enter the pit lane. However, like you say, Apex probably have a little bit less pressure on their shoulders. I believe Altus Esports hasn't won a special event in potentially 3 years. I know it was Daytona 2019 was one of the last. Yeah,
I've got a friend who keeps going on about it.
Yeah, so I think that you know, you could perhaps say the pressure is on Altus because they're in a very, very good position with a third of this race to go to win this race. However, you know, again, the pressure could equally be sided upon the Apex Racing Team car because they are favourites. They are expected to win alongside the likes of Redline. You know, when you come into a special event like this, these are the sorts of teams you expect to be right at the front and really the dynamite teams winning and trying to compete for the top honours. So an expectation placed upon them is perhaps something you need to factor in as well. And you know, as we exit our final few minutes inside this commentary booth, it's all to play for at the front of the field.
So did I see that right? Only 25 seconds of service just then for Apex Racing Team. They've gone and taken one of their short fuels early. When we cycle through at the top of this hour, that will see them through into the racing lead in clean air. And whoever drives, be it Luke McEwen, be it his co-driver, they will need to press on to try to cover off the final stop of Altus Esports Red. They've diverged the strategy early and decided, let's keep Altus guessing. Let's keep them worried about what our pace can do. Let's keep them worried about trying to save that fuel while they cover our pace. Such an interesting decision with 4 hours to go. for Apex to say, no, we're not going to take a 5-lap splash at the end. We're going to run the car 3/4 a tank of fuel, 3/4 a tank of fuel, 3/4 a tank of fuel. Try to keep it light, keep it quick, like PGZ had done in that Ferrari, but even more dramatic. It sets up a convergence of two totally different theories to the end of this race.
That is an impressive and brave strategy call, and I commend that, because that is exactly what you need to do in the position that Apex Racing Team are on. Like we've concluded over the last half an hour, we believe that they decided that they couldn't make it, and that has just been proven in that strategy call there. Not only does this now keep Altus Esports guessing and having to maybe perform to a pace that they're not comfortable with, it allows Apex Racing to take new tyres but run on the minimum amount of time for taking tyres and not losing extra time in some sort of way. Very interesting now with that strategy call to the end of the race, and I'm very impressed, and it makes it very, very interesting as we enter the final third of the race.
Split screen up top. Altus Esports Red saving the fuel, trying to make 1 hour stints, trying to make this an 11-stop race. Down the bottom, Apex Racing Team McLaren making an extra stop in this race. They're committed to that strategy now, but they're committed to trying to put in hot laps, trying to blast along and undercut Altus in a way, if you will. The third dark horse, Urano Esports Data Group 92, Luca Kita driving it at the moment, was only 7 seconds away if Altus stumbled. If this strategy is a misplay from Apex, they are right in with a chance as well. Don't count out 10 other cars more on the lead lap as well, ready for the mountain to choose its fate.
Altus continue on with the fuel run as it stands, of course going for the slightly more conventional strategy, as we would come to expect from most cars here, but now they're up against it. They're against the alternative strategy of the Apex Racing Team number 98. Of course, had rather bad luck recently, at least I know from McEwen's side, disconnected from the Daytona 24-hour, had issues in the BMW M Sim GT Cup, or whatever they call it these days. I swear they change the name every season. But perhaps today is his time to shine. Today is the time to get that win. As we go on board with the Altus Esports red car, it's not surely a matter of time before we see a pit stop.
That onboard angle of this circuit tells you so much. It laid out your top 3 cars and their path to victory in this race, but as you watch Aaron Vasquez navigate from Skyline through the S's, the Dipper down to Forest Elbow, you see he's got a 4th competitor. He has to battle this circuit, this wall, this track that will give you no room for error, and it can also stop this team from victory. It can trip up anyone, it can trip up the best. 1 minute past the top of the hour, into the pit lane to try to refuel for another 1 hour stint. Strategies split differently, 2 opposite camps between cars that were separated by nothing on the racetrack just a couple laps ago. 4 hours left to go. It's time for Vasquez to get out. A 2-driver lineup in the number 41. What you can guarantee is tyres. What you can guarantee is fuel. What we are going to get is Carlos Fenolosa into the race leading Altus Esports red car. He will have presumably a minimum of 2 hours of work to do. Maybe he takes this one to the end. Tyres done, fuel going in. Apex Racing Team goes through into a lead, but they still owe 1 more stop than Altus. That's the gambit. That's the the way the chess pieces are around the mountain with 4 hours to go, and to take you all the way to that checkered flag, Arjuna Kankapati and Andy McEwen leave you in their expert hands. Leave you in their expert hands.
Well, when you sign up to go to Bathurst with less than 4 hours to go on a commentary stint, you never really know what to expect. What we do have, though, is a fascinating race still. Plenty of cars left in the running, and delighted to be alongside Andy McEwen to run you down to the end. Andy, I know you're doing double duty, you're racing as well. Let the people watching along know how your race has been going as well.
Oh, well, I'd rather not talk about it, to be honest. It's been a slightly stressful afternoon for me, but yeah, first time I've ever pulled double duty and raced in an event that I'm also commentating on. Not top split, must stress, but we were lucky enough actually to get into the third split of the later time slot, so we've been racing for about 4.5 hours or so, and after several hours of practice throughout the week and team meetings and tinkering away on the setup, we got pushed into the wall at the second corner of the first lap by a team, and I'm not making this up, named Zero Practice Racing, which I think meant we were sort of asking for trouble. But hey, it's been really good fun. We've carried on going, 12 laps down with about 30 minutes of repair work required, but we've just got one of our laps back and we've broken back into the top 30, so still having fun.
So you're going to be following along with the progress and trying to track the strategy battles as well, which is always fun. For those just joining us, Team Redline, our Arnage competition, they're running second and third, but still do owe us a pit stop. Should be down in the next lap or so. They're in onto lap 29, and well, right on cue, down to pit road they go. We're riding around with new race leading Luke McEwen in the number 98 Apex Racing Team car, but it's the Altus Esports car that has just come down pit lane, which maybe will be amongst those still in the race equation at the end. But of course, surviving here at Bathurst is going to be so difficult. It's one of those races that, because it's run in February, which is the winter in a lot of the world, but is the Australian summer, sees track temperatures that rise sometimes to pretty scorching points. Let's look at the weather right now. It's only 48 degrees on the track itself. I think the highest that we've seen it get up to is 42 or 43 degrees Celsius. It's nothing for these tires. The one benefit that a lot of these drivers have, though, Andy, is because, of course, you can now change tires while doing fuel and iRacing. You can take tires every single stint, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm quite a fan of that, honestly, because I am terrible at saving tyres, but this has always been a real tyre killer, because not only do you have those extreme temperature swings that you mentioned, we start off pre-dawn when actually the track conditions are really nice, they're nice and cool, plenty of grip, but then you work into and through the heat of the day when you really start tearing those tyres up. But it's also quite a demanding track on the tyres. There are lots of high-speed corners across the top of the mountain where you're really leaning on that right front, and lots of tight corners where you're accelerating from low speed, and you do run the risk of spinning the rear tyres and wearing them out too. So in a way, the fact that we now have these slightly faster wearing tyres, it simplifies the strategy, but you still do have to do an element of tyre conservation over the course of a 58 to 60 minute stint, and that is not easy to do when the race pace is as ferocious as it has been today.
And even though these GT3 cars do have aids, traction control and ABS, you do want to try and stay out of them here on iRacing. The ABS in particular has that nasty habit of heating up your tires, something these drivers are always trying to avoid. Redline and Arnage out of the pit lane. I think in the case of Redline it was a full service. Diego Pinto out, Chris Lullum in. And for Arnage competition, Nicolas Rubelar behind the wheel of the McLaren. Feels a bit weird, Andy. Feels like we've gone back in time when we see this very old McLaren MP4-12C. We've got, what, 3 generations on now in the real world?
Yeah, something like that. I think they stopped producing the MP412C, if not 10 years ago, very close to 10 years ago, about 9 or 10 years since they rolled the last of these off the production line. And yet here it is, as competitive as ever. Probably more competitive, actually, than it would be in real-world competition, but it always was a potent car. Not the most user-friendly car, certainly a tricky one to drive, but that is the joy of sim racing. The teams have potentially an almost unlimited amount of time to go and practice, to hone the setup, to get used to how the car works. And we're really seeing today that it is more than capable still of winning races.
It's also nice just to see flames out of the back of race cars at the end of the day. Another one of these McLarens involved in a fight is definitely one that I'm keeping a close eye on. We've got Alex Palou, former IndyCar champion, behind the wheel, and he's got the Texaco Racing by TK entry going straight down the inside. That's Gustavo Ariel, World Championship competitor, and well, no real fight put up there by the number 75. Ariel straight on through. It's always great to see that crossover from real to virtual. Palou not the only one of the drivers in the field. We were commentating on Daytona together, Andy, and we got Gordy Much back in the iRacing Racing team lineup. He's in the number 3 car that's just slotted its way up to the top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Gordy's someone I've charted his progress in his real career through over the last number of years, and yeah, really strongly again. It looks like they've had a bit of misfortune earlier on in the day, which sadly was very much how Gordy's Daytona 24 Hours went. But yes, a bit of a star-studded entry, isn't it? Brody Kostecki in the number 99 Porsche. That car's dropped down the order since his opening stint at the start of the day, but another driver really making waves down under. There is that car leaving the pit lane with Brody aboard, and yeah, really nice to see not only real-world drivers, but people like Brody who have a real connection to this place and to this race now, giving it a go in the virtual world too.
Yeah, that car that Brody Kostecki is in, the Lobs Falcon Esports team, which always throws itself nicely up for some puns when they're making some moves. That's got Jared Filsell. Those down under will know him. A very successful driver from that region. Then Goban Keeney, the man who is most known, at least in my mind, still now for the 10-hour stint that we saw from him at Daytona last year, where he started the race and then ran for 10 full hours at the very front of the field before giving the car over to a very distressed Pablo Arujo. His heart rate got up to, what was it, 180, 190 beats per minute? And it stayed there, Andy, for way more than it should have been. It was uncomfortable at times just watching that heart rate monitor. Great addition to his stream, it must be said.
And that's at Daytona as well, which, let's be perfectly honest, is a little bit easier of a track to negotiate than Mount Panorama. This place gets your heart rate going like no other, because I truly believe that of all of the endurance special events on racing these days, I think this is the hardest. There's certainly a very strong argument to say that this is the hardest. People talk about that circuit in France, people talk about the Nordschleife, and yes, very challenging circuit, but here there is zero room for error. And so when you go through Reed Park and you get a snap of oversteer when you least expect it, you have got a microsecond to react and to catch it before you're in a barrier. And if you're in the barrier, that is arguably your race over, certainly at this level. It is such a tricky race and such a difficult circuit, and every stint that goes by for every one of these drivers, they will have several of those moments where the heart rate really spikes, and it's just because the car always has that little twitch, that little unexpected slide in it, and around here you have little to no room to catch that.
I think one benefit that maybe we have in the sim here is you don't have the car moving around as much, which maybe will aid you in being that little bit more precise and consistent over the course of the run. You'll hopefully be a little better with your muscle memory, but I don't. Yeah, this is one of those tracks that has earned its reputation, and it's why drivers love to come here and win. It's one of those tracks as well where it's always fun that the track record is officially set unofficially, that magic lap under 2 minutes that they ran in an Audi R8 around here. I think the race lap is still held by Shane van Gisbergen, at least last that I checked, but my notes on this track are woefully out of date, so that may have actually been broken this most recent running. Good to see it return to its traditional February date, but now we're already talking about different ways to move this race in the real world to a date that maybe will accommodate the drivers around the world a little bit better. But I've just become so accustomed to this this routine that we have at the start of the year. You have the iRacing Daytona 24, then a week later the Rolex 24, a week later the Bathurst 12 hours in the real world, and then a week later the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours. It's just a fun month of endurance racing again and again and again, and I'll be very sad if they change that up. Battle for fourth position, though, sees Vlad Kimichev really closing on the back of Nicholas Rubelar in the Arenage competition. McLaren, Chris Lullum in the red line, number one machine, only about 2 seconds up the road. You can see him scampering up in towards the cutting. The Mercedes looking pretty strong right now, but we do have a healthy dose of these McLarens. Best of the Ferraris is the Team PGZ car that's down in 7th position, and then the best of the BMWs down in 11th. But overall, healthy mix of the cars, but definitely a focus here, Andy, on those McLarens.
Yeah, for sure. This is a track that they've always excelled at. They're really, really strong in a straight line and through the high-speed corners too. So not a huge surprise to see them going well here. But the Mercedes AMG, that seems to be the car really in vogue at the moment in sim racing, certainly on iRacing anyway. That car just seems to work so well at pretty much every one of the racetracks that it competes at. And again, not a huge surprise to see them going well here. But it is fascinating. This track, I think, of all of the tracks that we have these big endurance races at, really is a great leveler for GT3 cars because there is a bit of something for every car. You've got the two really long straights where the really powerful cars, the really slipstreamy cars and streamlined cars can excel. Really technical sections as well, like Imagev using his straight line speed performance plus a pretty handy slipstream to pull up alongside Rubilar. He'll take that 5th position down into the chase, and I don't think that that was made too difficult for him. That slipstream down Conrod Straight is notoriously powerful.
I think we're still at that phase of the race where a lot of drivers, I think, are also just trying to not overly push too hard. They want to survive these hotter conditions and leave the car in a good state for when the track cools off and whoever's in at the end can push. It's going to be only for the final hour or so, maybe 90 minutes, that we'll truly see some cooler conditions, but I expect the drivers to try and make the most of that. Remember, setups have to be built for the variance of starting at the night. Yes, now running in February, we only have about 30 minutes of the night compared to a lot more of that 12 months ago when we ran at the virtual real world date of May, when we still ran the event up in February. And then I think one thing that benefits them, of course, is now not having to manage the tires as much, but definitely trying to extract the most of them over the course of the stint, push the cambers just that little bit more. Race leaders doing 203s 5.45 last time by, fastest car on track, and the Altus Esports car that we were talking about, or that David Haynes and Will Chadwick were talking about just before they left us in the booth, that was doing a 204.182. So still fastest on the track are your race leaders, but still plenty of strategy, and if they've got an entire pit stop to owe us, it's a lengthy pit lane here at Bathurst.
It is, absolutely, and given how tight this race often tends to be at the end, you don't want to give away any time in the pit lane whatsoever. But yeah, this is a fascinating strategy game that they're playing. They've got this big lead and they've got some really good pace now, and that is simply because they are on, we believe, a lighter fuel load than the Altus Esports or Urano Esports beta group cars behind them. And that really means this is a crucial stint now here for Luke McEwen. You're riding on board with the McLaren now. He's got that short pit stop. That's bought him some free track position, crucially, because he was sort of stuck behind the number 41 Mercedes before the stop. But also, he's on that lighter fuel load, so he's got clean air, a light car, and fresh tyres, at least for this first part of the stint. He should be the fastest car on the track, and he is, and he really needs to be to try and build this gap, knowing that he will, at some point later down the line, give away a little bit of time. I also think he is in a bit of a tyre advantage too, because one of the things I've really learned about the way the tyres handle over a stint here, you start off with a full tank of fuel and brand new tyres. The car is really heavy, but the tyres are really grippy. As you go through the stint, the fuel load goes down, the car gets lighter, improves the handling, but gradually the tyres get worse, and that makes the handling a bit worse. He, in theory, should fast track straight through to a point on the stint where he's got light fuel and good tyres, and I think that's all really combining now to give him these lap times that he's producing.
See as well what happens later on with the handful of drivers involved in some of the other fights in terms of their strategy battles. But I always like a good strategy fight that plays out towards the end of an endurance race. It gives us something to focus on, albeit at least for the time being things have settled out, at least momentarily, with 3 hours and 43 minutes to go. If you're watching on RaceSpotTV on our YouTube channel, there's a live timing link pinned at the top of the screen. If you're watching on the iRacing Esports Network, the link is RaceSpot.tv/timing, I do believe, so you can follow along with the laps as they trickle on in through the course of this next part of the race. David Haynes, who was following in the mid part of the race and therefore can very much keep us up to date with everything, says Lane time is 22 seconds. Apex are about 15 seconds short field, and they need a lead, therefore, about 37 seconds over the rest of the field. That's going to make things nice and easy for us heading into the final portion of the race.
And on the last lap, he took a second out of Altus Esports. So if he keeps doing that, it makes us nice and easy for us as well. Easier to calculate full seconds gained than 3 or 4 tenths a lap. But naturally, that will start to plateau a little bit as we go through the stint, I think. But Luke McEwen clearly knows what he's been tasked with here. He's been unleashed, he's been given this low fuel load, and he is absolutely leaving nothing on the table out there. And yeah, an interesting way of going about trying to win a motor race, isn't it, really? They were locked in combat on the track. They realised that there wasn't really enough of a performance difference between the two cars to execute the pass on track and pull clear. And so why not roll the dice? Why not try to do something different in the pit cycles? And it makes it really exciting for us as neutrals, because it's all going to come together in probably 3.5 hours time or so for a sprint to the flag.
Elvis Rankin, who is in the 98 crew, one of the drivers, just messaged me just as I joined the broadcast booth, quite proudly saying they only have 4 incidents so far this race, because they've been very careful in avoiding any 1Xs. Drive-through penalty, I think, for this race was 50, so there's no danger of them getting close to that marker. But for some who maybe are pushing the limits, it is possible, even with walls surrounding you, surprisingly, to get 1Xs at this track. So we maybe will see a handful more take a drive-through penalty. I think we see that from the Culture number 43, because Jose Soria has spent 23 seconds rolling down pit lane. Yeah, I put the two together and assume at least one team has now had a drive-through for what I'm sure was also plenty of contact at the start of this race, but maybe this replay will help us figure out why exactly they had to take the penalty now. They've got Pure Sims behind them, who are running inside of the top 20 and just overshooting the chicane, overshooting the braking zone, and oh, that's a good reason for having to come down and serve your penalty, I guess.
At least he can serve the slowdown penalty pretty much immediately by pulling into the pit lane. But yeah, that's not ideal. Very easy mistake to make there. That is the fastest part of the track, downhill, 6th gear. Sometimes you're a little bit offline if you've got the line through the chase a little bit wrong, and so easy just to miss that braking point, only by a couple of feet really, and you find yourself skating helplessly out onto the grass. So yeah, incident points, something to watch for here. Generally, it's pretty self-policing, isn't it, though, around here, because you don't have these tarmac runoff areas to catch you if you run wide. If you make a mistake and hit a wall, quite frankly, a couple of X's, that's the least of your worries. You're probably going to pick up some damage, certainly going to lose a lot of time, and for that reason, I think most of the teams who really start racking up those incident points will probably find themselves making some unscheduled pit stops anyway.
Yes. Most of the cars at the front do look pretty good, and it's, like I mentioned right as we came on, it is good to be in a situation in a race like this where sometimes you have race leaders that break away clean as you like with chaos behind and build a 1-lap lead, and the rest of the race is as easy as you'd like. This is a little bit more interesting, of course, which is very, very nice to see. Nessoff in 3rd position, only about 6 odd seconds behind Carlos Fenalosa as it runs right now. Those two, of course, on the same strategy, and that Urano number 92 car is up 17 positions. The red line, one machine behind it, 18 positions gained, and 20 positions gained for the number 91 Mercedes AMG Urano Esports car. Usually you'd have to say that qualifying relatively important at Bathurst, because you never know where the danger is going to be on lap number 1, but attrition definitely does play its part as well.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we saw on the start of this race that really the big incident on the opening lap was towards the back of the field, but then we saw on about lap 3 that equally likely to see those incidents strike near the front of the field too. So there really is no safe zone, to be honest, in that opening half an hour or so. And yeah, very easy to start picking up damage there, but also if you are a little bit lucky or you can position your car in the right place, then it's definitely an opportunity to pick up some places. And yeah, I think you'd always rather start near the front here at Bathurst for sure, if nothing else, because you run the risk of losing so much time on the first lap or so. Even if there isn't an accident ahead of you, if you go up through the cutting and then across the top of the mountain, you're going to drop a good 10 to 15 seconds probably to the race leader, because everyone who's congested back in the pack, they just aren't capable of running as quickly as those in clean air at the front. So you're sort of stuck behind the 8 ball right from the word go then. So track position is perhaps more significant in this 12-hour race than any other race of this length.
Really love this aerial shot that we get. You can see just how close to the walls they get, and they do that lap after lap after lap, and hopefully without mistakes. And I find that the uphill part of the mountain relatively okay. I can survive it. The dipper is always terrifying to me, and then the elbow is all sorts of tricky, trying to slow it down in time to get it over to the left and then back onto the power. And then you get a relative reprieve for a little bit before you go into the chase, high-speed kink, and then onto the brakes. It's a fun little track, and definitely one that I think drivers enjoy a lot more of, given that the event is no longer a multi-class event here on iRacing. I still remember the years where it used to be the 911 Cup car and the GT3 class. Lots of chaos back in those days, Andy, with multi-class endeavors. A little bit simpler now with just 50 GT3 machines.
Yeah, absolutely. It's changed the complexion of the race completely, really, because whenever you had multi-class racing here at the mountain, you had to be, if you were in the quicker class particularly, you had to be prepared to give away on any given lap 4, 5, 6 seconds perhaps. If you caught a group of back markers over the top through Skyline and into the dipper, you just were not going to get past them. You were going to be stuck behind them for about a third of a lap, and you would lose huge chunks of time. Now it really does become more of a traditional sort of modern endurance race, if you like, which essentially is a 12-hour sprint race. It's just you and the stopwatch, and you're trying to manage the gaps to the cars around you, but you know that there won't be such a discrepancy in lap times between you all because traffic is less of a factor. Typically, if you catch somebody to put a lap on them, they're going to be more likely to get out of your way because they're probably not fighting for a class lead or a class podium. They've more than likely had some issues of their own, and it does make it a little bit easier, but I think we could afford to take this race down from maybe a 10 out of 10 difficulty to a solid 9.5. Really, I think that's all that's happened, because there may be less traffic out there, but in a way it's sort of increased the level of competition as well.
It does also help that we've gone from 48 starters down to 28 running, because I think the Culture team are now maybe done. Jose Soria has been in pit lane for 4 minutes and counting, so I think that might be the last that we see of them. So definitely a little bit less busy of a track than they would have started off with, but by no means is it a quiet Mount Panorama, especially compared to the numbers that we had in the real world this year. So, okay. The Apex Racing team have told me that we should expect to see things a little bit, we should be able to identify their cars a little bit easier. So this is the number 98. Take a mental image of it, Andy. Are you ready?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, let's switch over to Gordy Mutchis. Okay.
Spot the difference.
Yeah, that's at least identifiable.
Yes, but you see, now I've got to remember which one was red and which one was blue, which I guarantee within the next 30 seconds I will have forgotten. But no, I appreciate that effort. That is a definite, distinctive difference between the two cars. It's not a little sticker that they've stuck on the rear quarter of the car that you can't see if you're more than 2 feet away from it. I have a fighting chance of remembering that. Yes,
okay, so now we've got at least the mirrors and the rear wing at least somewhat helpfully adorned with some different colors. It's a start. We'll see how much further we can get. So thank you to the Apex Racing team for helping commentators' lives around the world considerably moving forward. Vlad Kimichev continues, by the way, on his charge back up through towards his teammate to try and make it a double Urano podium again, which will be a great way for them to continue their momentum here in this 2023 campaign. Chris Lullum a little bit on the back foot last time by. A full second quicker was Vlad Kimichev in that Mercedes, and I don't think this is going to be a move that Lullum will likely defend too much like what we saw with Rubelar just a handful of laps ago.
Yeah, Vlad is absolutely flying, isn't he, at the moment? 2:04.1 on the last lap, and that was probably hampered a little bit by him catching the Team Redline McLaren. Vlad, a member of a pretty prestigious club, really. Well, over the part of the 10,000 club as far as his iRating is concerned, just over 10,000, which is astonishing, really. iRating doesn't mean everything on the iRacing service, I've learnt over the years, but I think when you get into the 10,000s, it starts to mean something for sure. Vlad, a very, very accomplished racer. He's in a car that clearly is working pretty well now. His lap times have been consistently quicker than Chris Lullum. And yeah, I tend to agree. I suspect that next time down the Conrod Straight, as long as Vlad gets a decent exit from the elbow, he should be able to make his move pretty much unimpeded. Chris Lullum is a sensible driver, and I think he knows how to pick his battles.
I just wonder what the plans are in each camp, because everyone is running to a plan, to a strategy, and so surely there's something going on that each team is running to a number, to a fuel target, tire limit maybe as well. Even as these temperatures do begin to cool on off, they're not at that point just yet where they can really worry about tires not being an issue. Just went back to the Daytona 24 results to remind myself from what happened earlier this year in our second iRacing special event of the year. Of course, we did have the Urano double podium in the GTP class, which was great to see. Not so much luck, unfortunately, in the GTD class, but that is where the Apex Racing team had some success. I think Will Chadwick may be right. The last time that we've seen Altus Esports grab an iRacing special event win was, as far as I can remember, back in 2019 or 2020. So it's a few years in the making, and it would be a great place to get it here at their home event here at Bathurst, the country they're based in.
Absolutely, and that's got to mean something. You know, even in the virtual world, this is still a big event, and by far the biggest sim racing event based on an Australian track. So, yeah, they will absolutely be gunning for a good result here, for sure. And there is, I think this track and this race has a special place in many people's hearts, but I would imagine that those from this part of the world have a particularly close connection to it. Just had a change here, I think, have we, for 12th place? That was the number 12 car, actually, funnily enough. Gustavo Ariel going ahead of Stanley Deslandes in the number 96 Apex McLaren, and having a bit of a moment down into the chase as they battled. Yeah,
nice and easy overall, though. Not too many defenses being thrown with 3 hours and 30 minutes left to run. I think drivers will start getting the elbows out a lot more as we work into the final hour, past the final cycle of pit stops as well. I think that's going to be an important juncture to reach before we start to see things really start to pick on up. Still waiting for Kimichev to get a good enough run on Lullum to get a move done, but Rubilar has been sliding backwards as well. The Team PGZ Ferrari that's working its way forward. And now Rubilar is going to have his mirrors filled as the Ferrari winds itself up to try and launch an attack up and out of the elbow.
Yeah, and this is a pretty rapid car down the straights as well, the Ferrari. In fairness, they've had a little bit of power taken away from them with the BOP for this event, but it's still certainly competitive down this Conrod Straight, and with a nice slipstream, Jakub Kwiatkowski should be thinking about a move. Ideally, you want to be no more than 4 or 5 tenths back, though, really, going onto the straight, because as long as the Conrod is, it does run out on you a little bit too quickly sometimes. And that's exactly what's going to happen, actually. Team PGZ not quite close enough.
Yeah, but you heard that magic quietening of the distinctive fuel-saving sound, and so now we know that at least if he can't get the move done, he's content to ride and settle into line, at least for the time being, and then he'll check the lap times and maybe decide if it's worth trying to get it done. He's a lot closer, though, than Kimichev has been able to stick. Kimichev now about 8 tenths of a second consistently. You can see them just up the road working their way up and down the rather unduous Conrod Straight. It's not Conrod Straight. What's this one called?
Mountain Straight.
Mountain Straight. There we go. Getting all my names confused. But at least this track has proper corner names. That's something to be very happy about. We don't have to rant about corner numbers here.
Exactly. It's one of my favourite things to rant about, though, during an endurance race. So I've been robbed of that. I've had plenty of chances this week, though, because both of my teammates refuse to refer to corners as anything other than T1, T2, T3. No. And yeah, I know, it's just not on. Into the pit lane, race leader. Now, this is part of their...
Short
that was a very short 25-minute stint, that one, Arjuna.
Yeah, but they only threw about 25 seconds of fuel in, so just over half a stint or so. And I think maybe coming to the end of the tire life as well. And we'll see them dive onto pit lane and go up on the jacks. Is McEwen going to stay in? That's the question I have. 3.5 hours to go. Opportunity for at least one driver change, if not 2. And it does appear as though McEwen will stay in the car. It's been looking comfortable as well. But it will be Carlos Fenolosa that then cycles his way back to the front of the field in the 41 Altus Esports red machine, of course, after Altus running 1 and 2 had a car disconnect from the race. So I'm not disconnected from the race, I'm getting all sorts of confused with the misfortunes of various Altus cars. One, I think, disconnected, and then they had one involved in a shunt over the top of Skyline. It's one of those races as well where if you join late in the day, you've already missed a lot of the action.
Absolutely. I mean, the action really started from the very first lap. In fact, and correct me if I've dreamt this, Arjuna, but at this very corner on the opening lap, did we or did we not see Luke McEwen in the barriers?
That's what I thought.
98 car?
Okay, so we're not crazy. I was also, to be fair, you were worried, you were focused in on your race with your teammates. I was commentating on the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. We were doing other things at the start of this race. Okay, we're not crazy. But you're right. The car still looks pretty good, so if they had any damage after being shunted wide Jamie Whincup style through the cutting, they managed to get the mechanics to get the good old hammer out and bang it away. And they're 17 seconds now off of Carlos Fenalosa, as we'll wait probably another 25 odd minutes before they come on in. PGZ slide their way on through, and again, no defense put up there. Arnage back to 7th now.
Yeah, absolutely. Sort of saw that one coming, and I think sensible driving there really from Kwiatkowski, who knew that he was quicker but waited for his opportunity, didn't force the issue a couple of laps ago, was quite content just to sit there, save some fuel until a better opportunity came by, and that is exactly what came. So up into the top 6 they go then in the yellow and black Ferrari, which is also sporting a little bit of right rear damage. You're right, the Apex Racing team clearly managed to repair the 98 McLaren after its earlier misdemeanor, but I remember watching the start of the race, because our race didn't start until about 4 hours into this one, and I sat and watched the opening hour, and I remember thinking as I watched Luke McEwen slide into the barriers at the cutting on lap 1, oh, what a shame. Imagine all the hours of practice they put in, only for the race to be ruined on the opening lap of the race. Little did I know what my future held, but it also goes to show that sometimes all is not quite as dire as it seems.
No, absolutely not. I think that's, again, endurance racing spirit at the end of the day. It's been my buzzword for 2023, apparently. I mention it way too much, but I think it's so important to always, in races, I think endurance racing can be a race as short as 3 hours at times. I think IMSA races are endurance sprint races in that they are only 2 hours and 40 minutes long, but they feel like they go on for 4 hours given how sometimes the strategy works out. But in endurance races, you can always fight your way back. It's a little bit more difficult when you don't have safety cars to come and help you. Yes, I will acknowledge that. But this is the benefit of having drivers willing to message you, Andy, which is always sometimes a surprise to those coming over from the real world. The Apex team had 20 seconds of repairs after the lap 1 incident. They were able to get it fixed pretty quickly, I guess, and then they'd be clean after that. And as Team PGZ comes down to pit lane, as they are also one of those teams on a slightly different strategy, it shows the importance of knowing exactly that 20 seconds is not that bad.
They got away with that if it was only 20 seconds. I've had significantly more gentle accidents around here, if it's possible to have such a thing at Bathurst, and ended up with about 3 or 4 minutes worth of optional repairs. So they definitely got a bit of a lucky break with that. But yeah, that is certainly not enough to ruin your race. Around here particularly, there's always such a high attrition rate, so many cars that will inevitably start to hit trouble over the course of the race, that you just can't afford to give up. There's no point giving up, even if the overall race win might be out of grasp. Clearly wasn't the case for Apex Racing Team, but say you lose a lap or 2 in the early stages, you can still end up inside the top 10 by the end of this race, even in a relatively high split such as this one. So the attrition rate and the fact that this is such a demanding track, there's so much strategy to come into this as well, it is well worth just keeping your head down, logging some laps, and there's a very good chance you'll end up with a decent result by the end of it.
Yeah, we're watching now a fight for 10th position as Gustavo Ariels charge up through the field to see him latch onto the back of Ascari Rene, who has made top split this time around, to his pleasure, I'm sure, after just missing out on the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours top split. Not far behind is Stanley Deslandes in the Apex Racing Academy car, winning the LMP2 category in that iRacing Daytona 24. But the extent to which Ariel has been able to climb his way through the field. The gap now back to Alex Palou, who we passed, about 20 minutes ago, just when Andy and I jumped into the booth. That gap has grown to about 8.5 seconds. Ariel is flying right now.
He is, isn't he? And Gustavo really trying to bring that car a little bit more into contention. A top 10 position beckons, but is it going to happen down into the chase? Through the right he goes, looks to the left, but the BMW very late on the brakes there. The Team BMW bank car that didn't qualify all that well, I seem to remember, but again has managed to sort of plug away at it, dig their way up the order, and they are not going to give away this hard-earned top 10 position without a real fight. And the BMW, another car that is pretty strong down the straights. I have to say, it's also a very big car. You can't actually see the McLaren as it heads down the pit straight behind it, and all of that coming together to make this a bit of a challenging overtake.
Yeah, we'll see how it's set up down this run. You can see Gordy Much 5.5 seconds further down the mountain straight, but popping out of the draft a bit earlier than maybe expected. Gustavo Ariel will look to the inside as they climb up into the braking zone, and he'll clear himself nice and easily. And again, no defense being put forward. These drivers know that there's a race going on, right? They've got to keep us entertained.
Yeah, exactly. It can be a little bit underwhelming sometimes, but you know, that's the strategy of racing at a place like this particularly. There are just certain parts of the track where you cannot go side by side. Turn 2, Griffin's Bend being one of them. It's plenty wide enough for side by side, and you've got lots of camber there too, so you'd imagine that you could maybe run round the high line, sort of NASCAR style, and try and get some momentum off the corner, but there is exactly zero grip once you go more than a car's width away from the apex there. And so as soon as someone's up the inside of you, you kind of just have to concede the corner. You're going to lose a lot less time doing that than you will try to fight it out around the outside.
Check back up with Lalam and Kimichev in their fight for the 4th position, as Gustavo Ariel now will get to work on trying to pull his way clear of Oscar Irene, with the move now done. Into turn 1, launches the McLaren. Lalam may be getting a bit sideways there as well. Not content to ride as it plays it out right now. It's that phase of the race as well where the track will start to cool itself off. It's going to take its time, but of course we'll get to that point where drivers can afford to push a little bit more. The David Haynes calculator working away in the background, our version of Jeremy Shaw. Apex were 15 seconds short fueled, and they just took 29, so they're now 14 ahead, but there's still 22 seconds of transit time behind. So to be on par, they've got to be within 8 seconds of Altus, and I'm sure if you get the abacus working just right, those numbers add up, but that's David Haynes' math, not mine, to be clear.
And certainly not mine. I'll be honest, Arjuna, you lost me a good 15 seconds ago. I'm just going to agree with those maths because I trust that David is a little bit better at this than I am. But I kind of like the unknown. I know you can sit here with the calculator and you can work out X, Y, Z, and you can sort of predict the future. There's a lot of fun to be had, I think, from just sort of waiting and seeing how it pans out. Like, you know, it's good to have a bit of a handle on the strategy, and certainly the teams, they will all be watching each other's strategy almost as intently as they're watching their own. You know, their strategy has been set out for days, perhaps weeks before the event, and will only have very minor adjustments made during the race to react to certain situations. But this is their opportunity, the same as we're getting our first opportunity to learn what everyone else's strategy are, and they'll be trying to do these calculations. They will be trying to make the predictions and trying to figure out where this is all likely to cycle out and what they have to do to get the better of the teams that are playing this a little bit differently.
Luke McEwen is on a bit of a charge, by the way. Fastest car around the last couple of laps, has pulled within 15 odd seconds of your race leader in that 98 car. So starting to make a deficit on the math that David Haynes had worked his way through. And again, David Haynes worked his way through it, not Andy or myself, just to make sure that you can direct your Twitter complaints to the appropriate person. Front of the field, it has started to shrink between Fenalosa and Nessoff. They're trading lap times back and forth, but the gap holding at around now 5 and a bit seconds. Alexei Nessoff, who is pulling double duty, was racing in the DNLS earlier today and now switches focus over to the mountain. Very different tracks, as much as people will compare the two. When you actually think about it, that yes, you have to be somewhat perfect at the Nordschleife, but the margin for error is significantly smaller here in Bathurst.
Yeah, for sure. I made the point that I made earlier on about this being in my opinion, the most difficult of the big endurance races. I made that to someone the other day, and their immediate response was, well, what about the Nürburgring 24 Hours? And of course that is a really challenging race. It's twice the distance, and it's a track that's more than twice as long and perhaps twice as demanding in some ways, but there is just something psychologically about those concrete walls being so close to the edge of the track, and the parts of the track at which they're the closest to the road are the parts of the track at which you're most likely to make a mistake through the really quick and technical section across the top of the mountain. Down here at the Chase, which is a relatively straightforward corner in the grand scheme of things, look at that, you've got acres upon acres of gravel. Even on iRacing, with its particularly slippery gravel, you should still be able to get stopped before you hit a wall. So there is just something about that element of danger, almost akin to road racing on a motorcycle. There's a big difference between racing on a motorcycle on a racing track and going over to the Isle of Man and doing it. It's just that is the fact that you don't have any margin for error. And yes, there are other tracks out there where you're perhaps more likely or as likely to make mistakes, but it's that ever-present danger that just keeps your mind in check, and for me makes this a real challenge.
Gianni Vecchio does also think, by the way, the Nürburgring 24-hour race is the toughest one in the world. I would agree that the real Nürburgring 24-hour race is maybe the most challenging in the world, partially just because of the diversity of traffic that you have and the sheer number of cars that are out on track. I'm not going to sit here and argue the iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour race is the most difficult in the world, because you've got just 50 cars around that track for 24 hours. It gets quite lonely at times, but that's it's a subjective thing at the end of the day. Don't forget, David Haynes wants to remind everyone, at Haynes Racing, no spaces, no underscores, no nothings, Haynes Racing, H-A-I-N-E-S, to make sure you direct your Twitter complaints appropriately. I was also hoping that lap traffic would play a bit of a factor in this fight for fourth and allow Kimmich an opportunity, but as it tends to do so at Bathurst, you can either pass at the start of the mountain before you start the ascent, or after the mountain once you've finished the descent, and so therefore it's going to basically remain status quo.
And that's the kind of thing that in another 3 hours' time could prove to be a real flashpoint in the race, because at this point Vlad is quite content, perhaps not happy, but content to sit behind that lap Porsche across the top of the mountain. He had a go at getting up the inside into the cutting. I thought he was going to commit to it, but actually decided against it. Sat behind him, knew that he was going to lose some time, but that he would have the slipstream down Conrad, and he'd make the move and maybe drop a second or so to Chris Lullen. In the end, it's worked out at 1/3 of a second or so the time that he lost, so not the end of the world. In another 3 hours or so, though, when you're fighting for a win or a podium perhaps inside the last 15-20 minutes, those are the moments that can make or break your race. If you get stuck behind a back marker going through Griffin's Bend, that might cost you your shot at challenging for the car, for the position ahead of you. So that's the time at which people start taking more liberties in traffic. And of course, it's towards the end of the race where perhaps the traffic is not paying quite as much attention to what's going on around them. So, yeah, little moments like that as we get later in the race, there's a little bit less give and a lot more take.
Going very off topic and totally random here, but as we have 15 minutes or so before we're in the meat of the pit stop cycle, GT3 cars are getting quite expensive. I think we all know this. We went from cars costing about $400,000 without the spares package to now $500,000 being very much the floor for GT3 cars. Numbers for the Porsche, the brand new 911 GT3R 992 generation, about $700,000 odd for the car itself. Add in $300,000 for your spare parts package, presenting you with a grand bill of $1 million for your very nice brand new Porsche race car, if you're allowed the BOP to run it without it being like a snail on the Daytona banking. But the Corvette GT3 car, which has just been announced, Andy, I saw a quote where it's going to cost more than $700,000. And to that I'll say, what happened to the GT3 class that we first got introduced to?
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just what happens, isn't it? We've seen so many sets of regulations across GT racing, across touring car racing, right the way through the decades, which have come in. They've immediately reduced the cost. They found a way to reduce the cost to make it more affordable. There's been a big boom in interest, but of course, as that interest booms, the manufacturers realise, okay, we're going to have to start spending a bit more money now to do better, because especially in GT3 racing, it's such a tightly controlled form of racing through balance of performance across the respective championships that you're fighting for hundredths and thousandths of a second, and perhaps not even that. We've had this conversation before where we've said it's not necessarily outright speed that a manufacturer looks to bring into their new GT3 race car. It's drivability, it's repairability, it's reliability, all of this stuff that doesn't make the car faster, but makes it perhaps a little bit easier to compete in over long distances. But none of that comes for free. The manufacturers have to spend the money to develop that and to get the cars to that point, and they are businesses ultimately. They're looking to try and make some money out of it, and they have to up their prices, and gradually this war begins between all of the manufacturers to the point that it starts to get too expensive. And sadly, we are probably heading to a point at which it becomes too expensive, as Gordy Much brings the number 3 Apex Racing team McLaren into the pit lane. I hope that time is not coming anytime soon, because GT3 racing for me has been the golden era of GT racing, period, through history. It would be nice to see something done about the spiralling costs, but sadly, I just think that's the way it goes. I
found the number, $735,000 just for the car. I shudder to consider adding the spares, adding the running costs. By the time you finish up your first race weekend, yeah, that's going to be a pretty bill. David Haynes makes a very good point, though. It does make $2.9 million for a Porsche 963 look pretty reasonable at the end of the day to go top-level prototype endurance racing.
Yes, I suppose
Fairly.
so. Slightly better value. Affordable is not a word I'd use, but yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, there are some people out there who have the money to do that, and good for them. But I will say, I think that some GT3 manufacturers may be watching a race like this and starting to worry a little bit at the pace we're seeing from the McLaren, because this is an old car that really shouldn't be competitive. I know it's only in the sim, but I bet there's someone out there now watching this race. They've got one of these McLaren MP412Cs tucked away in their garage, hasn't been raced for 4 or 5 years, and they're getting tempted now to bring it out of retirement and see exactly what it can do.
Can we get an old Ford GT out as well?
Yes.
We did have one in the field, didn't we? We did. Now, unfortunately, they retired a long time ago, but Paceworks Esports did get a Ford GT into Top Split, for which they should be commended. But if we're digging cars out of the graveyard, definitely let's throw a couple onto the bucket list. Of course, you can see various historic GT3 cars still running around in various series. If you ever watch GT Americas, you can see like the original Audi R8, It's a wild time. It is a wild time, that series, seeing some of the dinosaurs that are still running there. So Gordy Much has come in, by the way. We saw him staying in the car because he is splitting the driving duties with Michael Yanni. But I think what that will mean is that now he was on to lap 27, 28. We've been seeing some drivers push to lap 29, and so that means we're only 3, 4, 5 laps away from seeing most of the drivers, all bar the 98 Apex Racing Team car, back down to pit lane for what presumably would be a full service.
Yeah, you would think so, and really that lead gap has now stabilised, hasn't it? Because Carlos Fenolosa and Alexei Nesov, they've just been lapping within a tenth of a second of each other pretty much every lap over the last 20 minutes or so. They have been almost inseparable. Luke McEwen has been going quicker than them, though, of course, on that slightly lighter fuel. Again, he's put some fresh boots on his car as well, and so the McLaren in third place likely to take an even bigger lead now, only about 20 or 21 seconds adrift of the lead, and that's before the other two stop. So I definitely think this strategy is working at the moment for Apex Racing Team. They can't afford an issue for sure, because it's going to be tight, but right now Luke McEwen doing everything he needs with the strategy that he's been presented with.
Simone Maria Marcheno is on the charge. The Italian has climbed onto the back of Nicholas Rubelar, and even though there are flames out the back of the stealth black McLaren, do remember RaceSpot.media. It's the same link. It hasn't changed now in almost 3 years. So if you want your paints on an iRacing special event broadcast, you know what to do 1 week before. But I don't think it's going to be a move long in the making here. The 42's probably being thinking that with only a handful of laps to go until the pit stop window, he wants to get the most out of this one. The 42, I think, the one that experienced the disconnection earlier on, because they qualified up in the 3rd position. It was a great performance in qualifying by Altus, and even though Marcheno will show his nose as they work up towards the cutting, Rubelar says no.
Absolutely. He's not wanting to give that place away. Of course, at this point in the stint, the cars are arguably at their raciest with so little fuel in them. If you've kept the tyres underneath you, then you should have plenty of grip underneath you as well, and that's meaning that drivers get a bit punchy towards the end of the stint. They want to try and perhaps hand their car over in the best position possible, or at least come into the pit lane in the best position possible, and they feel that they've got a car underneath them that will allow them to attack. But as we're seeing, these McLarens, not easy cars to pass, even with a good run onto one of the 2 long straights. It's not been easy for the overtakes to be made, and Marceno really starting to realise this now. This is the crucial section of the track, really. They wind downhill into the elbow. The Mercedes, with all of that weight over the nose, it should get into the elbow well. But look, the McLaren just shoots off the corner and actually gaps Marceno there by car length or so. And that means that even with a full run down the Conrad Straight in the slipstream, I doubt the AMG will be close enough by the time he wants to chase. No,
he's going to, I think, set it up again down that mountain straight out of turn 1 if he can. Don't forget, BOP did get applied to this race. Marcheno, well, I think a little bit of assistance there, but he looked to the inside. Rubelar maybe saw it coming, and there was a swap around. I think it caught us both off guard there, and now Rubelar has an opportunity to go for it, but surely not, surely not.
No, I think he was showing his nose just in the vague hope that he could frighten Marceno off the road into Murray's corner, but that was never going to work. I wonder whether maybe Rubelar was lifting and coasting there going into the chase, and he probably thought that he had enough of a margin over Marceno that he could do that. But yeah, you can see he's off the throttle. You can tell when a McLaren driver is off the throttle. You get that quite handy external view of the flames spitting from the rear of the car. He lifts off the throttle really early, and that is where the run comes. The Altus Esports green car able to carry the momentum up the inside line. So whether he was lifting to give the place away or just because he was trying to save some fuel, I don't know. But either way, made the job of the number 42 car that little bit easier.
Handful more cars down onto pit lane. Ascari Rene in the BMW bank car slots his way up onto the jacks. Handful of cars onto lap 26 of their run, so only 2 or 3 laps away. They still need to find a couple of minutes to be able to get to the top of the hour without having any sort of drama. And even though this is not as long a lap as the Nordschleife was, we had the winner come across the checkered flag and then the race only finished about 10 minutes later because of how the racing works there. A lap here at Mount Panorama is still not insignificant, although if you run out down the mountain, it's a lot less impactful than if you run up the mountain.
Yeah, I suppose so. You've got a little bit of gravity on your side and quite a few less in the way of kilometres that you have to coast home, but that's an error that teams of this level are highly unlikely to make. It's the kind of mistake you might make if you're running this race on your own with a couple of friends and you've been left to your own devices for a stint or two. These teams will have their teammates perhaps on the chat to them and telling them all what's going on, reminding them to check the fuel numbers, reminding them of what their strategy is when they're due in. They might even have dedicated team strategists helping them out as well. So very unlikely that we'll see the top teams do it, but it has been known, Arjuna, sometimes those lines of communication can break down.
Yeah, you say that. But there's this other platform that I've commentated on, you've commentated on before, that they have a stint timer. If you go beyond 65 minutes, you get a penalty. And that's cut and dry. Like, everyone knows that it is a universal truth on that platform. And the first ever race that I commentated on was their 24 Hours of Spa. And Andy, Lewis McLeod and myself had a conversation about how no one was going to do that before. Lewis was confident. I lost track of how many drivers ended up making that mistake. So apparently even the best can do it. So never say never. I will also just point out that I was leading my own iRacing Bathurst 12 Hours, what was it, back 2019 or so, because that was when I still drove and my rig wasn't just collecting dust. coming into the final hour, leading by a lap. Teammate out of the cutting, out of the elbow, says, "You're pitting this lap." I say, "Sure, I'm ready." As I come through the chase, everyone knows I'm coming in, except my brain forgot I was coming in. And I was out of fuel, so I noticed out of turn one. Unfortunately, when you have a 1 lap buffer, it means that you can afford to take the time to tow. But my lord, apparently brain fades are much easier to make than people do think. And I think we may have had a bit of a mistake from Marceno, because he's just lost a bunch of ground and has dropped back behind Nicholas Rubelar.
Yeah, all that hard work to find a way past the Arnage competition McLaren has now been undone. I'm sure we'll dig out a replay of exactly what it was that he did, but no damage on the car, so in a way he dodged a bullet if he's had a moment somewhere up across the top of the mountain. The Sports car will continue on its way. Their teammate leading the race by a slightly extended margin now, actually, over Urano Esports Data Group in seconds, so 6 seconds the gap between the two of them. We're going to find out very shortly, I'm sure, what happened to the sister car. But interesting the point that you make there, Arjuna, about brain fade and missing pit entry. I find that at this track, perhaps more than any other, that's very easily done, because it's such a rhythm track. You have to get into that rhythm, into that zone, and you're in the car for the best part of an hour per stint or so. And like I said, at the end of the stint, the car feels the best it has through the entire hour. You don't want the stint to end. You don't want to pit. And it's so easy to come out of the chase. You're on probably quite a good lap, and you're that in the zone that you forget your stint is coming to an end. It's easily done for sure. Yeah,
let's take a look at what happened there. And you're also right, the car feels so amazing when you come on in, and then you got to remember to reset your mental expectations the first lap out. Ooh, brushes the inside. Whoa, I tell you what, that could have been so much monumentally worse. Give credit to Simona Maria Marceno for saving that, and we'll have to spool it back a little bit further, and we'll ride on board with the McLaren, because, yeah, change of suit required in both cars, I think.
Just a tiny bit too early over Skyline did he turn in. How he missed that wall there, and how actually the Arnage competition car missed him as they sort of crossed lines through the dipper, I will never know. That was the save of the day. That is such a full commitment section of track, and the trouble is, once you commit to that turning point, the car then immediately goes light over the crest, so for a split second you don't have control of the car anymore, and it's usually at that split second that you realise whether you've got the turning point right or wrong. And on that occasion, it was ever so slightly wrong, but some really good reflexes and some great car control.
I think we just had one of the Urano cars, this is the number 90, down the field already. I think they may have had a similar sort of an issue, and we'll have to try and see if we can spool up exactly what happened with them. Running a bit of a train as well. Let's have to grab the car number, but slides away from them, and fortunately for Daniel Lorenzo, he's also able to mitigate that from being a much worse incident.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse. And again, it's that split second of reaction time that you have. There's a lot that goes through a racing driver's brain in that split second. First of all, they realise that it's going wrong, that they've lost grip. Then they have to try and work out, okay, how bad is this? Can I save it? And that's the big one, because, and he is going to pit potentially with a bit of damage, although we were heading towards the end of a stint, I believe, for this car anyway.
Only 16 laps in, so I think this is
okay.
Trying to get a look at the steering. This camera angle not giving us the best. Is it straight? I can't really tell.
I can't quite see there, but there must be some damage, otherwise he wouldn't have pitted 10 laps or more early, so looks as though the left-hand side of the car... Yes, indeed, unless this is some new strategy that none of us have thought about, so pretty sure there's a bit of damage there, but yeah, when you get the car sideways in a part of the track like that, you have to decide, am I going to try and catch this, or am I going to just bail and limit the damage? And if you try to catch it and you can't, you have to make the situation far worse. And I think what we saw in that instance there was a driver who realised it was going wrong and that it couldn't really be saved, and just sort of hit the brakes and tried to minimise the impact with the wall. And for that reason, hopefully, the car won't be too badly damaged.
And I think the line between and risk tolerance, right, where drivers land on each side of that line, is going to depend, and it's going to swing towards the riskier side here in the virtual world, because you don't pay for the crash damage, you don't feel the impacts at the end of the day, right? And so you're right. I think we all have a bit of a tendency to think, I got this, I can save this, and then once we find out that our talent has run out, it's a one-way trip to a place that we do not want to be. I think we've all experienced that. More pit stops underway. Apex Racing Academy sees Stanley Deslandes take a full service in the number 96 machine. He's rolling himself off the lane. Also has the highlights on the mirror and the wing plate, although it looks like it's the same highlights as the Apex Racing Academy car, so I think we're going to have to take away points, unfortunately, from the Apex Racing team. Gustavo Ariel jumped out of the Texaco Racing by TK car, and instead Sulio Almeida wheels it with under 3 hours to go, and so if anyone's able to make it to the pit lane from this point forward, we 100% have to really assume, Andy, they're probably good on fuel without having to make an extra stop relative to some of the others.
Yeah, should be able to, provided you've had a clean-ish race up until this point, then they should have sort of figured their strategies out that this is the position they'd be in at this stage. Altus Esports versus Arnhush competition again. They've once again reversed positions, so Marcelo back ahead of Rubilar after that enormous moment that he had going over Skyline a few laps ago, and well, for Nicolas Rubilar, who we're right on board with now, he'll be hoping that there isn't a similar moment still to come from Marcelo, because actually both drivers did quite well to avoid contact there. Again, peaks to the inside into the cutting, as much to try and get your vantage point set up, because you don't want to turn in too early there. That black concrete wall comes up to meet you very quickly, and this is one of the hardest things to do, Arjuna, around this section of the track particularly, to run this close behind another car in the heat of the day as well, where the track really isn't yielding that much grip to start with. These cars really do get affected quite badly by that dirty air at high speed, and it's something that will never cease to amaze me, how closely these top drivers can run.
I think, again, it's where that muscle memory comes in, right? And there are those great videos of Formula One drivers just visualizing a lap. They don't even need a steering wheel to do so. And I think you need that sort of a rhythm in a race like this. Alexei Nesov brings the Urano Esports car in, the number 92. Remember, 6 seconds the margin between him and the 41 car entering this pit stop cycle. Would not be surprised to see potentially a driver change, not this time, but the next time by. And then leave the final driver to push for what will be the final 2 hours of the race. Alexei Nesov paired up with Luke Akita, who did not have to pull double duties. He was missing in action from the race earlier today at the Nordschleife for round 4 of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Are also going to see Simona Maria Marcheno in for Altus Esports in the number 42 car. Leaves Nicolas Rubilar with a dash of clean air for a lap or two, as we see from Vlad Kimichev. He's on to lap 29 of his stint, as is the Altus Esports car at the very front. So a handful getting a lap longer. Not really significant now, I guess, Andy, but more significant, of course, as we build to the final run to the checkered.
Indeed so, and this is the point at which saving even that extra lap of fuel could prove to be really crucial. Saves you quite a chunk of time in the next and then the final pit stop if you can do that, because a lap's worth of fuel around here takes a little while to get in the car. So yeah, 29th lap of the stint here for Fenelosa. I don't know whether you've got any way of checking this, Arjuna, but how many laps did Nesov do in the 92 that time? Because I seem to remember these two pitting at the same time last time.
I can go back and have a quick look potentially, but I think it would have been 28, because I did not think he was going to come in that lap. I kind of expected him to stay out one more. But here is the expected pit stop from Carlos Fenelosa. He'll be followed in by Vlad Kimichev, but of course that is going to allow Luke McEwen in the Apex Racing team number 98 to cycle back to the front of the field. David Haynes has got his calculator out for the pit stop time here, so I tell you what, let's just leave this in focus and let him time himself away, and time away to his heart's content. In terms of the rest of the teams and drivers, Chris Slalom has also come in and released himself. No driver change there as expected, and there goes McEwen back to the race lead.
Yeah, so if you are right, and that was an extra lap there for the 41 car, that's perhaps significant, because Alexei Nesov was really pushing hard, wasn't he, to try and catch, and obviously there was a bit more fuel burn as a result of that, although they both got past the 9-hour mark before that pit stop, so they should both be able to make it to the end on just the 2 more stops. Luke McEwen back out in front, and we'll see what his gap is then in a moment or two. A fairly sizable one, I think, because this has been a really good most recent stint for Luke. I know that he's on that lighter fuel load, but doing a really, really good job with it, and continuously lapping quicker than the 2 cars he was chasing, and that now gives him, well, look at that, a nearly 45 second cushion. When we jumped on an hour ago, Arjuna, those top 2 cars were nose to tail on the track. This strategy really does now appear to be swinging in the favour of Apex Racing Team.
So I'm trying to go back to what David Haynes was saying earlier, where it was See, I'm having to actually physically scroll through the YouTube chat. Lead of 37 seconds was what he calculated that Apex needed. That was when we were jumping on. I'm curious to see how his opinion has changed now as we head into the final 3 hours of this race. Let's take a look at those track conditions very quickly, and then we'll give you a rundown of how they are running after the cycle of pit stops. It's still a warm all day in the Australian summer. 5th of February, of course, virtually running closer and closer to 3 p.m. virtual standard time. Still somewhat strong winds across the top of the mountains, but of course that is not the major concern. That is the high track temperature that is really scalding the tires, even though the teams and the drivers are able to change tires when they are throwing fuel into the car. No time lost, 42 seconds or so, full service for the cars as they roll back out onto track. Still waiting for an hour or so before we'll see the track temperature start to cool on off, Andy, and then we'll see how much cars and drivers still have left in the tank.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the other fun stint to do in the car, isn't it, in this race? The first couple of hours and the last couple of hours are certainly where you have the most grip available, and it's a lot of fun to drive the car out there on the track. Also getting a bit overcast out there, I would say. So
there were times.
Yeah, I wonder if that's starting to cool the track down as well. Who knows, in the future, Arjuna, we might have to pay special attention to what's going on in the sky above us here on iRacing, but for now, the only thing that might have an effect on is track temp.
There was a period in the race as Nicholas Rubelar comes on in now for the Arnage competition number 18. So he goes 8 minutes past the top of the hour, longest of them all inside of the top 5 or so. There was a 15-minute period where it went from 51 degrees Celsius track temperature down to 41 degrees Celsius, and I noted a comment in Twitch at the time where someone said, something wrong with the feed, the broadcast? It looks rather dark. There was a lot of cloud cover. David Haynes' magic calculator, something out of Hogwarts at this point, I think it is. Altus number crunch, the number 98 needs to be 52 seconds ahead right now to be on par. Full stop. Very next message. I can't explain it, but that's a great place to leave it off at.
Yeah, so, okay, so that gap, the gap they need is going up, but the gap they've got is going up as well. So I'm not going to bother trying to figure out the intricacies of that, but I think this is going well. I think this is good for Apex Racing Team because the amount of time that they have in hand over the rest of the field is increasing significantly with each pit stop and between the pit stops as well because of Luke McEwen's pace. So I think they're doing all right, but I'm still going to wait and see what happens in the last half an hour before I make any definitive conclusions.
We'll see if we can get your PhD in strategy right here. Okay, we'll read the next couple of messages from Sir David Haynes. Altus have taken 2:42 second stops and Apex have taken 25 plus 29. 25 plus 29 being 54. And still need one more 22 second lane transit. There are 22 seconds of lane transit and 30 seconds of fuel fill behind. That about adds up if I do it very quickly. But again, this is David Haynes. Haynes Racing on Twitter if he gets it wrong.
Yeah, that's 52 seconds. Okay, I've lost track of where the 52 came from, but I know that was the number that he gave us, so I think that makes
it made some sort of sense.
Exactly. Hopefully the viewers at home are following along with this cutting-edge commentary from myself and Arjuna Kankavan.
But there's no AWS up here, I can tell you that.
Yes, always dangerous when you leave a commentator to do maths. We can tell you about the racing, but there are people paying far more than us to work the strategy.
We are just as accurate as most powered by AWS statistics. So,
good point.
Hey, a broken clock is right twice a day, right? I mean, battle still goes on a little bit further down the field. Just left with 10 left on the lead map now. It is starting to dwindle down in numbers. I think we'll get to the end of the race and potentially have a bit more drama, as that was the Mahler Racing Team car with Elias Riker having a bit of a moment over the top of the mountain. But this is the fight for 12th with Deslandis in the Apex Racing Academy car, Rene in the BMW Bank car, and then Almeida at the wheel of the Texaco Racing entry.
And it is remarkable, isn't it, that some 9 and a bit hours into this race with no safety car interventions, no weather changes, no full course yellows, nothing like that, we find cars just on the fringes, just outside of the top 10, running absolutely nose to tail, fighting for position. It's there is something about this place, as David Haynes was talking about just over an hour ago. It just seems to produce these nail-biting finishes, perhaps for the race win, but certainly for those further back. Brady Kostecki into a pit lane that he's becoming more and more familiar with as his career goes on. What a brilliant season he had last year over in Australia, and had briefly got that car back into the top 10. Not at all surprised, Arjun, to see a Porsche pitting at the very end of a pit cycle, because it seems that either in the real or virtual world, that thing is incredibly economical. It always seems to be able to stretch the fuel stints that little bit longer.
Yeah, and so while they're not in really the top 10, they've gone even longer than Nicolas Rubelar had in that Arnott competition McLaren. So fuel numbers shaking up nicely for them. We now just await the arrival of Luke McEwen in that Apex Racing Team car to make his way down onto the lane. One thing that's a little bit harder to make it makes it harder to track the race is our distinct lack of timing 71 here today. That's mostly on my fault, having to go and commentate on that other race when I would usually be running it behind the scenes. It does mean that we can't go back and scroll through the various times and lengths and whatnot, which does mean you can get up to speed a lot easier in terms of what happened and when. David Haynes is working down on pit lane for us basically right now. Gap between Fenellosa and Nessov. So this was that gap that was at, what, 6 odd seconds when Nessov triggered the pit lane cycle at the front of the field. It's been holding it around 6.5 odd seconds more recently as Nessov begins that climb up the mountain. I'd say overall the 41, the Altus Esports red car, running quite well.
Yeah, absolutely, and had a near identical pit stop time to the Altus Esports red car and the Urano Esports car. These two very evenly matched on track and evenly matched in the pit lane, and Alexei Nessov to try and bridge that gap a little bit more over this stint, but he'll be a bit frustrated, I think, that he initially seemed to be closing in the last stint, but then just could not quite get there by the very end of it. Just had Luke McEwen, by the way, throwing in a casual 2-minute 2 lap time, but there's a reason for that, because he was almost out of fuel, and he's back in the pit lane again. So you can sort of see, can't you, Arjuna, these strategies slowly converging again, because this is only a handful of laps since Nessov and Fenellosa pitted. That was, what, 3 or 4 laps ago? So they're almost now back at a position where it is a straight-up fight, and they're kind of on the same strategy.
Question will be, how do you play it out if you are in the pit wall for the Apex Racing team? It is going to be a driver change with 2 hours and 47 minutes to go. Curious time to throw a new driver in, because it's to that point where maybe you would not have a driver change to the end of the race. Flash of the lights from the 42. The 41, excuse me. That is not the 42. That is the 41 that we are tracking. I could probably see that. So it's going to be a long stop then for Rankin. 42 seconds, trying to add as much fuel as possible as a race lead switches back over then to Carlos Fenellosa. And it is going to be 40 seconds on the dot for the Apex Racing team to roll back out onto track. They're going to emerge just behind Alexei Nessov now, and crucially within striking range, within visual grasp of the race leaders.
Absolutely. So does that now mean then they've gone for a full... I'm posing this question knowing full well that David Haynes is already typing away, probably ready to tell us, but does this mean that they are now basically going to just match what Altus and Urano are doing to the rest of the race? They've had their short stints, they've saved their time in that way, it's brought them back into the fight, and now they are probably going to do something more similar to the others. They took on about the same amount of fuel as the two cars ahead of them and came in only 4 laps later than Altus Esports Red number 41 and 5 laps later than Urano Esports number 92. So in that case, Arjuna, this could now be a straight fight to the end, and we've got the top 3 cars covered by 8 seconds. Straight
up to speed for Elvis Rankin as well. No acclimatization period, straight up to the wall as we ride right from the rear wing. So there's the creative liberties that you can take in the sim racing world as to placing cameras in places that the laws of physics maybe mean that you cannot have them. Speaking though of the laws of physics, we've gotten to the point now with camera technology, Andy, that all 20 Formula One drivers are going to have driver eye cameras on board starting this year, which I think is a really exciting move. I know the cameras divide opinion, but when used in the right way, I think they're really cool.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that. That's fantastic news. It's one of the criticisms, I guess, that TV broadcasters get sometimes is an over-reliance of onboard cameras. And of course, the reason that they use them is to try and give the viewers even half of the sensation of what it's like to be strapped into a racing car, hurtling around a racetrack at goodness only knows what speed. And of course, to get that true driver's eye view, that really is the only way to do it, with the camera on the helmet. So yeah, I'm really happy to hear that. The more they do it as well, the more they'll figure out exactly the camera location that it needs to be to give you that proper driver's eye view, because they see things very differently to how we see things, even if we're riding so-called on board with the car. You know, the camera's always a little bit higher or a little bit off-centre, and we can overanalyse an incident, for example, and say, well, surely he could see where the other car was. Well, no, almost certainly not, actually. And I think that hopefully we'll get an even better understanding of that the more we see that technology used.
It feels like a long time ago, because it was a long time ago, that Paul di Resta ran a handful of races with the camera. A handful of drivers did run with it. I don't remember if we saw any of that footage live, but it took a while for them to figure it out. And in true FIA fashion, they've done it with safety in mind as well, which is where things always get a little bit more difficult and interesting at times. Rankin's trying to just get the tyres up to temperature and on a full tank of fuel, trying to get himself up to speed as well. We'll get lap times across the line. It was almost a 2:04 flat for your race leader Fenellosa last time by, as we're working lap 268 of this race. Not bad in terms of the race distance that we're blasting our way on through. We had a record-breaking Bathurst 12 hours a week ago in the real world, where we had the shortest ever race in terms of time taken. That was partially because they had long green flag runs. Definitely not something we have to worry about just something that you alluded to earlier, though, Andy, is the very real realization and possibility that 12 months from now we'll land back up at Bathurst and be questioning if it's going to be raining and if we're going to need our swimsuits at the start of the race.
Yeah, I think the first sign of dark clouds overhead next year, and I will suddenly decide I'm not pulling double duty again. I'm going to retreat to the safety of the commentary box. Driving in the wet is not something I anticipate I'll be terribly good at, but is the logical next step for iRacing to take, absolutely. And I'm really fascinated. I can't wait to see these drivers take it on, because it's going to throw a completely new dynamic into the racing and really just add to that immersion, add to that realism, and add to the challenge for the drivers. Ultimately, 24 degrees the ambient temperature right now, still up at 38 degrees track temperature, which is still pretty toasty. It will take a lot longer for the temperature to seep out of the tarmac than it takes for it to sort of take it in over the earlier part of the day. So track conditions, although they will gradually start to improve, it will be a gradual process, I suspect, between now and the flag.
It's come down 10 or so degrees since the last time we checked on it, and that was just because of some cloud cover. So again, it's one of those windows where if your car is a little bit better in the cooler conditions, you'll gain a little bit now, but expect it to go on up again, just albeit slightly, in a few moments time as the cloud cover moves itself over the track once again. David Haynes wants to update you all. His brain hurts a lot, and I'm not surprised. But you got to keep running. You got to keep working the abacus and hopefully get back to us with some sort of sense to the strategy madness. Meanwhile, Nicholas Rubelar continues to have to go on the defense. Not exactly what you want to be doing as a racing driver. You really want to be focusing forward rather than backwards. It's now Matteo Ugolotti and another one of our Altus Esports cars. This one with green highlights to make it slightly easier for us. They're working their way up towards the mountain, and we'll see when Ugolotti can close just that little bit more.
Indeed so, and up towards the cutting they will head. These two cars that seem to be inseparable at the moment, even after the driver change for the number 42 car. They're ahead of the McLaren 1 minute, they're behind it again the next. This is at least the third or fourth time they've changed positions in the last hour and a half or so. So really a battle going on here, maybe a minute off the race lead, but still a really fascinating battle to be had. Lap times at the front of the field, now that they're all sort of running on vaguely comparable fuel and tyre strategies, have, rather predictably, started to stabilise a bit as well, with race leader Carlos Fenellosa lapping ever so slightly quicker than Elvis Rankin in third, and Alexei Nesov in second. On the previous lap had been the slowest of the three, but that time around is the quickest of the three leaders. They're all lapping within a few tenths of each other, but a good 3 seconds off the ultimate pace that was set earlier on in the day. Fastest lap, by the way, I think was a 2-minute 0.6 I saw, which would have beaten the new qualifying lap record set by Maro Engel this year in the real world Bathurst 12 hours. That was a 2-minute 0.881. Okay, he wasn't doing it at 5:30 in the morning on a really cool track, but still, really impressive pace that we're seeing from the drivers out there. And the fact that they're staying within even a couple of seconds of that at this stage of the race is a real testament to the skill that they've got.
I'm still waiting for David Haynes to now try and give us a new update, by the way, because hopefully his brain is not just dissolved. We have Ted Lowendick in our RaceSpotTV YouTube chat trying to jump in as well and help us out with the strategy. If you're watching on the iRacing Esports Network, you can try your hand as well. You can be just as confused as Andy McEwen and myself are, with 2 hours and 40 minutes still left to run, the length of traditional IMSA race. So, like we were mentioning earlier, it's still going to feel like an age. The IMSA races just managed to pack in way more action into 2 hours and 40 minutes than they have any right to.
They do. Perhaps those races seem to go by so quickly because it takes most of the race to explain the rather complicated caution procedure and the way in which
and to wait for that
exactly.
as well. Yes,
that was a tad frustrating watching the Daytona 24 hours a few weeks ago, I must say. But yeah, they pack plenty of action into their 2-hour 45-minute races, and I think we'll probably have a few twists in the tail of this Bathurst 12 hours before we're done. I'll tell you what, though, we've missed a trick with our colleague David Haynes, I think, here, because what we should have done is had him set up at home in his garden with a little web camera, big whiteboard and a marker pen. We should have had him working these strategies out on camera because clearly he's got a knack for it, and could have added a new dimension to our broadcast. Maybe next year, David, we'll try and talk him into it.
We did that with the Daytona 24 last year, Andy, as we had from the Apex Racing Team facility. You remember where we did the interviews with the drivers at the end of this year's race?
Yes.
Yeah, we had Kevin Ellis Jr. set up as a weatherman. It was glorious. Speaking of cautions, though, I know you're excited about one particular type of caution, Andy. It's what's coming up next.
You don't think we'll see any cautions in the Daytona 500, do you? Surely not. Yeah, absolutely can't wait. February the 15th, 9 p.m. Eastern. Here on RaceSpotTV, the iRacing Daytona 500, my personal favourite of the special events. There is just something truly unique about racing for 500 miles around the high banks of the World Centre of Racing. Some of the best stock car racers on the iRacing service will do battle, and you can join us all to experience all of the action, and plenty of it there will be at the iRacing Daytona 500 this year. There's far too much Daytona on my brain at the moment. It's just that time of year, but that is something I cannot wait for. I'm truly honoured to be a part of that in 2023, and I cannot wait. I think it's going to be more than worth the 5 or 6 o'clock bedtime that I shall have that morning, that's for sure.
I'm just saying, no more Daytona after this, please.
Yes.
We've had enough of it for a year. We can pack it off in a box and see it again at the start of 2024. And that's, man, we're already in February, Andy. We're already in February.
It's not acceptable.
We're already the second week of February as well. How time flies. How it really does. Front of the field still holds relatively constant, 6.3 odd seconds between Fenalosa and Nessoff, and then now about 2 seconds further back to Elvis Rankin, who is settling into the rhythm and getting locked in potentially for the long haul. 3 cars split by 8 seconds still, with almost 10 hours of racing done. Sometimes you do get this sort of magical race where it's all just working to put something special together, and don't discount the fact that there are some battles further back as well. Fourth on back now, potentially a 3-way fight as Team PGZ, yes, slightly off kilter in terms of their strategy. OWASP a pit stop in likely a handful of laps time, but they're on the back of Vlad Kimachev and chasing down Chris Lunlum as well. Plenty of drivers still working their way through. 16 on the lead lap with pit stops cycled through.
Pretty impressive, actually, for a race that, as we said, we were expecting lots of pretty high attrition rate out of, to have that many cars still on the lead lap, and all of them really in contention to either gain or lose a number of positions between now and the flag. That's pretty impressive. Speaking of, we've just had the umpteenth position change between cars 42 and 18. Altus Esports have just gone back ahead of Harnage Competition again for 7th place. No doubt that will change again in the near future. There they go across the line. The number 42 car picking up 1 more spot. But yeah, plenty of cars still on the lead lap, and And that is good for us, but good for the teams as well, because you get to this part of the race sometimes, Arjuna, and I'm sure you've experienced this too. And even if you've had a reasonably good race, sometimes you're so far behind the cars ahead, so far ahead of the cars behind you, that you just sort of, you start to lose interest in the race almost. You kind of accepted that this is where you're going to finish, and that's when the mistakes can sometimes creep in. So it's good all round, I think, for there to be a close level of competition, even into the final couple of hours, which we certainly have got here today.
It is always nice seeing it, that is for sure. It's not a guarantee by any means. On board with Matti Siipala down the hill as they descend. It's really close up to Kimichev. Onto lap 24 of the run is the 114 Ferrari. They're definitely a lot better at slowing down as they work down through the elbow and keeping it nice and tight before getting onto the power and launching it down this Conrad straightaway. It's straight does not mean it's flat. You can see it just rise up and then descend back down as you work towards the kink, and then down the hill into the braking zone for the chase. Siipala are going to be close enough to have a look. You can hear him just feathering off the throttle. And not going to be much drama there in terms of making the pass happen just now. Much like what we saw at Daytona, it's nice to have a pretty healthy mix of the manufacturers. Well, there comes Matti Siipala to the pit lane. Explains why he does not go for the move. But it is always nice to have that little mix-up. Daytona felt like a breath of fresh air. A couple of years of doing these iRacing special events on commentary, Andy, and you get kind of used to the Audi Cup, the BMW Cup, the McLaren Cup, the Mercedes Cup, whatever is in vogue come an iRacing special event.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that a race like Daytona especially will inevitably bring that about, because that track favours one thing over all else, and that is straight line speed. If you can find a car that has a slight advantage in a straight line, you are going to want to use it at Daytona. Now, here at Bathurst, yes, straight line performance is really significant, but there are far more important things. Drivability, the way the car handles, the way the car brakes, the way the car accelerates off the slow corners, the way a car looks after its tyres, what its fuel mileage might be. And I think that's why at this race in particular, you do see a great variety in car. Everyone has their own idea on the best way to go about competing in this race, and sometimes it just comes down to the car that you think is fastest, but sometimes it's down to the car that you're just the most comfortable in, because that drivability for me is the single most important thing about racing around mountains. So yeah, nice to see a little bit of a variety in car out there, and we've got a nice variety of car actually towards the front of the field. Yes, a couple of Mercedes, but you've got the McLarens up there near the front, we've got BMWs running inside the top 10 too, and I really hope that that continues to be the case at future special events. The BOP plays a huge part in that, of course, but certainly here at Bathurst, plenty of different ways to go about it.
Yeah, I know a lot of the teams who got drawn the McLaren for the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship did not enjoy their experience of being a little bit off the pace, so it's nice that they can, some of them at least, choose to willingly put themselves into this car for a race and put in what is not an inconsiderable amount of practice time. We're going to step aside for a RaceSpotTV fan immersion for a couple of moments, but we're going to ride around with our camera car, Stanley Deslandes, as the number 96 Apex Racing Academy car tries to hunt down the BMW bank car that has Ascari Rene behind the wheel. You're watching the iRacing Bathurst 12 Hours on the iRacing Esports Network and on RaceSpotTV. Welcome back to the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours, where we are into the final 2.5 hours that will run us to the checkered flag. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, alongside with Andy McEwen to run you through to the end of this one. It's a fascinating race up and down through the field. We rode around with Stanley Deslandes in the Apex Racing Academy number 96, content to save the fuel, ride behind Ascari Rene, and will do so for the time being as well. At the front of the field is getting a little bit more interesting though. Once again, mid-stint, Urano Esports Data Group coming on strong in the number 92 car, but they're trying to close in on your race leaders. The Altus Esports 41 sits 5.2 seconds ahead. Two Mercedes at the very front of the field, and then the Apex Racing team number 98, who have leveled the game on strategy, having come in about 11 laps ago for a full service pit stop. They came out just a second or two behind Urano, but now find themselves falling off the back, almost 10 seconds behind your race leaders. Plenty more still to go, Andy, but it's poised nicely to take us to the end.
It certainly has. I think we're in for another one of those classic Bathurst nail-biters, aren't we? Because, as you just said, Apex Racing have now well and truly made this a three-way fight with their really different pit strategy, essentially making 3 pit stops in the time that Altus and Urano have made 2, but by going short, they've managed to bring themselves right into contention, and based on the numbers that we're getting from our resident pit strategist David Haynes, they're within 3 or 4 seconds of being right in contention for a race win when this all settles out. So I think we're in for a real thriller of a finish here at the mountain. It does have a habit of delivering those, and it looks like it's on top form today.
I think for Elvis Rankin, part of what he would have wanted to do was to be able to latch onto the back of this Mercedes, maybe do a bit more fuel saving, apply a bit more pressure to the cars in front, but not necessarily going to be an option right now. See if it plays out like that maybe later on. Still also seeing a fight for 4th. A couple of cars that had pretty awful run in qualifying. Chris Lullum and the Red Line machine qualified down in 22nd position. 25th was Urano Esports and the Mercedes AMG number 91. They both made their way up into the top 5, split by 1.3 seconds. About an hour ago, we saw Vlad Kimichev close this margin up, but in this stint of the race, the Red Line McLaren just etching itself clear, albeit slightly. They find themselves in no man's land. No one really behind them, no one really in front of them. They're fighting very much by themselves.
Yeah, they certainly are, but 4th place in the offing here for Team Redline, which, like you said, from where they started would not be a bad effort. That car lined up 22nd on the grid, would you believe? And it was Chris Lullum who was at the wheel for that qualifying session as well. So he's found quite a bit of pace since then, but a really difficult place, I think, to qualify at. I always struggle to qualify at Bathurst because, like I said earlier, it's such a rhythm track. It takes me 4 or 5 laps really to get fully into that rhythm. Now, pros like these, that's something that they can do an awful lot more quickly, but still, the slightest mistake and your lap time has gone. It can take you a little while to get to the point where those mistakes are no longer happening, and yeah, perhaps explains why that car was a bit further down the grid than it should have been, but they've proven that you don't need to start at the front to find your way to the pointy end by the flag. It might be 40 seconds off the lead, but if any one of those top 3 slip up, there is a podium in the offing, and even if that doesn't happen, it's been a great recovery drive to a top 5.
Fight still continues between the Apex Racing Academy and BMW Bank Car. This is 10th, 10th and 11th positions. Deslandes still content to ride. We'll wait for the strategy already with a 3-lap fuel advantage over the BMW M4 GT3 just up the road of him. And a little further down, 14th and 15th, Dylan Burst in the Pure Sims X-Privateer 117. Julio Almeida still at the wheel of number 12, Texaco Racing by TK entry. And I'm totally not biased whatsoever to that Pure Sims car up the road. They totally did not send me some merchandise, Andy, and so I am definitely not a biased commentator now as a result of that.
I'm deeply ashamed that you could be that easily bought, but I'd just like to let Pure Sims and indeed any team out there know that I am also that easily bought, should they feel the need to do something about that. But yeah, great team, Pure Sims, obviously a team with some connections to racing drivers in my neck of the woods as well, and yeah, they are a force to be reckoned with in sim racing, always have been. A bit of a shame to see them a bit further down the order here than they'd like to be, but a top team across lots of different categories as well. You do find some sim racing teams sort of excel at one discipline, GT racing, open wheel, ovals, touring cars perhaps, but pure sim seem to pop up here, there and everywhere, which I think is the sign of a good team, because they've got a good team of drivers and a versatile team of drivers who can sort of turn their hands to anything.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree. And yes, if there are any other sim racing teams out there, I'm still looking to build out my wardrobe. I've got plenty more space. If you want to make an impression, just in front of these two is Alex Palou, going a bit slowly, but trying to get back up to speed. We'll see if the IndyCar Series champion back in 2021 had a big issue, a small issue. If he was able to save it like Simona Maria Marcheno. Ooh, okay, that is not a great angle to see afterwards, but I think he may have avoided running himself off into the wall.
Surely not. That was a long way off the track. He was out buying a burger, I think, from one of the concession stands. He was that far off. Amazingly, he did miss the wall. That is the narrowest of narrow escapes. And I think he just turned in a little bit too early, actually. Almost caught the curve a bit awkwardly. Let's see, this will tell us. So that left-hander is flat out. This one is, well, a dab on the brakes for me, a lift for him. Oh, a bit of oversteer over the crest. The back of that McLaren, it doesn't like lifting off through a turn, does it? You do get that lift off oversteer, especially over a crest like that, and he did really well to catch that.
Yeah, I mean, that was some heads-up driving. Alex Palou is a veteran of sim racing. He's not just gotten into it recently. Someone that has been on Team Fordzilla for a while and made the switch over to Team Redline. Although haven't seen him maybe as much as we would have wanted to in some of our iRacing special events, but it's always good to see him back in the car, especially when I think we're missing no Shane Van Gisbergen this time out, no Max Verstappen this time out in those Team Redline cars. Drivers that we've become quite accustomed to seeing, although I think in the case of a certain Dutch Formula 1 two-time world champion, he probably wants to stay a bit away from sim racing, at least for now.
Can't think why. Yeah, a shame though, really, because they bring some real gravitas to these events, you know, and it's for me, someone who, as we know, has come across to sim racing very much from real world motorsport, and I've gained a massive appreciation for this discipline of racing over the last couple of years that I had never had before. It's always nice to see other people doing the same thing, and I think it is important that sim racing and real world racing sort of work hand in hand, and the more crossover you get, the more of these really well respected real world drivers who come over and not just give this a go but are able to excel at this, the better. There is an argument to say that, you know, the sim racing drivers who've been at this for years and years deserve the spotlight as well, but honestly I think they can feed off the competition that comes from people like Max and Shane coming over and doing this, and ultimately I think it makes all of them better drivers.
No, absolutely, and I think we've seen a handful make that transition over. I know I usually will point out Lauren Heinrich as a great case, but Lauren Heinrich is someone who very much showed great potential through junior karting and whatnot before the lack of funding stopped his progress in the real world. He then found his way to the sim and eventually was able there through the journey that he was on to get his opportunity back in a real car, and once he did so, he did not let go. Ended up going on to be the Porsche Junior Shootout winner, and that's a great example of a virtual to reality story. Elvis Rankin, another way people will say, well, he came second in the Skip Barber iRacing series and then went on to win the real Skip Barber Racing series. But Elvis Rankin, another one that had plenty of racing experience before they got into the virtual world as well. There aren't many examples other than the Moritz Lohners, who went from no real experience to being on the podium at the DTM Trophy, that have really made the jump from virtual to reality. And hopefully the more real world drivers are connected to the sport, the more opportunities there will be for those transitions to potentially happen. I know it's not the be all and end all, but it's always nice to go and see in the Race of Champions, for example, Andy. Now it's 2 years in a row that we've had drivers from F1 Esports go over there and blow the competition away.
Absolutely, which really proved the point that when you give these top sim racers an opportunity like that, they can deliver. That's a great advert for sim racing because it proves that you really can learn how to be a racing driver by doing this. You know, as sims get more and more accurate, more and more realistic, then the more crossover there will inevitably be. You can hone your craft here, and in theory, should be able to jump into the real thing and go almost, if not just as quickly, pretty soon after. So it's a great advert for esports. The big problem is that to make that jump across into the real world sport, you need the budget, and that is why we need more money in sim sports, more big time sponsors, more manufacturers getting involved in sim racing, because that is the golden ticket, I think, for these top sim racers to make the jump over. You know, money doesn't grow on trees. They can't do it. They can't just give them free drives because they won an esports event. There has to be some budget there, and I think again that's something that more and more real world motorsport entities are starting to realise, that they can invest in sim racing and they can actually invest in some real talent whilst they do it.
Gordy Much into the pit lane and out of the car in the Apex Racing team number 3, another one that blurs those lines between virtual and reality. It's going to be Michael Yanni that takes over, likely to the end of the race, with 2 hours and 13 minutes left to go. See, James Baldwin as one mentioned. But he was someone that did Formula Ford before he got into sim racing significantly. Jimmy Broadbent mentioned. Gordy Much is intimately familiar with Mr. Broadbent. And to be fair, Jimmy sounds like he's having a blast in this iRacing Bathurst 12 hours as well. Do go check him out if you aren't already watching. I think he's paired up with a legend in the form of the one, the only Tony Kanaan, and then also has another teammate. Some may know him by the name of Kurgatized, aka Tyson Meyer, who has by himself 1,000 people watching him on his Twitch stream right now. I can only imagine the shenanigans they're getting up to.
Yeah, that sounds like a fun time, that. If you've got a spare monitor and you can keep watching our top split race here on RaceSpot, but also give them a watch, then that is certainly worth doing. That's, you know, what an amazing thing that Jimmy's done for the sport. And okay, on a personal level, the progress that he's made into real world racing is fantastic, but the beacon of light that he shone on sim racing, particularly through the lockdowns, but long before that actually, really was what helped to give this sport, virtual motorsport, the huge rise in popularity that it had. And I've got an infinite amount of respect for Jimmy. I had the pleasure of meeting him a couple of times last year whilst he was racing his Praga, very successfully, of course, alongside Gordy Much. And what a nice guy, a humble guy. He knows that he only really got where he is now because of his fans and because he was able to interact with them in his own unique way, and it's really nice to see that he's still managing to do that as well, making great strides in his racing career, but still very much keeping his foot in sim racing, and still an incredible force to be reckoned with as well.
And someone that wants to take the opportunity that he had and give it forward, basically. So do make sure that you're following him on the social media as well, because your opportunity to jump into one of those Pragas may not be too far away. I'm going to click a button, and it is going to work the first time, which is always a great thing to see. Yes, Jimmy Broadbent having fun on the Twitter. K is for Quirk, U is for unanimous vote that Quirk drives 8 hours. I is for I think Quirk should drive 8 stints. R is for are you serious? Of course, Quirk should drive 8 stints. K is for TK is very brave. Plenty of fun being had. And if you want to join the conversation, iRacing Bathurst 12, use the hashtag on Twitter.
And do you know what? That really does sum this up. We get very wrapped up in sim racing because we have to on a professional basis. You know, we're here to cover these races. They're prestigious events. There is a lot of time, effort, and money that goes into them. It's supposed to be fun, and for 90% of the people that do compete in these special events, who aren't in top split, who aren't professionally paid sim racers, it's just about having fun, and it's really nice to see that spirit very much alive and well through Jimmy Broadbent and his team, and that they are enjoying this, because what on earth is the point if you're not having fun?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And in the words of John Heindorf, it doesn't matter what split you're in. The cars may be virtual, but the racing is real, up and down through the field. It's great to have another iRacing special event underway. Battle for fourth navigates its way through some lap traffic, and while we were having a little bit of fun, front of the field, it's Alexei Nesov on the hunt. Now within 4 seconds of your race leader. Remember, at the cycle of pit stops, it was 6.5 seconds once they both cycled their way on through. Has been able to carve away 2.5 of those seconds in the last 22 laps. And they've left Elvis Rankin in the Apex Racing Team number 98 car in the dust. Yes, that McLaren is carrying just a little bit heavier a fuel tank, at least for the time being. We'll see exactly how it's going to cycle on out. David Haynes on last prediction. This was a while ago, though, to be fair. Said that Apex need to be within 5.6 seconds to be on par. They're not within that right now.
Yeah, that's interesting then. So I had a message from one of my teammates, Rhys Saunders, a while ago asking me who I thought was going to win this race, and I said Apex. I really thought that they'd got themselves back into it, but now they're back on this sort of bog standard regular strategy alongside the Altus and Urano cars. They just don't seem to have the raw pace. That short fueling really was their only way, it seems, of living with the speed of these top two, unless there is some serious fuel save going on. But I don't see any reason for Elvis Rankin to be saving fuel. They all have the same amount of pit stops to do. Okay, you might save a lap here or there, but that's not going to make a massive difference. So I think they're all giving it what they've got, and it's just not quite working for him. But for Alexei Nesov, as you said, absolutely flying. 202.6 on the previous lap, 10.5 quicker than Carlos Vanalosa, who leads the way. And this is just starting to tighten up nicely as we head toward, probably in 10 to 12 minutes or so, the penultimate pit stop for these top three cars. And that could be really interesting to see if those gaps go out or if they tighten up even further through that round of stops.
So a question on the iRacing Esports Network. What happened to Gustavo Ariel? He is out of the car. Julio Almeida has taken over. They're running 13th position in the Texaco Racing by TK number 12. Just got a message over from George Simmons, part of the Apex Racing team, of course, but some may not know a role that he has at the McLaren Formula One team, and has just taken on a new title as race strategist for McLaren Racing. So big congratulations to George, who has taken the Apex Racing team to a blockbuster 2022. Took the McLaren F1 Esports team to not just the F1 Esports World Drivers' Championship, but to the World Constructors' Championship as well. And now is going to spend 20-plus weekends biting his fingernails from mission control, I can only assume, Andy.
Absolutely. What a cool job that is, though. Congratulations. Well done on that. That's the stuff of dreams right there, isn't it? And a reminder that there's more than one way to build a career in motorsport. You don't have to get behind the wheel. There are plenty of other ways you can enjoy that sport and make a career out of it. So that's fantastic to hear. Not a job for me. You'll be surprised to hear. That's not something I shall be putting an application in for anytime soon. I don't think my nerves could take it, quite frankly. Forget my arithmetic abilities. I think that's a very stressful job indeed. I do think sometimes the driver has the easy job. They're cocooned away in the racing car with only the wheel and the pedals to worry about, and they get to pedal some of these incredible cars around some incredible racetracks and not a calculator in sight.
George Simmons does want me to remind everyone, it's Mark Tranter doing the hard work for the Apex Racing team strategy, by the way. Not sure if this is George's way of trying to cover himself in case things don't go right. But Mark has been right more than he's been wrong, at least since we've seen him taking over the lion's share of the strategy duties, and we'll see how it plays out. David Haynes speculating that maybe Apex should have stayed a little bit lighter for longer rather than brimming it up on the last stint, but you never know how it's going to play on out. Traffic still has its part to play, I have no doubt about that. And we will see in the next 5 or so laps Urano trigger the pit stop cycle, and then one by one penultimate pit stops will be done, and we'll be just left with that final execution on pit lane. It's not so difficult on pit exit, rather simple. It's on pit entry that, Andy, it can be a little bit precarious.
And unnecessarily so, to be perfectly honest. I do not understand why they haven't just got rid of that little chicane on pit entry. There's bags of space for them to just make that a simple 90-degree left-hander, but hey, you couldn't have one of the most challenging racetracks in the world and then not give it one of the most challenging pit entries in the world, could you? And well, I mentioned my teammate Rhys Saunders a moment or two ago. It would be remiss of me not to tell the world about the fact that he completed an incredible stint in our race about 2 or 3 hours ago and plonked it in that very gravel trap you can see on your screen as he came into the pit lane. Missed the barriers by about a fraction of an inch, thankfully, but I couldn't let him get away without that. So, yeah, well done for that, Rhys.
He's got nowhere to respond as well. That's the greatest thing about it.
He's already piped up in chat trying to take the mickey out of my bump drafting ability,
okay.
So I thought it was time I got him back.
So it was shots fired and you just returning serve. I see. All's fair, all's fair. Gap between first and third, Altus and Apex has grown to now 11 and a bit seconds as Urano and Redline do battle for 4th. They swap back and forth. All they really do is trip over one another and cost each other some time. But we are at the window where you'd have to think that more teams, more drivers are getting ready to push it to the end and are a bit more willing to let the tempers start to rise. Track conditions haven't really risen too much, Andy. I think Triers will be in a great state now to be pushed a little bit harder.
Yeah, pretty static conditions there. I don't think that's changed at all since the last time we looked, actually. If it has, it's by a degree or so. So, yeah, pretty stable track conditions from now until the flag. And I have to say, not for the first time today, I think I agree with David Haynes. I think Apex probably should have had another stint at a lower fuel load because they pitted last with 2 hours 47 to go. So they could have done a 3/4 of an hour stint, which is a slightly shorter stint, 15 minutes or so shorter than average, and then pitted with 2 hours to go and just do 2 full tanks to the end. They could have probably had another stint on a lighter fuel load, and that is when they were going quickly. It's just not quite working for them now that they've sort of leveled out with everyone else.
Alex Simpson jumps onto the iRacing Esports Network Twitch chat to say big last stint needed from the guys. Cheering them on from Katowice. I think that's how you pronounce it. Seems like everyone who sees that has a different way of pronouncing it, which means I'm just going to roll with it, and hopefully I said it correctly.
Sounded good to me. I'm not fluent, but it sounded
You're
good
not
to
Polish,
me.
so you're going to let me by. You're going to let me pass, of course. Well, it was interesting. Jamie Fluke threw this on Twitter last weekend. He posted what was his first iRacing World Championship race. This was 2017, the iRacing Grand Prix World Championship Series days. And of the field of 35, he was the sole remaining iRacing World Championship Series competitor. It's crazy to think that in 6 years we've had that much turnover. To be fair, part of that may be assisted by the fact that we've had a pretty tumultuous couple of years in sim racing overall. But you compare that to something like Formula One, where it seems like at least half the grid is still driving when you compare 2016 to 2023.
Yeah, it's funny how these things happen, though, in motorsport. You have these sort of generational shifts, don't you? And we went through it in NASCAR about that time, probably, about 2016. Lots of the old guard retiring, lots of the new young faces appearing in the sport. And it always creates a little bit of a shift in the dynamic amongst the fan base as well, doesn't it? Because you've got those who have supported certain drivers for 15, 20 years suddenly finding themselves with no one to root for. But in sim racing, a little bit different, I suppose. You expect that slightly higher turnover as, we're often dealing with a very, a relatively young driver base. A lot of sim racers are on the young range of the spectrum, and that's great because it means they get to do this from a very young age and they become very, very good at it. But then inevitably either they go on to bigger or better things, or life starts to take over as they get older. So sim racing sometimes has to take a little bit of a back seat. So you kind of expect it, I suppose, in the virtual world to some extent.
Yeah, Gregor Hutu, one of the all-time greats, that a lot of people will be wondering, where is Gregor? Well, he works in sim racing as a developer now. It's crazy how much time has passed him by. I got the chance to chat with him briefly at the end of last year, but one of the few open wheel world champions. You also had Martin Kronke behind the scenes still at Coanda Simsport, and the only other iRacing open wheel world champion, RaceSpot's own Hugo Luis. Always like to throw that one in. He's still in sim racing. And Andy, I will highly recommend that if Hugo ever says let's jump into an iRacing session together, turn it down for the sake of your ego.
I was trying to convince him actually to take part in our little commentators race that's hopefully coming up in the near future. I'm kind of glad he declined the offer. Actually, sounds like he might show us all up. But
no, we need him. RaceSpot needs to come out on top in this.
That's true. He's our pro driver,
yes,
right? So
exactly.
We're there to make up the numbers.
He's the platinum. Yes.
Exactly.
You can only have one of those.
Yeah, absolutely. No, there's some real talent in sim racing, and like I said, there are more ways to make a career in sim racing than simply behind the wheel, and more opportunities like that coming about now as the sport starts to grow and grow, and that's lovely to see.
Yeah, we also can't allow the Australians to win another one. Seems quite fitting since we're here at Bathurst. They won the first one 6 and a bit years ago, and then won the next one. So they were the champions for 6 full years, technically. And we've let them have the title for 4 months. So the reign needs to come to an end. SimSpeed will be dethroned. Bo Albert will be dethroned as the fastest commentator of them all. and we will crown a new champion. Hopefully that will make our egos all feel a lot better. Almost into that pit stop cycle, Door Esports had already come their way on down onto the pit lane. And now we'll see if anyone else decides to follow. Oscari Rene out of the BMW bank entry, and in jumps Joshua Anderson, so native to the region, and he's already had a small moment trying to get up to speed. That's some Tony Hawk action on that curb there.
Every time we cut to an onboard through that corner, I know what's coming, and then almost gets a punt through the dipper as well, just as he was suffering enough. But again, this is such a tricky corner. You fully commit to it. The car goes completely light just at the point at which you turn in, and it looks like he actually missed the apex, unlike the last car that we saw through there, which was the Alex Palau car, wasn't it, that turned in a bit too early and then had to overcorrect with the oversteer. That was just a bit of understeer from the BMW, missed the apex, and again, this late in the race, there's that much rubbish offline. Those marbles that you can see down on the track, they certainly will limit your grip should you start riding over the top of them, and very easy to rewind there. I have found that if you sort of keep your foot in it a little bit, that's sometimes better than trying to lift off and save it in that situation, and I think that's how he got away with that one. Swap
For the 16th position, Lucas Prada getting past Julio Almeida as Dylan Burse has jumped out of the Pure Sims Esports entry. It was almost Joshua Anderson getting tagged as well by his teammate Felix Quernbach. That would have been an interesting conversation in the debrief. Quernbach does still owe us a pit stop, but we'll wait and see when he elects to dive on in. Alexander Thieber in the Urano car charges his way past Nicholas Rubelar in the McLaren that's going to go longest of them all. Past the top of the hour once again. Penultimate stops across the board underway. Diego Pinto going to jump back into the Team Redline #1, taking over from Chris Lullum. And if you need a driver to chase and push in the final part of this race to try and secure 4th position, doesn't get much better than the 2022 world champion.
No, absolutely. Should be a very safe pair of hands in this situation. Brilliant battle going on here between Team and Rubelar, though, as they come up the hill towards Griffin's Bend, and the Mercedes keeping the McLaren at bay for now. They've been running in each other's wheel tracks for a couple of laps now, with no move being made, but again getting towards the end of the stint now, and perhaps an opportunity to jump that car in the pit lane. Looked like team just missed the apex slightly through Griffin's Bend. A brave driver can try and have a stab up the inside into the cutting, but even with only 2 hours left on the clock, that's still a lot of racing. That is plenty. That's another 60 times perhaps up and down Mountain Straight, up and down Conrod Straight. That's 60 more opportunities to try and get the move done at a more sensible point. Alexei Nesov, though, is in. So the other Urano Esports car pitting from 2nd place. That was a 20... How many laps was that? 25 laps, I think, that he did on that stint. 25, 26. So a little bit shorter, but he's in the window, I suppose, and decided that now was the time to bail.
One by one, pit stops trickling their way on in. We'll track the gaps once they cycle on out. Racine Fazui takes over that Apex Racing Academy number 96. So it's Stanley Deslandes that jumps out to run to the end of the race. With now 10 hours done. Final push to try and just hold on. We had, again, 48 cars take to the green flag, whittling themselves down one by one. The vast majority pretty early in the race itself. And we are now left with what seems to be just 25 or so out there and running on the track. By no means is it completely empty in terms of traffic. A couple more cars diving on in. Alexander Thieber follows Matteo Ugolotti as Altus and Urano in the 42, the 93, both find their way on in. Of course, for Carlos Fenolosa, we'd expect him, Andy, to maybe even do the one additional lap. He's been somewhat consistently able to hit the 29 lap marker, but with the track temperatures cooling off and fuel usage therefore picking up, maybe at this point it's 28. That is the magic number.
Yeah, he's gone that extra lap the last couple of stints, hasn't he? So I would expect him to do one more after this. It's been exactly an hour since he was last in the pit lane. He's been, on average, doing an hour and 2 hour and 3 minute stints. So I reckon he should have one more lap in the tank. Is he going to prove me wrong? Of course he is. He merges left into the pit lane, and he will attack that really tricky left, right, left flick into the pits. They really do attack it as well, don't they? Getting onto that pit limiter as late as possible. So a couple of our front runners, they're not necessarily draining cleaning the tanks dry this time? Or are they not brimming them to the top when they're in the pits?
I think we're going to get a good comparison here between Luca Kita in that number 92 and the Altus Esports 41, as it's a slow roll for Fenelosa to find his box. Took him a while. Not sure if that was the most optimal, if we can be completely honest. Already Kita powering down the back straightaway as Fenelosa's out. The young Aaron Vasquez will jump back in, and boy was he feisty at the start of this race and rapid to back it up. Still up on the jacks as well. But I think this is the point of the race with two new drivers in, that if it's close, we'll figure out pretty quickly who can get into the rhythm faster than the other.
And that's the key, really, especially for Luca Kita, who's had a bit of clean air since he got in the car. So this has been a really important outlap for Luca, who turns through the final corner. Vasquez still stationary on the pit lane for the time being. He now rolls and will come out quite comfortably ahead, won't he? So what was this gap? It was, I think, around 4 seconds, perhaps just over 4 seconds before the pit stop. So I'd say that's a little bit larger now, although Kita will have the temperature in the tyres, whereas Vasquez will take a lap or so to get fully up to speed. You've got to be so gentle on the rubber these days in these GT cars. This relatively new tyre model that's being run on iRacing does not reward you for aggressive heating of the tyres on the outlap. So, of course, it's a bit difficult, really, for Vasquez to be very gentle. He is in a fight for the race lead here, but I think by the time he's got those tyres up to temperature, the gap will be much the same as it was earlier.
Yeah, it's still holding at about 4 seconds. I think it had come down closer to 3 seconds by the time Nessoff had pulled it in. The overcut does seem to have worked consistently, though, for Altus in terms of being able to hold on to the margin. Car just working a bit better on lower fuel. Sparks fly up as they get close to the wall. Still wait for Elvis Rankin, who will tick on to lap 26 of the run. Bit of a wiggle midway through the corner as well. That's always the danger when it comes to a choice of a car like the McLaren that is known for being on the edge, if we can put it mildly. You know that you're only one snap away from disaster, but I guess that's part of the fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And for drivers of this level, that's the risk they're willing to take, because they've honestly got the ability to catch those slides 9 times out of 10. It's for drivers of high sort of standard that the McLaren really does become a fearsome proposition, because it is not an easy car to drive. And around here, as I said earlier, I would take drivability out of over outright speed every time. But Elvis has driven reasonably well in this stint, dropping back a little bit from where he was, but they still have the option, don't they, for this slightly short pit stop that they can take somewhere. They've got about 15 minutes in hand somewhere, I reckon, where they can put 15 minutes less fuel in, either at this stop or the last stop, and they'll be hoping that that gets them fully back into contention. But it needs some really good lap times from Elvis to go with that, really. He has upped his pace now into the low 2-minute 3s as the fuel load drops off, but now he's got a bit of traffic up the road. This is not ideal.
I hope they've all done the practice for the most important thing of them all. Did you do your practice, Andy, for it?
Well, I thought I'd practiced everything, but you might be about to prove me wrong.
Did you practice for the jump?
I've had plenty of practice of that over the years, believe me.
Yes, it's a tradition. If you get to the end of the 12 hours, you have earned the right for your Bathurst jump.
It's a lot of fun, I have to say. I did do a couple of them in practice, actually, I must admit. Usually after a qualifying sim had not gone particularly well or something. It was a good way to vent my frustration.
No, I kind of got ready for this by working through our camera pack here at RaceSpot and saying, right, so where's the jump camera so that we can sign off at the end of the broadcast? We'll come to that bridge when we have to cross it. But yes, I'm hoping for some spectacularness in about 2 hours time or so as we get ready to say goodbye to everybody, at least momentarily, for these iRacing special events. Going to be a busy week, I think, on the iRacing Esports Network, as I quickly go and type into Google trying to pull up the schedules for various series going on this coming week, potentially. The World of Outlaws World Championship is officially in the books. Tyler Schell crowned the World of Outlaws late model champion. This Tuesday, it's going to make some drivers better halves, some partners a little bit frustrated. This Tuesday, February the 14th, you know what it is, Andy?
Do you know, it rings a bell, Arjuna, but I don't think I could tell you now.
It's round 1 of the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series.
Knew it.
That was the correct answer, yes. So, yes, there's some drivers I'm sure going to love having to have that conversation with their better halves. Then, of course, I think on Thursday you'll have another round of the Skip Barber iRacing series, which is a lot of fun. Remember, you can qualify your way into that series every single week through the Time Attack sessions. And if you want to learn more about it, if you want to start your iRacing journey, head on over to iRacing.com today, where new memberships are 40% off. And then, of course, on Saturday, the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup returns for round number 2 as it heads to the Circuit Magny Core for the very first time. I'll be honest, Andy, I don't know really what to expect for that one.
It's a really nice track, I have to say. It's an interesting track. I think it really suits one-make racing, actually. I've seen some really good one-make racing around that track since it's been on iRacing. So, yeah, I think that should be reasonably entertaining. Lots of action down into the Adelaide hairpin, I'm sure.
Yes, that's I think where we're getting ready for some Wii bowling type memes. But we'll have to wait and see. Through the pit stop cycle, the 91 has leapfrogged the number 1. Sam Kuitert jumps in and takes over from Vlad Kimichev, and now has that pressure of fending off the advances of Team Redline's Diego Pinto. And talking of having to fend off advances, Michael Yanni has said, I don't want to defend just yet. He's let Joshua Anderson in the BMW bank car slide his way up into the 11th position as the Apex Racing team car of Elvis Rankin descends its way to pit lane.
Well, this is important then. Are they going to use that slightly shorter pit stop that we think they've got in hand here? Or are they going to use it a little bit later on? Because we know a full tank of fuel can get you just over the hour, so that leaves them just under.
They're doing a driver change.
Oh, and Luke McEwen getting back in. I mean, that's probably sensible. Luke has been the quickest of the drivers in that car, I think. If they're doing a driver change, perhaps they're going to brim it with fuel as well, but that could be a really significant move.
Yeah, I think the fact that they're doing the driver change indicates that they are going to brim it up and save the short pit stop to the end. I did think it was a bit weird, 2 hours and 50-odd minutes to go for Elvis Rankin to take it to the end. It is not by any means a marathon stint, but it's maybe a little bit more uncomfortable than some drivers would want to take on. McEwen's going to drop and roll, release himself off the button, and he's going to emerge about 9 seconds by the time he's built back up to speed at the end of this long straightaway that greets you on pit exit. And so now, once again, the benchmark has been laid down. One more pit stop left to go. Slightly shorter, of course, yes, for the 98. But what can Luke McEwen do to put himself in the right situation? Luca Keita trying to do the same for Urano, but only 3.9 off of the back of your race leader, Andy. He has made very little headway since getting into the car.
Yeah, these two just inseparable on lap times, really, aren't they? One lap, Vasquez will be quicker. The next, Keita will take a tenth back out of him again. Overall, nothing really changing in the gap. The gap that has come down is second to third, because that was a quick pit stop for Apex Racing Team, just under 40 seconds. So they took about 2 seconds out of Montes and Urano during that pit stop. So perhaps they had, they might well have had a lap's worth of fuel left, actually. I don't think they went right to the end of that fuel stint, so I think that perhaps explains why they had a slightly quicker pit stop, but that just narrows those margins again. And now it's time to find out, isn't it, Arjuna, whether Luke McEwen's pace earlier on was just because he was on low fuel, or whether he is genuinely quicker than these two. Already on his outlap, it looks like he's taking a few tenths out of them.
Yeah, no, looking pretty good. Track temperature as well, pretty stable. So if you've set your car up more for the end of this race, you're going to be having a smile on your face. If we're banking on the toasty track conditions extending a little bit longer. Seems like, unfortunately, you're a bit out of luck, and you're going to have to play the card that you are dealt with. There is your race leader, Aaron Vasquez, just rounding out of the final corner, getting ready to put Julio Almeida in the Texaco Racing by TK number 12 car. 1 lap down at that point, all but the top 15. Only the top 15, rather, will be scored on the leading lap. It is one of those weird Bathurst races where there are still fights up and down through the field, despite what is still a healthy level of attrition, with 48 cars taking to the green flag and just down to 27 out there and running. The retirees are numerous, and some of them major contenders, including at one point a Williams Esports car that disconnected from the very front of the field. Sim racing can be cruel at times, Andy.
It can indeed. It's the sim racing version of an alternator failure or something, isn't it? That it's equally as heartbreaking, though, when it does happen. But tell you what, Luke McEwen immediately on the pace, down to 7 seconds away from the race lead. And he is going to be on the tail, I think, here of Luca Keita within the next few laps. If he can get within a second or so, he'll pick up the toe. And we know how quick that McLaren is. He's on the grass as he goes down into McPhillamy Park. He is absolutely wringing the neck of that McLaren MP412C. It's a sight to behold, right out onto the grass over Skyline, and he picked up 3/10 doing it.
Well, I think you can tell what McEwen was told in that pit stop by Mark Tranter. 5 words: win it or bin it. It's come down to those 2 options in the Apex Racing Team camp, and unfortunately Luke McEwen was also almost in the latter camp there.
That was as close as you can get, I think, to going off there and not actually going off. That was really great stuff there from Luke on the edge, and it's going to be fantastic to see this. This is set up perfectly. If he's in the car till the flag, then we potentially got the quickest of the 3 leaders at the back of the train. Look at that, all 4 wheels over the edge of that curb, and that curb is tall as well. The car completely off the ground briefly as he did that. Full commitment turning in. And I think probably just a little bit of cold tyre understeer. He won't yet have the pressures fully up in that car, and I think he just tried to lean on them a little bit too much and very nearly paid the price. But 6.5 seconds behind the race leader, 6.5 seconds covering the top 3. David Haynes mentioned it before, Arjuna. This place, every single time, seems to deliver these ridiculously close finishes. There must be some sort of scientific answer or something in the stars. I don't know what it is, because even in a race like this where we've had no safety cars to bunch them all together, it still keeps happening.
It is a magical place, but don't drink the David Haynes Kool-Aid, because he's drunk the Bathurst Kool-Aid. He was just here a week ago for the real race, so he is very much loving life down here at Mount Panorama. My main memory of an iRacing special event, at least as a commentator, is back in 2021, or maybe it was 2020, I forget now off the top of my head because time is flying and merging together. But it was when Max Verstappen, it would have been 2021, Max Verstappen and Enzo Benito were in an Audi R8 for Team Redline together. It was the orange Team Redline car. I can even tell you what color it was. Dominated that race, Andy, and when I say dominated, they made it quite boring. By the end, it was just like, all right, they're leading by a lap or so. All right, can we just drop the checkered flag? This is a refreshing change of pace, although maybe it should also be expected when you have a little less of a dominant force like Max Verstappen in the car.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been perhaps a bit more competitive than it has been in the past this year, but, I don't know. There is plenty of competition out there, even if you do throw a certain double Formula 1 world champion into the mix, and yet, still you tend to get these very close finishes. There's just something about this place. It seems to deliver every time, and Luke McEwen on the charge now as he tries to close in on the second placed car first of all, and we think that he's perhaps still got a slightly shorter final pit stop up his sleeve as well. So the question now then is, does he need to clear Luca Keita on the track, do we think, in order to have a shot at Vasquez at the final pit stop? And this again is where the calculators probably need to be broken out. How close does he need to be to the race leader, in theory, going into that final stop? Because if he does engage in a battle with Luca Keita, who's not going to just put the indicator on and move out of his way, remember, then that could end up costing him enough time that the Alta C Sports car has just enough in hand.
Yeah, we haven't gotten the latest update from David Haynes' field book, so maybe the next edition of that is waiting for us to check out in a few moments' time. I think it's trending well. If you tell a driver win it or bin it, it does set them kind of free in some ways. They don't have to have that risk mechanism that goes on in the back that's always evaluating, all right, how much can I truly push? Is this going to be safe, etc., etc., etc. I think it loosens them up to just throw in fast lap after fast lap, and we're in to maybe see a really feisty battle as Aaron Vasquez is slow. Puff of smoke down through Skyline. It's Keita already through, Vasquez still stationary, and the hometown team may just see the special event drought continue.
And it's that same part of the track that's caught so many people out already in this race, over the top of Skyline, and now it means that it is just a 2-second cushion between first and second places in this race. How bad is the damage, though, to the Alta C Sports red car? How much extra time will they have to spend in the pit lane to repair it, if at all? Well, we'll find out in a moment, Arjuna, but it's never usually a small moment at Skyline.
No, and this even starts slightly before, coming over the top at McPhillamy Park, and you'll, very similar to Luke McEwen, runs a bit wide and over the curb, but this time it just is unsettled as it loads off of that curb on the outside, spits it off into the wall, and knocks both ends of the car into place. And even if it doesn't force Altus to come down to the pit lane this time by, that is the race basically done for them, at least in terms of their victory chances.
Well, let's see their lap times, though, because sometimes funny things happen on iRacing with damage to the front end of a car. Sometimes it looks worse than it is. Yeah, just dropped off the curb awkwardly. You can run that curb. I mean, we just see Luke McEwen got all four wheels over it, but it just lands. You watch as it just comes off the curb just there, lands awkwardly, and he gets that snap of oversteer. But the front of that Mercedes doesn't look terrible. I know it's not great, but he's actually not losing chunks of time to the leader, sort of matching the leader through the first sector on this lap. He might have just got away with it. I mean, it's not in showroom condition anymore, but could have been a lot worse.
It means now that McEwen, who had brought the gap down to just 2 seconds to the 92 machine, is within touching distance of the race leader. He may not need the strategy to fight this way, fight the Apex Racing team's way back to the front. Remember, like you pointed out, Andy, the Apex Racing team up through the cutting on lap number 1 under the pitch black of night, forced wide a la Jamie Whincup all those years ago, and have fought their way to be back into contention as we wind to the end of the race.
What a comeback story that would be. Fantastic stuff. And Luke McEwen now will really be starting to feel, I think, that this is almost meant to be, because how long ago did I pose the question, do they need to pass Kita to have a shot at Vasquez? And then almost immediately Vasquez throws himself at the scenery. So that question no longer needs to be posed. It's simply a case of, can McEwen get himself ahead of Luca Kita? And if he does have this small advantage in the pit lane that we suspect he might, then it may well not even have to be done on the track. But I hope we see it on the track. If they're going to swap positions, we want to see them fight it out on one of the greatest racetracks in the world. There is the margin, 2.2 seconds, Mercedes-AMG to McLaren MP412C. This is going to be close.
Yeah, and look at the sea of McLarens amidst a handful of AMGs, a Ferrari here, a couple of BMWs, some Porsches there as well. McLaren's very much the car of choice. Lights flashing from your new race leader, Luca Kita, as he tries to get the message over to the Texaco Racing by TK number 12, to Sulia Almeida, to let the 92 slide on past. Will get done as they run up towards Bill Mitchell Bend. Last time by in terms of lap time, Vasquez lost about 0.6 of a second to Luca Kita, so maybe the damage not as significant as it could have been. Significant enough, though, at least for the time being, to drag him out of the battle. Doesn't really have to worry behind him, though, fortunately, at this point, though, Andy, because the margin back to 4th position, 26 whole seconds.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think it needs to cost them a podium at all. I mean, even if they don't bother repairing the car at the pit stop, he only dropped 0.3 to Sam Kuijten on the previous lap. Sam running in 4th place in that number 91 car. So I actually think that their podium is pretty safe, and he's only dropping half a second a lap or so to the race leaders. And there is still the possibility that the race leaders might start tripping over one another should the battle really start to heat up. Good effort here as well by Luca Kita on this lap to just start pegging back the challenge from Luke McEwen. You ride on board with both of our protagonists for the race lead, but that red and black Urano Esports Data Group AMG is just starting to get a little bit further ahead of the Apex Racing team McLaren, and perhaps it's this second half of the stint now, it's coming back to Kita.
A little bit of fuel saving on both parts as we run into the chase. Always good to be able to just compare. In terms of BOP, for those that are wondering how much each was impacted, a 2% power cut for the McLaren, 3% reduction in its fuel, but it has always had a pretty large tank of fuel on which it can sip. The Mercedes AMG got just a 1% reduction in terms of its fuel. But we've seen a handful of teams still make it a competitive beast out there in this third special event of the year, building off, of course, the iRacing Roar and then the iRacing Daytona 24. We make the trip all across the world. Now over to Mount Panorama. The journey will just continue on from here. After, of course, the Daytona 500 this coming week, we make our way over to the Sebring International Raceway at the end of March for the iRacing Sebring 12 Hours, the second of our VCO Grand Slams, and then I think the event that has a certain contingent of the sim racing community quite excited for. The Road America 500, we break out the classic IMSA machinery, the Nissan prototype, the Audi GTO, for a 500-mile team event at Road America. And then the middle of May, we head over to the Nürburgring for the 24 hours, and that's just the first half of what's going to be a busy, busy year. Allows everyone to just experience all the different types of motorsports, to try all these different types of tracks, and of course, iRacing releasing a development update in the last couple of weeks, allowing the user base and the sim racing community a bit of a peek behind the curtain as the team continues to work on making the product best that they can be. Last time by, 0.3 of a second quicker for Luke Akita over Luke McEwen. The margin back to the Aaron Vasquez driven Altus Esports car even larger, as he's now struggling to maintain 204s in the low 204s. I think we can discount the 41 for the time being and still have the question as to a little bit of a fuel advantage for Luke McEwen. They're saying that maybe he may get it done on the track. The reality is he may not have to get it done on the track though, Andy.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't think his fuel advantage is as significant over the 92 as it was over the 41, because remember, 92 have been pitting a lap later than 41 for the last 2 or 3 pit stops. So that means that actually they're only pitting about 8 minutes sooner than the 98 did last time. So it's only maybe 3 or 4 laps disparity in fuel between the two of them. So I actually don't know if it's going to be that huge a difference. It might just equate to 2 or 3 seconds, and I do not have David Haynes' calculations in front of me to work that out precisely, but I reckon it's going to be mighty, mighty close, especially if Luke Akita can keep this gap up at 2.5 to 3 seconds or so. It means they'll be very close indeed. And then, given how evenly matched these two cars are, even if the Apex car ends up ahead after the final round of pit stops, if it's within a second or so between them, we will have a battle royale on track for the race win, because there is next to nothing to choose in speed between these two drivers. So regardless of what happens during that pit stop, I think that if it's within a second or so after the stops, we're in for a really close finish.
I can only assume you are a wrestling fan, Andy, by the use of the phrase battle royale.
Never watched a wrestling match in my life, would you believe?
Okay. Because that, of course, the term originates from that sort of entertainment sphere, but it's been co-opted in recent memory by all these different Fortnites and Call of Duties and whatnot. So when people say that, it holds a lot less weight than I feel like it did before. If you're not a wrestling fan, are you a mixed martial arts fan?
You know, I'm a lover, not a fighter, Arjun.
Okay.
If I want to see a scrap between two middle-aged men, I can go out to a pub in Liverpool on a Saturday night. I don't need to sit down and watch it on my TV, that's for sure.
That's true. You can maybe see Darren Till in person. I find there is an interesting crossover between motorsports fans and mixed martial arts fans. A lot more of us than I realized watch the both, and but we're going to have some fun in our iRacing IndyCar community tonight. Big fight night, and I think we're all going to enjoy. It's a pretty chaotic night coming up from down under, quite funnily enough. They got an Australian champion fighting as well. Big time stuff going on. Can't wait for that one. 90 minutes to go in this one, though. Leading this race has been a poison pill for a handful. I think we've had a cycle of 5 or 6 different leaders all drop out through one misfortune or another, and it's left 2 standing at the top in the form of Urano and Apex. Altus trying to hang on after the damage that Aaron Vasquez occurred not even 10 odd minutes ago, but he's really having to wheel a car that got knocked in at the front and at the back. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, along with Andy McEwen, steering you through towards the checkered flag as we get ready to round off this race down here at Mount Panorama. Meanwhile, the climb continues for Joshua Anderson in the BMW bank car, getting past Team PGZ, although Matti Siepola has only recently just come out of pit lane. He's on the 3rd lap of his stint. He's going to have a really short stop to close out this race.
Yeah, absolutely. This is getting down to crunch time now, isn't it? Half an hour to go, we think, before we see the majority of the final pit stops. Although one of the cars on your screen now, the 114 Ferrari, we have seen that pitting well out of sequence through the sort of latter third of this race. So I wonder whether we'll see them continue that on into the closing stages. Lead gap down ever so slightly on that previous lap. Luke McEwen starting to try and redress the situation. The gap was starting to creep out over the last few laps. The ninth place, they say, single file for the time being through Griffin's Bend. Tell you what, Aaron Vasquez, he'll be frustrated at himself, that mistake that he made up through McPhillimy Park, but I think he's doing a splendid job here to keep that car at least in the conversation. Should anything happen to the top two, then this car is just about close enough to take advantage. He's not the fastest car on track anymore, that is for sure, but I think that the frustration he's feeling has got to be worth at least half a second a lap, and that perhaps is what's just keeping him more or less on the pace. I mean, that last lap was a 2:03.3 within half a tenth of the leading two, who, by the way, almost matched each other to 1,000. So if only he hadn't lost the track position for the spin, he would be just as competitive and in with just as much of a shot of the win as the other two.
Aaron Vasquez, just 15 years old, and so maybe really truly getting fired up by a small mistake. Car actually looks a lot better than I thought it would. He's come out of that one seemingly quite lightly. The iRacing gods have smiled down on him. Alta started this race off spectacularly, it should be said. It was a lockout of the front 3 rows by the Mercedes across the board, but first, third, and fifth all went the way of Alta's. Second, fourth, two Williams entries, and then sixth went the way of a Urano car. But it was great to see Alta showing up and qualifying with such intent. I don't know, it hasn't all gone the way that I'm sure they would have loved. But overall, a bit of a statement being made here. One car, of course, still in contention at the very least, even though now on the outside of the battle. Diogo Pinto still on the very back of Sam Coiter. This is, I think, one of those fights where you'll see Diogo be a little bit more patient and wait until after the final cycle of pit stops before deciding how hard he wants to push it, because he came in a little bit earlier than Sam Coiter, and we'd expect him in a little bit earlier as well than Andy, and so Diogo content to save some fuel and try and claw back some of the pit stop advantage.
Yeah, exactly, because if it's an earlier pit stop now than your rivals at the final pit stop, that is not a good thing. Sometimes earlier in the race, that's a good thing to have, because you can try and get that undercut on them with the fresher tyres, but at this late stage of the race, it only means one thing, and it means that your final pit stop is going to be longer than your opponent's. So, yeah, saving fuel, perhaps. If he felt that he had the pace to get away from Sam Coiter should he get past him, then I think he would have done that, because the other way to negate the pit stop disadvantage that the red line McLaren has is to try and pull a gap on the Urano Mercedes, but yeah, I don't think he really feels he's got the pace to do that. Back marker there staying well out of the way down towards Murray's Corner, which is by far the worst corner on the track. This is truly one of the greatest ribbons of asphalt in the world. They had to go and ruin it with the most clumsy and awkward final corner. It's not a particularly pleasant one to drive, but the drivers all staying away from that fairly lethal apex curve quite nicely.
See, it's interesting you say the final corner is the worst, because I think turn 1 is the worst. Now, I don't know if this is officially the reason why they call it Hell Corner, but I think it's called Hell Corner because if you get it wrong, you have to think about it for another 6.2 kilometers until you get back around to it, and then you can try it again. And that's assuming, of course, that you actually survive the trip up and down the mountain.
It is a frustrating corner. The one reason I think it's better than Murray's is that there is at least a little bit of camber. So if you've got just about enough driving ability, you can hook up that camber and you can roll through the centre nicely. When you get it right, it's really satisfying. Either I've yet to get Murray's Corner right, or it's just not satisfying even when you do get it right. And I'm choosing to stick with the second of those options for the sake of my own ego. It's a really tricky corner, but do you know what? I'll let them off with it, because the rest of the corners on this track, each and every one of them, a unique challenge, and to try to negotiate them for 12 hours, surrounded by traffic, surrounded by back cars that you're fighting for position with, even at this late stage of the race. It's a real thrill ride for sure. One of the greatest in motorsport.
Yeah, and we talk about a track with 174 meters in difference between the lowest and the highest points on the track. So think about the fact that you climb up and then you go back down, and then you've got these roller coasters of straights that undulate as well. There's plenty of elevation change to be concerned about, and of course sit to elevation. So you have 862 meters above sea level. Turbo-powered cars always get a bit of an advantage, and that's why they get hamstrung just a little bit in the balance of performance. Usually see them get a bit of a power reduction. Not going to see that here today. 1.9 the margin at the front. Luke McEwen was told, win it or bin it. He almost binned it once, but looking good up through the cutting.
Yep, up through the cutting he goes. McEwen within 2 seconds of the race lead now, and making his way towards the highest point of the Mount Panorama circuit. But perhaps it's that high altitude that explains the often rowdiness of the crowd when we visit Bathurst for the other big motor race that they have there, perhaps a bit later in the year. You know, the high altitude does funny things to the brain, and perhaps brings out that rowdiness in the crowd. There may be other reasons involved in that as well, but certainly a place that generates an atmosphere like quite no other. And Luke McEwen is certainly enjoying himself around here, because all of a sudden he's started to pull the pin. 2/10 quicker than Luca Kita on the previous lap. I reckon he'll be even faster than that this time around. And 1.8 seconds back, Arjuna, he will just now be starting to feel the tiniest effect of that draft. Within another 2 or 3 tenths gained, he'll suddenly be right in that slipstream, and the final second or so tends to disappear quite quickly.
I still don't know if it's an urban myth started by Top Gear or not, but they, of course, told the story of how people would come to Mount Panorama before the event to bury their alcohol to get past the restrictions about how much alcohol you were allowed to bring to what they described as a glorified fight between Ford and Holden supporters. I mean, they're not half wrong in a lot of ways. But yeah, if anyone does know, I would be very curious if that is a true story or not, because I've told myself for years that it is true, and so it is until it's proven otherwise. 1.6 the margin at the line this time by. You're right, McEwen really starting to just put the screws on. But we're only midway basically through the fuel run. Onto lap 16 of the stint for Luca Kita, in a car that we've seen do 28 lap runs the last handful of hours. Luke McEwen onto lap 12 of his stint, so still expect him to have the potential to go as far as 10, if not many more laps than that. They, of course, may think about trying to bring in their car if they've got some ideal track position, which I think finding it is definitely going to be easier said than done. But there are opportunities right now, and Andy, you weren't half wrong. Aaron Vasquez is keeping the front two within touching distance, you'd have to say, if not at the very least closing a little bit on the last couple of laps.
Beautiful four-wheel drift then from Luke McEwen, just as we cut away from him. That was beautiful stuff. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Vasquez is doing a fantastic job here. I mean, that car has absolutely no right to be pumping in low 2-minute threes at the moment, and that is exactly what he's doing within a couple of tenths of the race leader. And who knows? Vasquez could still be in this. Altus could still be in this if it really ignites at the front of the field. Then stranger things have happened, so don't bet against them for now. This fight for fourth position continues to rumble on as well between Sam Kuitert in the Urano Mercedes and Diogo Pinto in the Team Redline McLaren. They're not really catching Vasquez, are they, either? In fact, they're slower than him on the previous lap by 7/10, so his podium is at the very least looking more and more secure by the lap. But fourth position, a battle that is likely to rumble on and on. There's about 2 laps difference in the fuel between these two cars, in the favour, if you like, of Sam Kuitert. He pitted later, so as we said, we expect the McLaren potentially to have to come in a lap or so sooner, but I think both of them capable of going well past the hour. So once you get to 60 minutes to go, Arjuna, that's the window opening, and so actually it becomes less about how far you can go on this stint and really how far you want to go. If you can go to 45, 50 minutes from the flag, you might choose to pit a bit earlier just to get on those fresher tyres sooner.
1.6 seconds still the margin as Kita and McEwen work out of turn 3 and begin their climb through the cutting and up the mountain once again. I'm just trying to do the math, which is always a dangerous proposition now that David Haynes has seemingly gone to sleep. Just trying to figure out if we expect a 4-lap delta for McEwen versus Keita in terms of how much fuel they need to put in the car, how much that actually works out to in terms of pit stop times. Unfortunately, never trust the commentator's math, and I don't even trust my own math at this point, so I'm not going to venture into the unknown. Mike the Turk in the YouTube chat says, Auto Week 2013, and I will quote, "The track is on public roads to bury a cache. Sadly for these fans, cops got wind of this effort, brought a fleet of metal detectors, and rid the mountain of its subterranean booty." And I have to emphasize, I quote.
I'm taking that as confirmation that it happens, and I guarantee there are some sneakier hiding places that perhaps have not been discovered by the local authorities yet. So it's a good point he makes, though, because this is a public road. You can have access to this road whenever you like during the rest of the year, and so
not at speed.
Not at speed, no. But then if your intentions are to look for good hiding places, then perhaps the slower you go, the more likely you are to spot them. Plenty of good trees you can hide things in, plenty of little valleys and dips and ditches that you could go and bury things in. I'm pretty willing to accept that that's true.
I had a friend who flew out to Australia for the Bathurst 1000 last year. Of course, a torrentially interrupted Bathurst 1000 with incredible amounts of rain. You needed Wellingtons to basically find your way around. It was more a mud pit than a track, but he loved it, really enjoyed the experience. Don't get many weekends of racing in the real world at Bathurst, of course. The slots to go racing somewhat coveted. It's always good to get the 3-4 weekends of activity that we do tend to get year on year. At one point, the margin between first and second was down to 1.4. And the flames shoot out the back of the McLaren as McEwen powers it forward closer and closer to the lead of this race.
Just edging closer by the corner, isn't he? Just a fraction here or there. Change for 4th place here. Pinto and Coiter battling it out into Griffin's Bend, and Sam Coiter does not want to give way. Hangs tough around the outside, but as I said before, there's no grip out on the marbles there, and he has to give way to Diogo Pinto. But that was interesting. Really the first time since we've been covering the race, Arjuna, that we've seen somebody try to tough it out on the outside into Griffin's Bend. That's just another sign, I think, that we're getting down to the point of the race now where no one is backing down.
And has Diogo Pinto had enough of the pace of Sam Coiter? That's kind of the question that I'm asking here, because we saw that they were both content to run to a fuel number. In terms of lap times, they were kind of bleeding a bit. Some of the other contenders, they were still up in the 203s. Race leaders down to 202s. Sulio Almeida gets passed once again by Joshua Anderson, as we see the swap around for 15th and 16th positions. These are the first cars 1 lap down. They find themselves slightly different strategies, with Anderson having already just come out of pit lane. Almeida just winding onto lap 21 of the run and looking with his eyes forward to the final pit stop of his race, coming up in about 20 odd minutes time. It'll be a similar situation through the field as drivers get ready for that. And still battling side by side. Coiter and Pinto not content to leave this one alone. And now the traffic behind is actually quicker than the drivers sitting 4th and 5th in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're only about 20 seconds ahead of the second Altus car as well, remember, the eSports green car. So again, goes to show that time can suddenly start to slip away once you do start to battle a little bit. A taster, perhaps, of what's to come for the race lead in the next handful of laps. On board with Sam Coiter through Hell Corner, up over the curb. McLaren ahead, just getting out of the corner. Fractionally better than Sam, but Sam has the big rumbling Mercedes-AMG engine underneath the hood. He's got the slipstream over the rise on Mountain Straight, and he is not going to let Diogo Pinto out of his sight, that is for sure. Closes right in under braking into Griffin's Bend. The Mercedes with that front engine again, perhaps a bit better under braking, and these are two very, very evenly matched cars. Another battle, I think, that will rumble on until the flag.
Yeah, but the problem is when you've got the Speed Demons powered by Mercedes car behind that is still trying to run its own race, you got to be careful with how much that you fight. Michael Yanni brings the Apex Racing Team number 3 car onto pit lane. They are going to need a splash and dash at the end now, unfortunately. So expect to see them in with about 15 minutes left on the clock. Not the case, though, for the 98, the sister car that still fights towards the front. Traffic's going to play its part as well. We mentioned this earlier, but you've got basically 2 options, Andy. You pass them before the cutting, or you wait until after the elbow.
Yeah, unless they're going to move out of your way, they are the only 2 places that you'll get them realistically. And to be honest, even if they do try to get out of the way over the top of the mountain, it often is more of a hindrance than it is a help. So, yeah, traffic could have a bearing here. We've got an hour and 15 to go, and I reckon probably 20 minutes or so until we're likely to see the race leaders in, and maybe about 25 or so until we see the second place car in. So there's a good chunk of this stint to go if they choose to take the fuel tanks right down to empty. Again, we have a change for 4th. Look, they're really fighting away here, and Sam Coiter this time does clear Diogo Pinto before they reach the braking zone at the chase.
They're just trying to make us more confused about what's going on. Into Murray's corner. It is a red and black car that leads, a red and black car. It's a little bit easier now than it was before, because I know we had this discussion on another event, but at the very least, Redline are no longer black. They are a bluey black, which I know is, when you're not paying that close attention, is still black, but somewhat differentiated. But yeah, many of these teams have seemingly migrated and settled on similar colors. If you look at the Apex Racing Team versus BS Competition versus Door Esports, they've all got the same blue and the same white that you've got to pick apart.
Yeah, I suppose there's only a limited number of colour combinations out there, and some work better than others, particularly on GT cars, it seems. But, you know, your eye is always drawn to the brighter coloured cars, isn't it? And there's definitely a few teams perhaps missing a trick on that one. 1.1 seconds now, well, 1.2 let's call it, between the Urano car and the Apex Racing Team car in second. Look at it come down under braking, though. That's interesting. The gap was going out on the straight, almost suggesting that the Mercedes had a slight edge in a straight line, but under braking, the McLaren reeling them in. So, knowing how strong this McLaren usually is down the straight, says there's a bit of a mistake there for Keita, missed the apex at Murray's corner. Knowing how quick this McLaren is normally down the straights, Arjuna, do you think that perhaps Apex Racing Team have gone for a slightly higher downforce setting, knowing they had that straight line speed edge perhaps over the competition, and that might just make the difference? It's all well and good having a quick car down the straights, but you've got to be able to stop it at the end of them.
They all find weird ways of making these cars fast. I remember back to a Bathurst 12 hours here on iRacing where the BMW Z4 was somehow the best car through the corners and yet also the fastest car in a straight line. They're all wizardry. Wizardry is what these teams do to these cars to make them work in the windows that they want. But the Apex car just, other than McEwen's moment on cold tires, remember the instructions he was given. They were aggressive instructions, releasing him from any sort of shackles that he may have had. And we really haven't seen another issue. You talked about four-wheel drifts, but those are all under control. He is very much driving within the limits and bounds of that car, and looks to be the fastest car on track. So I think the question will really end up being, how aggressive does McEwen want to be in trying to get past? Does Luca Keita think that if he lets the McLaren go, that's the end of the fight for the lead? And so is he going to be a bit more willing to get the elbows out?
Well, absolutely, and I think what happens next will be telling. If Luke McEwen has no real sense of urgency in getting past Luca Keita, that perhaps tells us that they are confident they've got the fuel strategy in hand, whereas if he's really going all out, then they're obviously worried that this could still be really close. In the slipstream he is, the gap just starting to creep down, but not as much as you'd expect, actually, at 0.6 of a second, so I'm pretty certain that that car isn't operating as well down the straight. But look at him under braking, visibly later on the brakes than the Mercedes takes another 10th out of Keita into the chase, and then maintains it through the centre. The McLaren is handling the better of these two right now, but can McEwen convert that into an overtake?
Some more traffic just up the road, out of the final corner, at the line, 3.5 tenths of a second, splitting Urano Esports from the Apex Racing Team after just shy of 11 hours of racing. Two teams that had a mega run at Daytona to kick off the iRacing special events. They're back on top in round 3 here from the mountain. McEwen still struggling in the draft, like Andy points out, maybe not having as much of that top-end performance. And if so, he will have at least the comfort that there's a pit stop advantage still to come. One pit stop left. Apex have more fuel left in the tank with which left to play with. It's going to be a bit frustrating to ride through the mountain, though, seemingly with some more speed. You'll have to be patient from this point forward.
Certainly will, but I think that Luke McEwen has a big advantage here. The fact that that car is handling better than the Mercedes is not only helping him to put in some good lap times, not only helping him to brake later, which perhaps could be converted into an overtake at some point, but it just makes it that much easier to do what he's doing right now, ride in the dirty air across the top of the mountain, and that means that he's maintaining that gap even though his car is not receiving as much downforce in theory as the Mercedes ahead. His car just handling that bit better. Now needs a good exit from the Forest Elbow here. Now this traffic ahead is going to give Keita a bit of a slipstream. He almost gave himself a fright though as he scraped the barrier coming out of the elbow, but that slipstream from the Porsche might just save Luca Keita for this lap.
I think Keita got a better exit despite his brush with the wall, was not content to take that corner slowly, was very much trying to punch onto the throttle as quickly as possible. It's going to be a fun little duel. Two different car philosophies, two different car setups seemingly as well. With 69 minutes still left on the board, the pit stop window opens up once more. Pure Sims Esports and the 117, they roll themselves down to the lane. They are going to owe us a pit stop at the end of this one. Teams just have to hold on for another 9 minutes, cross the 60-minute threshold, and then they'll know they can pit and likely get through to the checkered flag without any major drama from that point forward. Closing this time, though, is McEwen. In the draft is the McLaren, but not really close enough to have a send up towards turn number 2. That's the closest that we've seen him. Now under a tenth of a second, and closing all the while.
Yeah, the move is going to come into the chase, I think. If he does it on the track, it will be down at the chase. It's a bigger braking point than at Griffin's Bend, and I think he's got a bit more of an advantage there. Either that, or he might force a mistake out of Luca Keita. When you've got that McLaren hunkered right up underneath your rear wing, it would be very easy to make a mistake, but Luca Keita, ice cool under pressure so far, not putting a foot wrong. Down through the dip they go, up towards the highest point on the circuit at Skyline. And no time to admire the view for these two because they are locked in combat here for the race lead. They are 13 seconds clear of Aaron Vasquez in third, who is now just starting to fall off this ferocious pace being set at the front of the pack. A crucial couple of corners coming up here for Luke McEwen if he wants to make the pass this time.
And I think the pace that you're referring to is also crucial. Vasquez maybe just pushing that a little bit too much because he felt the need to keep the tempo high. It turned a three-way fight into a two-way fight, and as they power down out of the elbow, don't think McEwen is close enough. Seems like he just struggles off of the elbow to really get the launch off the corner to be able to hold alongside the grunt of that Mercedes. But it's on the brakes, into the chase where you see him close. Maybe Murray's corner, an opportunity as well to take advantage of the superior braking capability, but at least from what we're seeing right now, it's not going to be an easy move by any means.
No, certainly not. I think it will possibly take a small mistake from Keita. It almost came there, just dipping a wheel onto the grass out of Murray's corner. Luke McEwen pulls to the left-hand side to aid his visibility, but also to try and distract the race leader, filling the mirrors of the Urano Esports Data Group driver. And McEwen with another perfect run out of Hell Corner, and he is gaining this time up Mountain Straight. On board with McLaren, but just there as they get to the top of the hill, it starts to equalise. The gap officially is still coming down, but not quite by enough. A tenth of a second, single file into Griffin's Bend is no good. You need to have an overlap already on the inside line there to make a move. And what about the cutting? Surely too early to be making a really rash dive up the inside. No, there's no space. The Mercedes staying ahead for now. This is fantastic stuff. Do not forget how difficult this is to do. They are running around less than a car length apart around one of the most challenging racetracks in the world with just over an hour to go. An hour separating these two teams from what would be a really big win.
Surviving this race is a win in some books. So conquer the top split will be a jubilant feeling after they get through the sheer once the adrenaline leaves the body, there is going to be a dump of energy like no other. See exactly how excited some of these drivers are. We saw that after Daytona with the Apex. Too tired to speak and too tired to process it in some ways. Back straight once again. Up through the gears they go. Now, is this McLaren so old that it came before a time where they had rear view mirrors? Because yes, I know it came before rear view cameras, but to leave a driver with just the wing mirrors as a means of being able to see behind does seem like a cruel and unusual punishment.
Yes, I suppose it is, but then you're also giving them a car that's trying to kill them at every corner, so this car has never been about driver comfort, has it? It was about one thing and one thing only, fitting a rear view mirror, Arjuna. It was going to add crucial weight to that car, might just slow it down by half a tenth or so, everything happens for a reason. Every bit of a car design is made for a reason, and I'm sure at some point a group of designers sat down in a room and decided he didn't need it.
Really good run off of the corner for McEwen. Within the 10th and a half or so, but still just not close enough. I don't... there are two main passing opportunities, into the chase and up here into Bill Mitchell Bend. I don't think that McLaren is, without a mistake, going to be able to get close enough in either of them. Again, it comes down to the pit stop advantage that they have right now. George Simmons pipes into the chat to say that Luke McEwen isn't looking in the rearview mirror, which, to be fair, touche. Yes, you're correct on that one. But health and safety standards, surely.
Well, I don't think there's a lot of health and safety thought goes into racing at the mountain, to be perfectly honest. This is old school racing, as they would say. Another change between a Urano Mercedes and a McLaren, but this time it's the 93 Heineken Media car moving ahead of Arnage competition. I seem to recall we've been talking about these two cars being together for a while. In fact, no, that was the Altus car, wasn't it, which has sort of separated itself from Arnage over the last stint or so. The Arnage McLaren slipping down into 8th position now, slipping behind the number 93 car being piloted at the moment by Dylan Scrivens. But yeah, I think that I think George Simmons is absolutely right. There is no way that Luke McEwen is using those mirrors, and to be fair, I don't think that would be any different even if he were ahead of Luca Kita. He wouldn't be giving him a moment's thought.
No, probably not. And so as Dylan Becky Scrivens tries to now build the advantage over that McLaren. It's another McLaren still on the hunt at the front. 63 minutes ago this time by. And so in a lap's time, these drivers will come across the line with 61 minutes left, and from that point forward, basically, you could pit to make it to the end. Luca Kita's already on to lap 26. Maybe 2 more laps before we see him dive his way down on in. Again, a great run out of turn 1 for the McLaren. Is this an opportunity, or is he still too far behind?
Just a half a car length too far back. He can get the gap down to near enough exactly a 10th by the time they hit Griffin's Bend. Look at that, almost perfectly on a 10th, but that's no good. You need to have your nose up the inside before you hit the brakes there. You need to bully your way through onto the inside line and steal that grippier line away from your opponent, and he just can't quite do it. Gets a mega run out of the cutting though, and now he's starting to really look around in some interesting places. Again, not realistically thinking that there's a move to be made, but just trying to force a mistake. A moment's hesitation out of Luca Kita is all he needs. If Luca, even for a split second, thinks that McLaren is going for the inside line, it might just tempt him to leave the door open, miss the apex, and that's something you can't afford to do across the top of the mountain. So Luke McEwen trying every trick in the book here. So far, Kita has an answer to all of the questions being posed of him.
And this is the situation where, regardless of the fact that we expect the Apex Racing team to have a shorter time in the pit lane, the fact that they are going to do the overcut with a car that seems to be getting quicker as the fuel burns off, with a driver that seemingly is up for the charge here, would mean that as soon as you see the 92 peel off in, you give that message to the 98. If you'd already told him win it or bin it, now you say, well, the restraints are taken off even further, and you see what he can really do, as Lewis Hamilton would refer to it. It would be time for some hammer time in the number 98. We'll see if Kita's going to peel off this time by, or if, as expected, he will wait the additional lap or so. Stayed in the middle of the track for a bit longer than I was expecting, but rounds his way out of the final corner, and will stay out for one more lap before descending on his pit crew for one final trip And one final splash of fuel and set of boots on the car. McEwen with a good run again, but this time even further back, 2.5 tenths in closing.
Yeah, I think Keita's got at least 2, maybe 3 more laps of fuel in that car, and I don't think it makes any sense to pit him early, because if you pit him early, as you said, you're basically giving Luke McEwen free track and a light, fast McLaren in which to go out and set some really quick lap times. So you're almost handing the race lead to Apex Racing team by pitting early. The best thing I think that Urano can do here, stay out as long as physically possible. As long as they are on the track and they don't open the door for Luke to go through on the track, they're at least pegging back the pace of the McLaren. He is stuck at their speed, not able to run at the true potential of that McLaren right now, which I think is a bit quicker than the Mercedes. So I would be keeping Luke Keita out until that tank is fully drained, and that would then only give Luke McEwen perhaps 2 or 3 laps on his own in clean air, as opposed to 5 and 6.
60 minutes now left on the clock into the final hour of the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours, and it comes down to 2 cars still dueling at the front. Still think that we'll see Luke Keita in on this lap, end of lap 27 for him. We've seen some drivers able to push to lap 28 in these recent stints as the temperature has cooled on off. 92 not necessarily in that camp. And it will give about a 5-lap burst for McEwen to be unleashed into some clean air, into the chase. You can see Keita having to go defensive. He's mindful of the presence that is behind. And now corner exit as Luke Keita stays out for one additional lap. McEwen starting to look increasingly frustrated and will try and get a bit tighter out of the final corner into turn 1. They'll be side by side.
Defensive line for Luke Keita. This is McEwen's chance. He's got the preferred line into the corner. That should give him more exit speed, but Keita covered it off beautifully and just parked the bus on the apex, made sure that McEwen couldn't get the switch back, and that means that Luke Keita once again has that 2.5 tenths of a second buffer going up the hill. One thing I'm really noticing about that McLaren, its rear tyres, I think, have been worked to within an inch of their life, because he's not getting off these corners very well anymore. The rear end sliding coming out of the chase, that's really what set all of that up. He was slow off the chase, had to defend into Murray's corner, and that compromised his speed out onto the pit straight. We'll see it beautifully here from on board McEwen, who almost adds to the lack of rear grip on the Mercedes by getting into the back of it through the cutting. They just avoid contact, but McEwen can sense blood in the water.
Down they go once again into McPhillamy Park. I did speculate that maybe the opportunity would come into the final corner. Don't need too much top end speed, you just need the grip out of the chase to launch the offense. At this point, we definitely, I think, will expect Luke Keita in at the very end of this lap, already starting to get drivers one by one working their way down onto the pit lane. Diogo Pinto has been able to extend to lap 29 on his stint, and so maybe that does go some ways, Andy, to explaining his willingness to sit behind the Urano 91 car.
Yeah, obviously a fair amount of fuel saving going on there, wasn't there? And that, he will hope, will give him a slightly shorter pit stop here at the final stop, down towards the chase again, and McEwen's going to once more force a little bit of a defensive move out of Luke Keita. That's the way to do it. Force him to defend into the chase and then try to get that run off the corner, as Arjuna said. Now, does that Urano car peel left into the pits? Looks like it will. It's staying left this time, and now fully unleashed is Luke McEwen. This is the money lap now for McEwen. He's got 1, 2, maybe 3 laps actually of clean air before we expect him to have to pit. He's got next to no fuel in the car, and he has to maximise this opportunity.
Now it's going to be important as well. Traffic playing its part. Will it hinder potentially McEwen as we watch him rolling down Mountain Straight? Or is it potentially going to hinder Luke Keita, who is up on the jacks for the final time today? One thing that the drivers aren't too concerned with, fortunately, is the performance of their pit crew. Don't really have to worry about lug nuts getting jammed, wheel guns not working, fuel going awry and all over the shop. And as Luke Keita sits for 32 seconds and counting, it's a long wait, and it's almost a full tank of fuel going into the 92 machine. tots up at 40 seconds, 40.3 stationary time for that 92 car, but now away and rolling to the end of this race.
And his only hope now, I think, is that he can get some sort of an undercut over Luke McEwen. It will take him a lap to get the tyres fully up to temperature, so this outlap won't be all that competitive, but we expect Luke to stay out at least one more lap after this. So in a way now, the longer Luke stays out, the longer he's staying on old tyres, and we really need to watch what the pace is of the Urano Esports car on the fresher rubber once he gets them up into temperature. Here comes McEwen then down the mountain straight, and a 49-second cushion right now. We know a full transit time in the pit lane is just over a minute, but that's with a full tank of fuel, something we don't expect this car to need.
Rolling through the chase on lap 25 of the run is McEwen. Been on a bit of a journey in terms of finding the right team for him. Saw him first, I think, over at Altus Esports before switching over to Team Redline. Found it wasn't the place that he wanted to be for his development. Has landed up with the Apex Racing team and seems to be the right place for him. Does not come in this time by. Flashes the lights to the Door Esports BMW, trying to will them out of his way as he battles for the lead. The BMW is going to acquiesce to the demand of the flashing lights. And it goes to show that there is an etiquette to the light flashing, as much as people will think that it's just angry drivers getting on the button.
Yes, that is a perfectly acceptable use of the light flash. I did notice in the opening stanza of the race, there was one of the Apex cars got spun coming out of the final corner, and I can't remember who was at the wheel at the time, but they were flashing the headlights as the car was spinning, heading towards the pit wall. At that point, a driver should really have other things on their mind, other than flashing the "I'm angry at you" button. Perhaps saving the car and staying out of the pit wall would have been a better idea. But yeah, there, when you're dealing with traffic, flashing the lights just to let them know that you're coming is always a good idea. Late in the race, drivers aren't necessarily paying attention fully to their relative on their screen, and they don't always have a full awareness of who it is that's coming up behind them. That little flash of the lights just gets their attention at the right moment.
Luke Akita back out on track. A full 59 seconds behind your race leader in terms of timing and scoring. Hard to really judge. Lane time here is from cone to cone, and of course you do save a bit of time when you dive down to the pit lane. It's going to be close, mighty close, between McEwen and the Urano Esports car, and the one thing that we do know is there will be about 45-50 minutes of racing on the other side of the Apex Racing team pit stop that we eagerly now are waiting for with bated breath. Diogo Pinto in that red line car has also cycled down to the lane. We wait for Sam Koitert to bring the Urano Esports car in, likely to be at the end of this lap because he's on to lap 29 of his run. I'll be curious to see in that battle for fourth, Andy, if it opens up or if it's going to be still quite close all the way to the end.
Well, we should, in theory, see exactly the same thing happen there as we're seeing for the leaders, because this later pit stop for Sam Koitert should give the Urano car a bit of an advantage. Ironic, really, because their sister car is the one potentially that is going to lose out because of that against Apex Racing Team. That gap is not really coming down on this first full flying lap for the Luke Akita car in third place at the moment, but a net second, of course. Koitert comes out of JC, hangs a left, heads for the pit lane. On the bottom of your screen you can see the Team Redline McLaren with whom he was fighting. It's another full commitment run into the pit lane, and this is a really important stop. A lap or two later than his rival. Smoke there at the dipper, was there, just ahead of the Redline car. Not sure what that was, but thankfully the problem's cleared itself by the time he gets there.
Yeah, fortunately not really a factor. It was the Valkyrie 677 that was trying to just get some laps under its belt. Don't think Thibaut Prevost is going to pose much of a concern moving forward at this juncture of the race. As Sam Koitert gets his final cycle of service, he waits for Diogo Pinto to run himself through the kink, jump onto the brakes, roll through the chase, then to the final corner, and to meet back up with the 91 Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports car as they build themselves up to the line. Koitert already rolling, but he's, by virtue of his qualifying spot down in 25th, got a long way to go before he releases himself from the limiter. Tires will be cold and yet to get up to the window. And so as Pinto gets onto the brakes into turn number 1, it is Coiter with the advantage, but Pinto still within touching distance.
But that perhaps is a bit of a sign of what we're going to see for the race lead, because that couple of laps extra that Coiter was able to go has bought him the position. Well, we're going to get our answer now, because with 50 minutes to go, almost exactly an hour after this car was last in the pit lane, it is time for the final pit stop for Apex Racing Team. Luke McEwen brings the car down. We expect that he will stay in the car. And there on the bottom of your screen, Luca Kita, who was almost exactly a minute behind when the Apex car pitted. But we don't expect this to take a minute for a pit stop, so good chance here that car 98 will come out of this with the lead.
It's 40.3 seconds stationary in the pit stop cycle for the Urano Esports data group machine. Remember, these are two cars that have had to fight their way up through the field. McEwen and Apex started at the front but got bullied on the opening lap and rallied to find their way back into contention. Luca Kita and Urano qualified all the way down in 20th, and although McEwen is going to roll with a 35-second pit stop and an almost 8-second margin, anything can happen in 50 minutes here at Mount Panorama.
Yeah, it's never over till it's over, but that has really put Apex Racing Team in a commanding position, because even if you allow for perhaps a second of time loss even on this outlap on cold tyres, that still leaves Luke McEwen with a very handy margin over his nearest rival. They've played the strategy to perfection. We all sort of questioned what they were doing about 4 hours ago when they started to roll the dice on strategy, but it's worked perfectly. It's taken a car that wasn't necessarily going to be in contention on raw pace, it seemed, over the course of the race, right into contention through strategy play and through the undoubted talent of this man, Luke McEwen, who now really just needs to keep his head. He's been driving at 110%, you feel, for the last hour. He doesn't really need to do that now. Even at 90 or 95% pace, he should have enough in hand, barring a real moment of inspiration here from Luke Kita.
It is a dangerous thing to tell a racing driver that has been pushing at 10 tenths to bring it back to 9 tenths, though. Sometimes I think it's wiser just to say, if you're feeling comfortable, you're feeling confident, keep it as you are. We'll see the risk aggression level that we have at the very front of the field. You know Luca Kita is going to be pushing as hard as he can. They're not too concerned about the gaps behind. Aaron Vasquez still holds on to the third spot. We wait for the Team PGZ car. Matti Siepler behind the wheel. Still owes us a pit stop. Means that he is going to cycle his way back down outside of the top 10 or so positions. And we'll get our final rundown of the order once we cycle through all of that one. Out of the final corner, though, McEwen has his temperatures back up into the window where he needs, and will cross the line about 7.5 seconds clear of Luca Kita, who is already straight back up to speed. His previous lap before this one was a 2:02.7, and this time by Andy, a 2:02.8.
Yeah, he's pushing hard. You can see the gap come down there by half a second or so, but that is just, I think, down to McEwen getting those tyres fully into their operational window. I think that should now start to stabilise. Only a couple of laps difference in the tyre age, of course, between these two cars, and they both should have a very similar amount of fuel on board. The Team PGZ car of Matti Siepler has just pitted from 4th place, but we knew that car owed us a pit stop, and I think they've chosen to take that quite quickly. I don't think that was a full stint, was it, for that car?
24 or so laps, something like that.
Oh, okay. Not far off then, not far. Stint's flying by here as we get into the closing stages. Should be a relatively short stop, though. Let's see if they can stay in the top 8 or so.
No, absolutely. They may actually be able to do so. We'll get the sense now. PGZ now dropped behind Pinto and Coiter. Split only by 2.5 seconds, those two, in their fight for 4th. So it's by no means done and dusted there. A look from up above as Siepler waits to be released, 30 seconds and counting. There's Ugolotti, Matteo Ugolotti in the Altus number 42. He's at the very least going to leapfrog himself in front of the 114. Arnage likely to do so as well. Siepler already has dropped and has started rolling and will find himself just behind this, or in fact just in front of this little group. His pit stall was quite favourable, actually, relative to some of the other stops that we've seen. And so PGZ in front of Ugolotti now, and will have to defend in this fight for 6th spot. Ugolotti, always known to try and fire a move on early. Not going to get it done. Cipolla was at least awake enough for that one.
Yeah, well, you see, he knows, doesn't he, that the PGZ car is on cold tyres. That was his good opportunity there to try and make a move into Griffin's Bend, but didn't quite work. On board with the thunderous Mercedes AMG, which must sound particularly tasty through the concrete walls of Mount Panorama. It is, in my opinion, the best sounding of the GT3 cars. There's nothing out there that sounds quite like it, as it gets very close to those concrete walls heading to Skyline.
That is a controversial opinion.
Oh, really?
Yes, because I agree that it is going to be a naturally aspirated car that sounds the best. I think no debate at that. Throw the BMW, the Ferraris out of the equation instantly. But are you really trying to say the Lamborghini is not the best sounding of them all?
Oh, I'm afraid I am. I've always preferred a low rumble to that sort of highly strung scream. I don't know, there's something guttural about the AMG. There aren't many cars that sound like it, whereas I think the Lamborghini is, I don't know, a little bit more of a common sound, maybe. I don't know. What I like about the Mercedes is that you feel it in the pit of your stomach when it drives past you. It's a visceral feeling when it drives past. And for me, there's no other car like it.
We're gonna have to agree to disagree on that one. There is something in that shrill of the Lamborghini that just captures me. It just absolutely does. Our Naj competition are going to grab a spot over the Apex Racing team because Michael Yanni will come down to pit lane. I think now we basically have had our cycle of pit stops other than the 2 that we expect to make a splash and dash in the final 10 or so minutes. That's the Pure Sim 117. As well as the Team PGZ 124. 2 entries in this top split that are still out there and running. So our question is this the same race that Jimmy Broadbent is in? Yes, he is racing in an iRacing Bathurst 12. Unfortunately, he is not racing in this iRacing Bathurst 12. I'm sure you can follow along with the shenanigans there because he's in a rather interesting team. You've got Tony Kanaan, real-world superstar, Jimmy Broadbent, and then Tyson Meyer, a.k.a. Quirk, who a lot of people know and love. A lot of people will wonder, who are these 3 people and how did you put them together in the same team? The answer to which is because sim racing is a wonderful world, Andy.
It certainly is, and it's amazing the connections that people within sim racing can make. And Tony Kanaan, a real fan of this particular world of racing, and yeah, interesting to see him pairing up with Jimmy Broadbent. What a fantastic ride Jimmy's been on. I bet if you'd have told him 4 or 5 years ago that he'd be racing in the Bathurst 12 Hours with Tony Kanaan, he would have laughed in your face. But it goes to show it's worth following your dreams, hey? And yeah, really interesting driver combo. And you're right, I've been checking out some of their stream actually during this race, and they are having an awful lot of fun. I'm not actually entirely sure how well they're doing in the race, but they're certainly enjoying themselves. That's the main thing.
The result is secondary. I mean,
exactly.
Everyone's there for the histrionics, for the escapades, the hijinks. They're there for it all. Still maintain some of the best sim racing content that I've ever seen was on the Porsche Esports Super Cup All-Stars, which precedes the Super Cup race itself. We had the season opener last weekend. Quirk and Tony Kanaan were actually racing in the same room. Quirk had gone over to help TK get something fixed up, and so they set it up so they could race together. And so there's this wonderful moment where we're talking to Tony Kanaan, and then we go over to talk to Quirk. TK is nice, calm, cool, collected. This is no major drama for him, right? He's seen it all. And Quirk is just going there at the top of his voice, frightened beyond all belief. Oh, I don't know what's going on. Can someone help me, please? And the contrast that we had as Quirk was also having to defend from people on track. Yeah, those are moments that you can only have in weird and wonderful series like an All-Star series.
Absolutely, and it is series like that bring out those characters of the sport, and that's so important. Doesn't matter what the sport is, actually.
Wait! They're racing from the same room again! Oh, this is wonderful.
Fantastic. Well, I can only imagine the shenanigans that they're getting up to. Someone in chat telling us that Tony's child had a starring role in one element of the stream, apparently. Hopefully no children harmed in the making of that particular stream. But yeah, it sounds like that's the place to be. If you want to have a bit of fun racing at Bathurst, then there's certainly a worse group of people you could surround yourself with.
Yeah, hopefully no intentional damage made to children, unfortunately. Sim racing is apparently a very dangerous sport. Oh, I've just gone over to check out Tony Kanaan's stream. Yeah, he's got twitch.tv/Tony Kanaan. Pull it up on your second monitor. Because, yeah, he's got 2 decked out rigs just, casually sitting next to each other. The camaraderie is what makes these special events so fun. I think it would be so much cooler as well if you were able just to sit next to a friend and enjoy the race. I'm not jealous one bit. Not one bit.
Absolutely. We discussed this at length during the Daytona 24 Hours and the way that Apex Racing Team have their base in Corby and all of their team and drivers together, and we made the point then that from a professional perspective, that's a great thing because you've got everyone together in the same place. The lines of communication are so much simpler, so much clearer. You can motivate each other, you can monitor each other's situations, you can rest and relax without ever having to go too far. But actually, from just a pure fun perspective, racing and endurance racing with your friends especially is a fun thing to do. It's a really amazing experience, and when you reach the end of one of these races, it's been a real team effort. It will bring you all together. I know this sounds all really soppy and sort of fairy tale-ish, but it's very true. You do feel closer to people when you've spent 12 or 24 hours racing with each other, and there is something pretty cool about being able to physically interact with each other as you're doing that. So yeah, that's nice to see.
Yeah, especially on a weekend, right, where we've had a major in-person event once again. The energy in those in-person events, I can tell you from the couple that I've had the pleasure of being a part of, it's totally different, and in a great way. It's a real electric feel. iRacing, of course, did it with the Championship 4 in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series, and hopefully, as we move forward, it's something that we can do more and more and more and more. I think the difficult part is all sim racers want things to be perfect, and so that means usually being at home where their sim rig is set up as perfectly as they can get it. I've been having to adjust my seat sliders on my rig to do some driving recently, and there is definitely a benefit to having things exactly how you like it. I've got quite long legs, it turns out, relative to the top half of my body. And so it's quite beneficial for me, Andy, to be able to slide my seat all the way back, to then be able to fold my legs into the sim rig. Knowledge that should have come in useful when I was trying to get into a real Porsche Cup car, but didn't realize that I could actually put the steering wheel column up, and it ended predictably badly, unfortunately.
Yes, I can imagine so. That must have. I'd quite like to have seen that. Actually, I can imagine I could have got some enjoyment out of that. Yeah, that is an interesting point you make though, because in the real world, when you jump into a racing car, it doesn't matter whether you're racing it at Bathurst or at Barcelona. If it's the same racing car that you've raced every time, then your seat position and your pedals and everything else, your wheel, they're all in exactly the same position as they always were. And when you go from one sim that you've had set up perfectly in your bedroom, perhaps, or your office or whatever, and then you travel halfway across the world to use somebody else's, there will naturally be differences. But I think that's a fairly minor inconvenience, or not a minor inconvenience, but it's a pretty easy inconvenience to fix, right? Because all of these sim rigs, these top-end sim rigs, are fully customizable, so there should be a way that a driver can relay the information to the organisers, right, this is what I want, and that they then make that happen. So I'm sure there are solutions that can allow those events to go ahead more frequently, because you're right, I think that's a fantastic idea. It's the one negative, if you like, of sim racing, is that we're all enjoying this, but from completely different places. We've got people watching all over the world. We can't all be there at the track to watch, right? We all have to watch it from home. We're working on it from completely different sides of the planet. It would be nice to all be together in one place and soaking up that atmosphere together.
I just noticed that the person that told us in the Twitch chat on the iRacing Esports Network that TK and Quirk are racing from the same room again is my boss for the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup broadcast. So sorry, Andy, we're going to have to stop the swearing. We're going to have to make sure we stay on topic now. I did find it interesting the approach that they are using at Katowice this weekend, which is that everyone has randomly assigned rigs. They are identical rigs in terms of the base, wheelbase, the actual aluminium profile, pedals, steering wheel, all identical. But it means that there is an even playing field. If there's an issue on one rig, no one can claim that they sabotaged my individual rig. It's also something that's not too uncommon in the real world, Andy. A lot of people may question and wonder, how does it work in IndyCar with a quote-unquote spec series? Well, Honda and Chevy both show up to every race with a random pool of engines and assign them off to each of the different teams. There's no guarantee that you're using the same engine. You don't know what engine you're getting until you get the engine that you've got, if you understand what I mean. And so I like things like that. You have some sort of a semblance of a guarantee, but not much of it.
Yeah, absolutely, and not everything is truly equal in motorsport, of course, but I don't know, in sim racing I think it's easier to make that happen, isn't it, really, because you don't get those little oddities, you don't get those subtle little differences between engines. You know, an engine builder can build 10 different engines and they'll all produce slightly different performance figures, whereas in sim racing, in theory, you know, one McLaren engine should perform exactly the same as another McLaren engine, and so it does add that extra level of parity to the competition, which I think is what really leads to the close competition you get out on track. That being said, the competition not getting any closer at the front of this field, is it? Because Luca Kita and Luke McEwen once again back to trading lap times. The only difference now is that they're the best part of 10 seconds apart. So Luca Kita needed to find something pretty magic here to really take the fight to Apex Racing Team. Moment, it doesn't look like he's quite got it.
No magic out of Luca Kita, at least just yet. Weather conditions have continued to fall. 5:18 virtual standard time here in the middle of the Australian summer. Track temperature has gone from 51, 52 degrees at its very peak down to 30 degrees Celsius. It's been falling pretty drastically, and drivers have a lot more grip with which to play with, especially over the course of the stints as well. 48 starters, now down to 27 runners. It's been interesting to see that a handful of cars have elected to head back out there, even with significant damage. Valkyrie's 677, mentioned Thibaut Prevost, had a bit of an issue earlier on, just a handful of minutes ago. He's still out there. 275 laps down from your race leader.
All to play for then, I think. That could be the comeback story of the race, couldn't it? It doesn't really matter though, does it? You're still running at the flag, you're still running in the top split of the Bathurst 12 hours, and that means that you're more likely to get a little bit of screen time, because this is the kind of story we like to see here. This is the spirit of endurance racing. I'm absolutely with you, Arjuna. It's a huge part of the enjoyment of this style of racing, and even when things go a little bit wrong, just running at the flag is a special thing to do. So yeah, the Valkyrie BMW, I'm sure, will continue to go until the end of the race now, which is only 33 minutes away. And hopefully without any further damage. I have to say, it looks like it's in pretty much showroom condition. So they've spent those 275 laps not only repairing the damage, they've had the polish out, the glass cleaner, they've had a vacuum of the seat. It's as good as new.
New wrap on it as well, just to make sure the sponsors get maximum reward for sticking with them. Yeah, looks pretty good, all things considered. Not sure what we're seeing in terms of lap times, though. That would be a curious thing to track, but I think lap time's not the important factor when you are 53 laps adrift of the next car in front of you. Always good to see the contenders out on track. A leader behind some lap traffic, and these are those somewhat nervy moments where you know you're in control of the race, pulling away from the car behind. The main things that can take you out of contention: internet disconnections, technical hardware failures, or a driver in front of you stuffing it into the wall.
Yes, that can happen, and that is something that unfortunately is out of your control, and it's such a bottleneck up there at the top of the track that you know, when that happens, you're just left with absolutely nowhere to go. Govan Kini, though, in the number 99 Porsche, unlikely to do that, I was going to say, but he's not likely to let Luke McEwen through either. This is a car that's on the lead lap. It's the last car on the lead lap. You don't get safety cars and wave-arounds in iRacing, though, so I'm not convinced that there's much of a reason for him to be defending this place. But anyway, defend it he is, and this perhaps is an extra little hurdle for Luke McEwen to jump that he hadn't been expecting.
Yeah, we were going to have a chat with Elvis Rankin in the 98 crew, but I think he has decided to run off to focus on making sure that they get to the end of this race, and they do so in a rather safe fashion as well. Banchini in the Lobs Falcon Esports team, always a great team name, and he's really throwing some blocks up right now. Gives a bit of the fade to number 98 Apex Racing team car. And these are those moments where you can get frustrated, but it's all on the drivers out of the car, the spotters, to help make sure that the driver behind the wheel, the driver that has control over what's going on, does not get a little too hot-headed.
Yeah, exactly. And this is, as you say, where the coaching needs to come in, really, because Luke McEwen, I agree with what you say. Telling him to back off is not necessarily a sensible thing to do. He seems to only know one thing, and that is to push 100% all the way. But going for a risky move on a car that is a lap down with half a minute to go and an 8-second lead is not that high on the list of sensible things to do. So Luke just needs to take his time here, not back off completely, but he can afford to sit here for a couple of laps, just size up Banchini, give away a second maybe to Luca Kita in doing that, but then make sure that when he does go for the move, it's absolutely guaranteed to work. And there will be certain areas where he's more likely to do that. At the end of Conrad, of course, is the best of those opportunities, but we've seen, haven't we, that McLaren is not the fastest thing in a straight line. Yeah,
there is going to come a time if the gap starts to bleed off, and if Luca Kita gets closer in the rearview mirrors, then do expect McEwen to start getting the flashing button light working in full effect, and maybe he'll get accidentally stuck as he tries to flash his way on past. But still, with 30 minutes to go, a long way away from needing to jump to that just yet. But this is where the car is seemingly at its best, through the corners, as they get onto the brakes, able to just brake later, carry more speed in, get on the power just that little bit earlier. And once again, just tucked up behind. 29 minutes now left still to run. This time he's going to pop out of the draft, and once again, though, just not enough top-end grunt to be able to work his way on through. And the gap that at one point was closer to 9 seconds is now down below 8 seconds. Bit by bit, it's coming down. Last time, 6/10 gained in the number 92 machine.
Yeah, this is getting a bit tense now for Luke McEwen. He has dropped about a second to Luca Kita since he's been stuck behind Banchini, and as much as I'm all for this being a really close finish, I really am, but I don't really like this. Banchini is a lap down with half an hour to go. Yes, okay, he might gain one more place maybe. He could probably catch the Apex Racing Academy 96 car, which is about 8 seconds up the road. He'd actually have a better chance of doing that if he rolled over, let McEwen go, and just tagged along with him. Luke McEwen's been the fastest car on the track. Let him go and sit in the slipstream, and you've got half a chance of breaking into the top 10. I don't really see the merit here in defending from the race leader at this stage of the race, but anyway, the blue flag rule is what it is in iRacing. It is it's advisory, it's not mandatory that you move out of the way, and Banchini is absolutely making the most of his right to sit stubbornly in front of Luke McEwen.
You're trying to get a debate started about the blue flags on iRacing, aren't you?
I wouldn't be brave enough, Arjuna.
It is definitely something that people always, do like to clarify, is the fact that blue flags on iRacing are informational. It is on the faster car and the faster the passing car to lap in a responsible and safe manner. Very different to Formula One, where the blue flag is very much you're not good enough, get out of the way in 3 quarters time. A slightly different attitude, iRacing versus this, but at this point now, with the gap continuing to shrink, I think justifiable frustration likely on the part of Luke McEwen and the rest of the Apex Racing team, and this time dab of the brakes from the 99, and I think that is going to be the cue for the Lobs Falcon Esports car to release Luke McEwen back up to the front of the field.
I'm sure we had absolutely nothing to do with that, but in my mind, perhaps that was a rare occasion of a racing driver listening to us and proving us right rather than wrong. He is, of course, going to sit right on the tail of the leading McLaren. And as I said, that's exactly the thing that he should be doing, because that gives him a chance actually to chase down the 10th place car, which was 8 or 9 seconds up the road. Luke McEwen could well catch that Apex Racing Academy car before the end, and if Govan Keeney can stay within a second or so of him, he could break into the top 10 by the flag. So not too much damage done in the end. The gap's still just under 8 seconds, and now he's back in clean air. I'm sure that Luke should be able to stretch his legs once more.
Yes, in the immortal words of Salt and Pepper, Luke McEwen can indeed now just push it, and that's what he will look to do for 26 more minutes and try and keep himself out of the wall as well. They've done a great job. Maybe this will mean Elvis Rankin can come and chat with us once again. We'll see. We'll try and get the Apex Racing team on the blower and see if we can dial up any of them before we get to the end of this race. At the very least, don't forget that we will have some post-race coverage, some post-race chats as well, and we'll look forward to what lies ahead on the rest of this iRacing special event journey as we wind down to the end of this third iRacing special event. Still very much have stayed within endurance racing territories, but we're going NASCAR. We're going for a great American race this coming weekend, and don't forget that you can catch RaceSpot's coverage of the iRacing Daytona 500 this coming Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern, at 6 p.m. Pacific, or at about 2 a.m. in the morning for Andy McEwen.
There are not many things that would keep me up at that time of night, but NASCAR at Daytona 100% will. In fact, the real world Daytona 500 is taking place the day before I'm flying out to France to visit my mum and stepdad, who moved over there in the last year or so. Our flight is at 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm praying for no rain delays this year, because that would mean for a very sleepless night for sure. But I have every faith we'll get some Floridian sunshine this year, and I'll get at least a couple of hours before I catch my flight.
I will eventually land up and attend the Daytona 500. I very much want to experience what that's like. But it has to come after I experience the Daytona 24, because I want to know what the 24 is like before I go to the 500, because I expect it to be ramped up in so many different ways that I want to truly appreciate just how special an event it truly is. It's one of those things where Andy, again, I don't know how much of a football fan, this being real football, the one that you actually play with your feet, but it would feel like if you played the FA Cup final at the start of the season, rather, you have the most important race as the first race of the campaign.
Which, when you think about it, is not the right way to do it, right? Because you want the hype to build and build and build as the season goes on, and yet it sort of works, because you've got all of those months of off-season, not that many months actually these days, but you've got 2-3 months or so where there is no NASCAR racing at all, and then back with a bang, sort of, if you ignore the Clash at the Coliseum, which I'm tempted to do, and focus instead on the first real race of the season. And yeah, it's a big show, and the biggest prize in NASCAR, really, drivers say that they would prefer a Daytona 500 trophy over a championship trophy sometimes, and I like the fact that they do things differently in NASCAR, and that's just another example of that.
Fighting between the Mahler Racing team and Team Hoisingveld. We can chat more about the grandeur and spectacle of a Daytona 500, but two teams still with damaged race cars persevering, 2 laps down from the leader. It's Team Hoisingveld and Timo Winter up against Valtteri Alander, the Flying Finn, in the Mahler Racing team car. That is Mahler Racing, powered by BS Competition, if you are wondering. It's not powered by the Williams Esports. We're curious about the love triangle. We'll clarify that for you, at least here today. You'll be confused the next time you see a Mahler Racing car in a race. Don't you worry about that one. Good to see Team Hoisingveld in contention as well. It's not the first time we've seen them in the Ferrari. They have very much been part of the Prancing Horse stable over the last handful of years in GT3. Top 20 finish maybe still on the cards if a driver in front has a terminal issue. As it stands right now, this is all we're going to see. CBS Competition jumping into our chat. The entire crew on site at Katowice, including some of the support staff as well. Ryan Barneveld, Phil Dinez, Niels Naujoks, Rainer Talvar, the 4 drivers that they have on site. Bruno Spengler, their team manager, but I saw Felix And Ryan Barneveld, I don't know if I mentioned his name or not, but I'm sure if I didn't, I'm going to get lots of stick for that one. So Felix von Delft, the spotter, team manager, engineer over there as well, along with the likes of Florian Haase, Timo, and then Yannick. One of those things where it's nice to get the team together once in a while. They've got 2 cars still actually involved in some fighting. BS competition in their traditional 89 car on the back of that Texaco Racing by TK car.
Which is another good-looking car, 2 good-looking cars actually, and yeah, again, nice to see that they've got someone to fight with come the end of the race, isn't it? They've managed to get themselves together here in the closing stages. They may be off the lead lap, it may be outside of the top 10, but it's one more position in the dying moments of a 12-hour race, and drivers at this point don't really care what position that is. They want to feel that they've maximised their opportunities in this race. They've finished as high up the order as they can. Here's another BMW involved in a reasonably close battle. In fact, a pair of Beamers this will be, won't it? The number 7 Team BMW Bank car, which runs in 14th. Oscari Rina at the wheel, and Lucas Prada pushing on in the 117 BMW. You can see him coming over the hill in the background in 15th position. And the gap was 2.4 seconds, it's now 1.9 seconds as they go through onto what will be for them the 328th racing lap of the race.
We are trending towards 350 laps, which is a pretty good marker. This is the 3rd of the BS competition cars as well, don't forget. Josh Anderson, Oscari Rine, native down under, and then a Finn teamed up together. I'm always more curious how we have, you know, you'd have a Finn and an Aussie paired up online. That doesn't seem too abnormal, but I always feel like in person, when you're actually sharing a car physically together and you work with the engineers and whatnot, I always wonder what that relationship is like. And I wonder, in your experience, Andy, seeing a lot of the gentleman drivers in British GT, for example, working with more professional drivers, in that sort of a scenario, I can only imagine it is fairly professional on both sides, with the professional drivers trying to help the gentlemen as much as possible.
Yeah, it is certainly, yes, but inevitably over the course of a season or 2 or 5 or 10, you know, some of these partnerships last a long time. They last a long time because they become friends, naturally. You're spending a lot of time together. It's not just a race weekend, but you're testing with each other day in, day out. You know, some of them often live quite close to each other as well, so they will spend time training or perhaps on the sim even these days together. And so that partnership extends way beyond the racetrack and the garage. It becomes very much a social thing as a car dives for the runoff area. That's one way of getting out of the way, I suppose. Picking a bit of a slowdown penalty as well. But yeah, when you become friends like that, then it is quite funny because you can be professional, but in a kind of matey, friendly way, and there's a lot of sort of taking the mickey out of each other and having a laugh and a joke, and if you're interviewing one for the TV cameras, the others in the background pulling funny faces at them or something. And I love that kind of stuff because they're always the driver partnerships that do the best. I find that the pro drivers that come in and see it purely as a job and a paycheck and something that they have to do often don't work quite as well together. That is a nice move up the inside. The BS competition car picking the pocket of the Texaco Racing by TK McLaren with a textbook move into the chase there.
Yeah, nice and easy. I know you were a bit worried about the bit of a... we saw a bit of a send there from Oscari Rine. Excuse me, from Keika Shube, I think it's fair to say, but able to slow it down in time. Lights flash from the McLaren. Silvio Almeida maybe not too impressed with it, but I guess all's fair with 20 minutes still left to run. No real fights going on inside of the top 15 really, though, at this point. They've kind of settled into the groove and are just running themselves closer and closer to the checkered flag. Still 8 seconds splitting your top 2 contenders. A tenth of a second splitting them in terms of lap time last time by. So by no means McEwen and Keita being allowed to roll themselves slowly to the end, still having to push as much as they can to get the most out of the car, and sometimes brushing the wall down on the exit of the elbow and making me feel like, how do they actually know that they've got a little bit more room still left to play with?
Yeah, absolutely. That is nervy stuff, isn't it? When they come through there, you get very close to the barrier on the inside, and then even closer to the one on the outside. Got to be careful on that wall on the inside. Actually, the quickest line through the elbow is to hook 2 wheels over the white line on the inside. There's a bit of adverse camber there, helps rotate the car, but the wall sort of juts out right on the apex, and I've got stuck on that wall more than once in my practice this week, so I've got to be careful with the aggressive lines that you take through there. But again, again, these are all things that I see as a really big risk, but these drivers, they have this ability for pinpoint accuracy lap after lap after lap, and they can hit the same exact spot on the tarmac every time through that corner. And so for us, it looks like they're flirting with disaster. For them, it's just another lap.
Getting told by one of the Team Hoisingveld camp that potentially Valtteri Alander in the Mahler Racing Team car just brushed the exit down off of the elbow and knocked out the alignment on the steering, so that's broken up a potential fight for the 21st position. Not always the worst thing as you get to the closing stages of a race as chaotic as this one, where you're just looking and hoping that you can survive to the very end. You are always maybe hoping that you don't have too many fights to be tracking. Here's a look at the moment. In fact, we'll get a look on board with Valtteri Alander. And it's turning in too early. It's usually the other way around and drivers going a bit too wide on out, but this time Alander just being a bit too optimistic with how early he could turn that car in.
And yep, that's the wall I've got stuck on a few times, so got very lucky actually that he bounced off the barrier there. He goes, oh wow, that probably did a bit of damage actually to the steering of the BMW. Was it crabbing a bit down the straight? Might well have been, but yeah, the barriers at the Forest Elbow very nearly claiming another victim there on the inside line. They just about should get away with that with 15 minutes to go. Limp the car home even with the damage there. Your second place car, Urano Esports Data Group. And, well, ever since Luke McEwen cleared Govankini in the Porsche, that gap has stayed at almost exactly 7.8 seconds. It just does not waver. It's a real shame, in a way, that they didn't come out of the pit lane closer together, because that would have been a fantastic scrap. As I said a while ago, these are two extremely evenly matched drivers in extremely evenly matched cars. But as it is, Apex Racing Team played the strategy perfectly, and they're now just 15 minutes away from victory.
And it always seemed like it was going to be close. This margin between Apex and Urano does indicate that if the Altus 41 maybe did not have its margin, moment rather, if it didn't have the incident over the top of Skyline, by itself as well, to be completely fair, I think they would have only been 2 seconds off of the back of the 98 car. Sets up what would have been a very different end. But ultimately, the strategy is only just allowing the teams to be in a position to fight. It would have very much come down to the wheel-to-wheel action on the track itself. 1/4 of an hour still left to hold on. Can't let your focus slip for even a moment here. This place will punish you. Track temperatures continue to drop off, though, which is good in terms of the tires. Just holding on to the grip that little bit more. It's down to 28 degrees Celsius in terms of track temperature. And will only continue dropping from here as the sun continues to set on what's been a spectacular race. Great to be back here at the mountain. A couple of fights still that we'll keep our eyes on. Still BS competition in the Texaco Racing entries. 16th and 17th doing battle. Ascari Rene going to start coming under pressure from Pure Sims and Lucas Prada, who is really pushing that car hard. The 117 on the move.
Yes, he is. The 117 car down in 15th position then. Dropping his way down through the dipper, which seems just way too narrow for these big BMWs, but they, well, let's hope this time, skirt clear of the barriers, getting very close again down through the Forest Elbow to the inside barrier, but just staying off it this time, and not really close enough, actually, to get a meaningful tow down the straight here, I don't think. Running out of time to make this move stick now. This is always the problem when you come up against another car that's the same as yours. There's just no real performance difference between the two of you, and if you're running similar setups especially, it can be all that bit harder to find a way past. But taking through the chase into these closing stages now, mistakes perhaps a little bit more likely to happen, and so important here really that Lucas Prada does not give in and tries to keep the pressure on here in the hope that Ascari Rene makes just the smallest mistake and allows him through.
Just remember, if you're watching along and you're thinking that looks like fun, maybe I would like to join the action, head on over to iRacing.com today, where new memberships are 40% off. Special event calendar runs itself all the way through December, and then we start at Daytona once again in January, a year filled with endurance racing action, as well as all sorts of other things to keep you occupied over the course of the year. iRacing.com, new memberships 40% off. You know the spiel at this point. 12 minutes to go. Gap at the front. Still 8 seconds. McEwen holding steady and continuing to show that maybe he is the fastest man in that lineup. It's the case in any GT Championship as well. I know the British GT Championship in particular is Pro-Am, and a lot of sports car series focus on the Pro and Am combination. But if you ever even get to an all-pro lineup, Andy, the reality is when you land up at a track with a particular car and a particular set of drivers, and whatever the weather conditions may be, you'll have 3 all in the similar sort of a ballpark. There will always be one that you go to when you need the fastest of them all.
Inevitably, and that can change from race to race and track to track. Some drivers just suit different tracks perhaps more than others, and that's actually one of the difficult things, I think, for a pro driver. When it's a Pro-Am partnership, then there's already that sort of unspoken understanding that the Pro is the quick driver, the Am is the slower driver. You try and minimise the amount of time the Am has to spend in the car, maximise the driving time for the Pro. When it is an all-pro lineup, though, you suddenly start to deal with the egos of professional racing drivers, and no professional racing driver wants to be told that they're slower than their teammate. It's as simple as that. Even if they're all sharing the same car and they all have a common goal, they don't want to be the one who is told, actually, no, we're not going to put you in for this stint. We're going to stick your teammate in because he's been going a bit quicker than you. So, yeah, that can be tough. But like I said, every dog has its day, and every racing driver will have a race where they are the top driver in that team, and I think it's important that for the greater good they can put their egos aside and do what is best for that team and that car's chances.
Egos, racing drivers, what are we talking about? Never. Here comes the charge from Pure Sims and that 117. Lucas Prada is going to just release the pressure as they climb up towards turn number 2 and begin the climb up through towards the cutting. See exactly how patient he is willing to be there. Now 10 minutes left in this race. Haven't really talked about the history of Bathurst, so let's go back in time for a quick history lesson here live on RaceSpotTV. Races started here at Mount Panorama back in 1906, but it wasn't until 1936 that construction began on really fleshing this out as a facility. It was always going to be difficult for money to be raised at the time during the Great Depression, so instead the mayor quite intelligently decided to go after federal money, hoping to try and get a scenic road built for tourists. He did make sure that the plans ensured that it wouldn't arouse any suspicion when the engineers turned up to build it. He told them, just make it a bit wider and no one will notice. It meant that in 1938, the Mount Panorama Scenic Drive opened, and then on Easter Sunday, the very first race in 1938 was ever held here. Easter Monday saw the very first Australian Grand Prix held, with 20,000 people watching along. Since then, it hasn't really had too many changes, of course, to the layout. I think the most significant of them is the one at the very end of this Conrod Straight as you work your way in towards the chase. And that was only added, of course, back in 1987 as the World Touring Car Championship wanted to make their way down under, and there was an FIA requirement that you could not have a straight that exceeded 1,200 meters. And so that's why now we have that iconic section that is the chase, the penultimate section on the track. And meanwhile, final pit stop underway for Lucas Prada that will drop him out of the top 15. Such a historic facility, and like we were mentioning earlier, Andy, it's a bit of a shame that we only get the limited windows to go racing here every year.
It is, in a way, but then I also think that helps it to maintain that sort of special place in all motor racing fans' hearts, because we don't get to enjoy it that often. There are really 2 major race weekends there each year, and that was close for Luca Kita. That was a little scrape at the wall, I think. He's not given up yet on chances of a race win, has he? But yeah, you know, I think that's kind of good. It makes those races that do take place there extra special. The 12 hours and the 1,000 especially, of course, they are real jewel in the crown events of Australian and international motorsport, certainly in the case of the 12 hour. If there was racing there every other week, as there is, for example, at somewhere like Silverstone, which is a world famous racetrack, most drivers enjoy that place, but they wouldn't necessarily say that it is a place that they must go and win a race, even though it's just as old as Bathurst and perhaps even more prestigious as far as the events that have taken place there. It doesn't hold that sort of really special place in the motorsport history books that Bathurst does. So, yeah, any opportunity you get to race here is a special opportunity.
I'll play devil's advocate to that, because I do in some ways agree the fact that we don't get to race here is what makes it so alluring. No one has mastered the track, but by the same token, I think part of what makes the Nordschleife so special is the fact that anyone can go there and work their way around it, during some of the Touristfahren days. It's a very different experience, right? I know going to drive that during one of those tourist days versus actually being there for a race weekend, but I feel like there's something to be said about the fact that you've got the Nordschleife, which is still so mythical in motorsports folklore, despite being quote-unquote accessible. I realize that it's not as accessible as I make it sound. And then on the total opposite end of the spectrum, you have the Mount Panoramas. You have some of the street circuits, the Monacos, the Singapores, where, yeah, you can drive them, I guess, kind of not in road format. But it feels a lot less special when you take out what makes a racetrack, those signages, the curbing, the brake markers, all those little touches.
Yeah, for sure. And there's something special about visiting those places, definitely. I visited Monte Carlo many years ago, not during a Formula 1 race weekend, and it is kind of cool. You walk around the place and you can see the tyre marks upon the pavement, and you can, sort of see the ghost of the track, if you like. But yeah, these places
I like that.
Come to life, don't they, when it's race weekend? And yeah, it is what makes those events special. Again, if there was racing at Monaco every week, then it wouldn't be seen as the jewel in the crown of Formula 1 racing. So yeah, there's something to be said about not having too much of a good thing, I reckon.
Yeah, someone who grew up in Singapore. The 2 weeks before the Grand Prix and the 2 weeks after the Grand Prix are pretty miserable if you have to go anywhere near where the track is located. And of course, the week of the Grand Prix is also pretty miserable if you need to go near where the track is located. I still remember the first time that the Grand Prix was there. I was a lot younger and a lot more excited. I don't think I would appreciate as much given my, let's call it, experience now rather than age. Yes, I think the experience would be a very, very different sort of a ride. Although, I guess the thing with Monaco, I guess the same thing with Miami now and Singapore. I guess most Formula 1 races, if you've got a big enough checkbook, you can make it a fun time.
I suppose so, yes, and they certainly attract the kind of people for whom that is possible. But we haven't really got long enough to have this debate with 4.5 minutes to go. But I think there are too many street circuits these days on the Formula 1 calendar.
Agreed.
I think there are too many street circuits in general. I remember back when I were a lad, and we had 2 or 3 street circuits on the Formula 1 calendar, and everyone tuned in to watch them because it was different, it was unique. These days, every other race is a street circuit, and they're these newfangled street circuits which have all this runoff area, and they're in soulless parts of soulless cities, and it's just not special anymore. And I really, really think that, look at Bathurst. Bathurst is a public road. This is essentially a street circuit.
Yeah.
It's not Baku, it's not Singapore. I'm sorry, I know you probably have a little bit of love for Singapore, but it's not the most interesting of street circuits, let's be honest. They're not quite what they once used to be, and I think that once you make lots of a certain thing, they all start to become a little bit the same, and it just loses some of that special feeling.
Let's not forget that they removed the worst part and maybe the most interesting part of the Singapore circuit in the form of that horrific Singapore sling chicane. And the track is still not that memorable. So I think that tells you all you need to know. When it comes to Formula 1 in particular, I think we've also gotten used to the fact that street circuits aren't challenges anymore, right? Back in your day when you were a lad, it was about the fact that the tracks were bumpy. They used to go to Detroit. They used to go to Belle Isle as an example, right? You compare that to the IndyCar, where their street circuits feel like street circuits. Like, Toronto is a ride. St. Petersburg is also insane. It's a different caliber of street circuits, as much as I love myself a good bit of Singapore. That does not feel like a street course in the traditional senses. I think we could have a long debate about Formula 1 schedules. and race schedules and racetrack designs and corner numbers and corner names and all of this, sounds like we are going to need to bring back the RaceSpot podcast because we have plenty of content with which to film. Mike DeTurks asks if there are too many street circuits, are there too many night races? To which I'll answer in Formula One, absolutely yes. Too many.
For the same reason, for exactly the same reason, it should be a one-off special thing. If everyone's doing it, if you're doing it every other race, it's no longer special. And I could not agree with. I think for exactly the same reasons, for sure, there are too many of those.
The Bathurst jumps have already commenced, by the way. We're not even onto the final lap of the race. Your race leader still has to descend the mountain and then do it all over again. Jose Soria just wanted a bit of practice.
Oh, well.
Yes.
That might be his last shot at that, I'm going to suggest.
Yeah, that was not the ideal attempt, but get ready for plenty more of that. We've still got one lap to go, so hopefully after about 6 kilometers, but after that, Bathurst jumps, traditions.
And there will be an unofficial prize for the best jump as well.
Oh, yes.
There isn't actually a prize, but you get our applause for that. The Apex cars, by the way, are coming together for a photo finish here, I noticed. I wonder if they're going to go for a side-by-side Bathurst jump, perhaps, after the flag.
Well, where's the third of the entries? There's Gordy Much. Gordy Much is just coming.
Not far away.
He's not far. Okay, we have set ourselves up perfectly for the coordinated 3 wide Bathurst jump, but it's going to come down to just one final lap. Oh, what a gripping race it has been. Not the traditional Bathurst 12 hours here on iRacing, with one car breaking away and putting the field laps down. It is Luke McEwen that takes the white flag. 6 kilometers still left to navigate here in Mount Panorama. Strategy has played its part, but ultimately it was the speed and the raw pace in the final stages that meant that strategy was a non-factor, Andy.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the key, wasn't it, really? This car played itself back into the race absolutely beautifully. I don't think they had, over the entire race distance across all of their drivers, I don't think they had the outright fastest package, but they played the strategy well through the latter third of the race. Those 2 or 3 shorter stints, light fuel, Luke McEwen on absolute fire here today, and he was able to do what he needed to in those stints, and then still put themselves in a position where they had that short stint to the end. Remember, there was a point where we said, oh, they probably should have just stayed light for another stint. Well, no, they were planning ahead for the final stint of the race. This is where they wanted to have the short pit stop, and ultimately that's what gave them an 8-second lead that Luke McEwen has never looked likely to lose.
No, and it's one of those performances as well with so many contenders that after grabbing the victory in both the LMP2 and the GTD class at Daytona, it's Apex getting ready to win yet another iRacing special event. David Toth, the Hungarian for Arnage competition, was winding up to try and build an assault on the Altus Esports number 42 with Matteo Ugolotti. It's going to be a lap now, just waiting to see what could have been. Front of the field, though. Oh, it's good to be back at Mount Panorama in its usual slot in a race that has delivered and gripped us through the course of its 12 hours. 347 laps later, after being shoved wide through the cutting and taking 20 seconds of damage, the Apex Racing team grabbed back-to-back victories in the iRacing special events. After conquering Daytona, they now conquer the mountain and win the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours with Luke McEwen and Elvis Rankin roaring across the line. An absolutely spectacular display from flag to flag. Luke Akita settles for second. A valiant effort. Urano Esports continue their strong momentum at the start of 2023 and give a thought as well over to Aaron Vasquez in the Altus Esports red car. With 90 odd minutes left to go, was leading the race before a mistake over the top at Skyline cost them 10 crucial seconds and put damage on that car. But Altus Esports, in their hometown race, showed up to play. Andy, a great race down under, and it was a lot of fun to be back here in the special event commentary booth. And of course, it's not a long wait before we do it once again. But for now, The drivers that have survived can relax for a moment, and those that are getting ready for the jump are just building up our anticipation.
Absolutely. We've really sold this now, haven't we? We're expecting big things, particularly from Apex Racing, but do you know what? They've got every right to celebrate. That was a brilliant performance from them, and I could not agree with you more about Aaron Vasquez as well. That was a really great consolation drive, really, after that crash from the lead with not that long to go in the race, managing to hold that gap at just 30 seconds, even with a damaged race car, and take a podium. And I think he was pretty happy with that as well, still celebrating almost as if he'd won the race, so that was nice to see.
All the cars are now officially across the line, and so it's all just now about the weight. A handful of cars have elected there's no point in doing a Bathurst jump, including, unfortunately, Luca Kita, Sam Coitert in the Urano duo of Mercedes, Matteo Ugolotti as well. I think we're getting ready for a handful more to launch themselves up and into the air. You survived 12 hours at Bathurst, and now the question is, can you survive one more jump? That BMW is going at a rate of knots, I tell you. It's all about the line that you choose to run here as well. Your race winner, how successfully? On all four wheels!
Oh, almost flawless execution. Just broke traction at the end, but not too much damage done. If you trust them to get it right. Oh, Pure Sims, though, with an even better one. They almost stick the landing. And I think we'll give Apex a solid 8 out of 10. Pure Sims at 9. I've yet to see anyone properly stick that landing, though.
This is not a bad camera shot, actually. Just zooming in and out of that run down the Conrod, you can see just how much it goes up and down as well. A handful of cars entertaining us, maybe not as many as we would have wanted, and for that we will shame them later. For now, though, we'll go over and take a look at the race results, get ready to chat with hopefully some of the teams and the drivers after what was a tough 12 hours across the board. Luke McEwen, 347 laps up and down through the mountain, and only 9 seconds clear of Luca Kita. Apex in front of Urano, with Altus rounding out the podium. It's a McLaren on top before 3 Mercedes solidify what was good grounds for that Mercedes AMG Evo here today. Sam Coitert in that Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports number 91 across the line in 4th, with Diogo Pinto in 5th position. Matti Siepel is 6th, with Altus Esports Arnage Competition, Urano Hiking Media, and Apex Racing Academy. Bookending the top 10, only 9 cars scored on the lead lap by the time the checkered flag was dropped. For Kita, for Coitert, for Pinto, double-digit gains, 21 spots up for Sam Coitert from the starting spot of the 91 machine. Go Vankini frustrated some with his approach to the 98 car in the closing stages as the leader tried to make his way on past, but the Lobs Falcon Esports car across the line in 11th, with Team Redline in 12th, Gordy Much for the Apex Racing team in 13th, with BMW Bank, Pure Sims Esports, BS Competition, Texaco Racing by TK, Door Esports, Pure Sims Esports, and Team PGZ. Rounding out your top 20, and then we start to get into the final cars that make their way across the line to see the checkered flag. Hoisting Velt in front of Marla, with the Speed Demons powered by Mercedes number 15 and 23rd. TC Corsa Esports in front of Chit Chat Racing, and then in front of the Boostin VDS by Undercut Red number 16. Then to the graveyard, to the retirees, Culture Team, MSI, the Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports, and VRS Coanda Jr., some of the more recent retirees. With the graveyard filled with the likes of German Sim Racing, Arctic Sea, Bela Racing Team Euronics, Williams, Altus, the Mercedes AMG Williams Esports entry, RAG, ASR Able, PGZ, and the Valkyrie Competition 677. Arnage Competition in the number 11 car, 41st, with a handful of those not being classified due to the drive time regulation. Sim RC did break out the spare car, but unfortunately it wound up in the same place as the regular car, with Zenith Brabham, Paceworks, Apex Academy, Mercedes AMG Williams Esports, CU Racing, and Sim RC, rounding out the 49 cars that finish up here today. So that was a look top to bottom at your race results here. Fascinating race through the course that we got to witness, and now we'll get the opportunity hopefully to chat with a few of the drivers. Let's see if we can dial up a race winner once again in the iRacing special events. Let's check if Elvis Rankin has a copy with us. Elvis, do you hear us?
Hello. Yeah, I do.
There we go, loud and clear. Another special event victory, this one quite difficult in ways, of course, with Luke McEwen having a bit of a moment at the very start of the race that put you on the back foot slightly. What was this race like from your perspective as you tried to just stay out of trouble?
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a race of attrition, Bathurst. You know, Daytona can be more of a flat-out kind of push race. You just have to manage the off-tracks, really, manage the fuel, and it's a really long race. It's more of a... You have to survive. You cannot let the track beat you up, basically. You're racing the track more than you're racing the people around you. But yeah, I mean, overall, like from the start, like obviously us in the McLaren, we did not expect the pace at all in the Mercedes. So props to Urano, Williams, Altus. They rocked up and surprised us all, I think, with the Mercedes. A lot of people were thinking it was going to be McLaren strong, even with the second BOP. So they definitely surprised us. Luke did the best he could really do in quali. We were P7, but we knew we had to make moves off the start to get some track position, and I guess we just got a little bit too aggressive, and we were a little bit in the wall, but only a little bit of damage, but we kept our head down and just played our race out, and we ended up walking away with it, which is really, really happy.
You put a ridiculous amount of practice into the iRacing Daytona 24. Did you put a more reasonable amount of practice into this event?
It was definitely inflated. My hours have been very inflated the past couple of weeks because I'm obviously here at the center, so I definitely feel like I haven't played a game besides iRacing for the past month. Like, I just can't. So, yeah, I've definitely been putting in a lot of time, but so have all the guys at Apex. We absolutely rocked up with the very, very good setup, and I felt like it showed today, and yeah, just big props to all the guys at Apex. Big props to Mark on the amazing strategy as always, and then big props to Luke because he absolutely drove the wheels off the car and his pace was absolutely rapid. So
Sebring up next in terms of races, I guess we expect to see you at, unless we're going to get a surprise outing from you in the iRacing Daytona 500 this coming Wednesday on RaceSpotTV. But what are you expecting as we get ready to go for another 12 hours, this time again with the 3 classes? Are you thinking LMDH, LMP2 or GTD this time by?
I don't really know. I kind of just rock up when whatever I feel like, honestly. So we'll see as it comes to the race. It probably will be a prototype if I'm guessing, but I don't know yet. So we'll have to just play it by ear. But yeah, I'm expecting to be at Sebring. So.
Well, looking forward to that one. It's, of course, a bit of a wait before we get there. Congratulations on another great drive. Elvis Rankin and Luke McEwen, winners at Bathurst. That must sound pretty good. So, unfortunately, that seems to be our only interview here today. Good chat with Elvis Rankin, driver of that Apex Racing Team number 98, paired up with Luke McEwen. And, of course, let's look forward and maybe get the chance to speak with a couple more drivers before we say goodbye, Andy. But here's a look at that run around the world across the disciplines of motorsports and through some of the most iconic races in global motorsports. Next up, of course, this coming Wednesday, the iRacing Daytona 500. But the next time these drivers go, endurance racing is over at Sebring in the 3rd week of March.
Yeah, really excited for Sebring. That's a really challenging racetrack, actually. A bit of an underrated challenge, I think, Sebring. So bumpy, such a technically demanding circuit. And, of course, back to full multi-class racing there. That's going to be one not to be missed. The Road America 500 you mentioned as well. A bit of a unique addition to the special event calendar. Nürburgring 24, and then for some more oval racing at the Coke 600. A full season of action, though, that takes us the length and breadth of the world. We'll be back at Mount Panorama in the middle of September for the Bathurst 1000, the NASCAR finale, another highlight in late October and early November, and all completing in December at the famous Chili Bowl, an event I definitely am looking forward to having a closer look at this year. So lots of good events coming up. As always, the special event calendar seeming to get better and better with each year. Yeah,
I've lost my voice in 3 consecutive years with that Chili Bowl now. I had to do one of them by myself on commentary. My oh my. Would not recommend. I will leave it at that. Here's a look, though, at, again, what's coming up next. I'll blast back over to the World Center of Racing when we go live on RaceSpotTV and on the iRacing Esports Network on February the 15th, 9 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific. It's going to be a lot of fun as we work our way to the start of another year of the NASCAR iRacing Series. Poor Andy McEwen going to be staying up late for this one, but We all know he's excited. He can't claim that he isn't excited about this one. For now, though, it is time to sign off from Mount Panorama. We'll be back, of course, for the iRacing Bathurst 1000 later in the year. But Mount Panorama has played host to a treat of a race. 12 hours of action, the margin of victory 9 seconds when all things were said and done. For the team at RaceSpotTV, thank you for joining us along for the ride. Hugo Luis, part of our production staff, along with the likes of Peter Mackay, DJ Kark, David Haynes, Stefan Schlacker, Andy McEwen, and myself, Arjuna Kankipati. We'll see you this Wednesday, of course, for the iRacing Daytona 500, but of course, the VCO Grand Slams continue at Sebring in the 3rd week of March. Plenty of action on the iRacing Esports Network as well this coming week, with World Championship fever picking up, so make sure to follow along on iRacing's Twitch channel, twitch.tv/iRacing. We bid you farewell with the Apex Racing team on top. For now, so long and goodbye. We'll see you once again for some more great racing in the iRacing special events.